All right, everybody, good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Oh, no. Good afternoon, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We'll begin, as usual, with our roll call. Madam Clerk.
Jeff Church.
Here.
Adam Mayberry. Here. Ellen Minetto. Here. Diane Nicolette. Here. Joe Rodriguez. Here. Beth Smith. Here. Angela Taylor.
Here.
Student Victoria Gomez. I'm sure she'll be here later.
In class. Okay, quorum?
Quorum, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll have our roll call. We're going to ask Assistant Chief Price. He hasn't been here for a while to lead us in our roll call, if you would please, sir. The pledge, sorry. Lead us in the pledge. That, too, yeah, that.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, we're going to go to, first we'll go to the agenda will be put on. Okay, right. We're going to go to agenda item 2.01, which is our consent agenda. We're looking at consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.22, and I know there has been a request from a trustee to review an item which we've already deliberated, but there was actually two trustees on that, so we will pull that item, and that's Trustee Smith. You want to just remind? I think it's 2.03. Remind me, please.
Yes, it is 2.03, dealing with Board Policy 5100.
Okay, thank you very much. I haven't heard from any other trustees with two of you that like to pull something, or one if it hasn't been deliberated. Trustee Smith?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Trustee Church?
And no need for any kind of staff on this, but I'd like to pull 2.06, the alcohol drug policy, and then heard all together. Again, no need for staff, just a few comments, 2.13 through 2.16.
Let me get those right. I'm sorry, say those again. I was trying to keep up.
Sure. Altogether, 2.13 all the way 2.16, basically appointments.
2.13 on committees. 2.13, 2.14, 2.15, and 2.16.
Yes.
You have a question regarding those together?
Just a few comments. So I really don't need staff. I'd just like to make comments all together.
Okay, any others? We have not deliberated those items, so those items certainly will be pulled. Any others? Okay, then looking for a motion, if it is the pleasure of the board, to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.05, 2.07 through 2.11, 2.17. I'm sorry, what? No, isn't that part of what Trustee Church wants to? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me start again. Looking for approval to approve, if it's the pleasure of the board. Looking for a motion, if it's the pleasure of the board, to approve of consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.05, 2.07 through 2.12, and then 2.17 through 2.22.
President Taylor, I believe Trustee Smith pulled 2.03.
Oh, I meant to leave that out. Okay, other than 2.03, I won't try that again. We'll do it that way. Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Trustee Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, got a couple of seconds. We'll just take the Vice President because she's right here on my right. Any further discussion on that? Do we have any public comment on those before we go forward? No. Okay, thank you, JJ. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion's carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. So now we'll go to agenda item 2.03. That was pulled at the request of Trustee Smith, and I was going to pull it as well. So we're in this thing together. And so we'll ask staff to come forward. And Trustee Smith, I'll ask you to go ahead and lead the discussion and ask the questions regarding this.
Thank you so much, President Taylor. Hi, Dr. LaMarca. So with this policy, I actually think that with this policy evolution, it's an example of the process working. So we have brought this from the Board Policy Committee to our first meeting, and then here we are for the final adoption. And we've gotten some feedback along the way, which is absolutely a welcome part of this process. One particular section that resonated with our teacher community was the striking of the line around the teacher and having the right to teach in an environment. that was free from distractions through good community conversations, through working with our association partners. I believe that we successfully clarified that our intent with policies is to keep it focused on the specific group that is the topic of the policy. And since this is student behavior, we want to keep it focused on that. So my suggestion for my colleagues is we received a really positive suggestion from one of our own educators to replace that line so that the focus is not so much on the teachers, which they understand that this is going to be student focused in this policy. And the alternative wording that was suggested is that every student has the right to learn in an environment that is free from distraction and disruptions that impede learning. I really like this suggestion. I appreciate that it came from one of our own parents and educators in the district, and that was something that I wanted to share with everyone. It resonates with me. I do believe that it maintains the focus of the policy, which is on student behavior. And although this is not to back him into a formal opinion, but I did send an email to Chief General Counsel Rombardo, who did confirm that an alternative like that would still stay with the intent of being focused on this board policy. So again, I'll reread that so that everyone can hear it. Again, changing that focus from the teachers but back to the students, that every student has the right to learn in an environment that is free from distraction and disruptions that impede learning. So I'd like to bring that alternative to the board.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. And since I concur, again, I was going to pull that. I got several. We certainly received it from the student. I mean, from the teacher who's also a parent. And I don't know if any of you, but I got several emails to that regard, in that effect as well. And it really seems to really, maintain the focus of the policy toward the student. But I think it's important that our teachers understand that we recognize that a safe environment is conducive to a great learning environment as well as an instructional environment. I think this gives us a way to do both. So I'm certainly going to concur with that. And I don't think we have any questions for Dr. LaMarca in that regard. It doesn't seem like he has any objection to it, and the superintendent hasn't weighed in any either. This is not a substantive change, as we got the opinion from General Counsel, so this will not have to go back out. This would, should it be approved, this is the second hearing here, then should it be approved, then it will become policy. So that being the case, any public comment on this one specifically? No, none? Then I'll look to, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just think for the record, we need to make sure we understand the language and where it's being added. I'm writing it down right now. Is it the intent that the first sentence will read, the Board of Trustees board believes that every student has the right to learn in a respectful, safe, and inclusive learning environment that is free from distractions and disruptions that impede learning? Is that, did I understand that correct? I guess I didn't. I just want to make sure we're getting the language that the board desires. So can you help me, like, how is it going to be added in here to 5100?
So I would say yes, the way that you just described it would be to the intent of what we have here.
And really, if I may, if we go back to the language that was proposed to be removed, it's really that same language, that actually exact same language, with the focus being on the student having the right to learn as in that environment, versus the teacher having the right to work in or teach in that environment. But it was the exact same language, just that the focus of that being changed. If that's helpful, Council, so we can capture it. It was the same language.
Putting the onus on the student.
It's just redirecting the focus to the student, which is the purpose of the policy. Dr. Nicolette?
And yes, I agree it is the purpose of the policy, and I do like the recommendation that the teacher parent made. I do want to have us recognize that part of the concern was omitting the word teacher, that we recognize the student, but we're not recognizing the teacher. So that's really all I want to say. The concern from the majority of emails I received was omitting the word teacher.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Smith?
Yes, absolutely. And I saw a lot of those conversations as well and then took part in them. Where this community member came up with her alternative was because she understood that as part of a broad approach, the board is trying to keep its policies focused on the initial intent. And once we clarified that, again, in partnership with our associations and through community messaging, they seemed to understand that. We were not removing that. It would still be present in other materials and policies, but we were going to stay focused on this. But yes, Clerk Nicolette, you're exactly right. There was a lot of concern about that, although I personally felt that a lot of that was alleviated once they understood our intent to focus in a more granular way the intent of the policies.
And I may add, thank you for both of that, and I concur with both of those. Just add that part of I think what helped to give a little bit of a relief, if you will, to those students, to those teachers that were concerned about teacher being removed, is that language shows up directly and indirectly in several other policies. So they're just letting them know, hey, it is still there. We're not removing it. It just doesn't belong here in this specific place. So. Dr. Nicolette?
And I might add, because I understand the intent and wanting to use the word teacher, I get that, this is student behavior. I personally am going to, in the future, watch for Board Policy 5700 to come up and remember what I just said.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Any further discussion? There is was there a motion? Did I miss that? We were just about to ask for a motion. That's right, I was asking for one. So this time, Trustee Smith?
Yes, I move for item 2.03 that we provide final approval to the proposed revisions of the board policy 5100 student behavior, specifically to update formatting, clarify language, and reflect current practices, along with the edits as discussed today.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice President. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much. And Dr. LaMarca, thank you for being prepared in case there were questions that were asked. We're going to go to agenda item 2.0, to a consent agenda item. Yes, 2.06. This, again, has not been deliberated by the full board, so is Trustee Church asked for this to be pulled. So Trustee Church, I will go to you for any questions you may have of staff. And
No questions for staff needed at all. This has been discussed at board policy and elsewhere. And I just want to go on the record, the reason to pull it from the consent is so that I can vote no. I respect the rights of the board to pass it, et cetera. Once that's passed, I support the board in their democratic process. But as I expressed in the past, my concern is that it does not address or authorize or even open the door for the superintendent to do drug testing under any circumstances, and so that's my opposition. I think drug testing should be addressed in the policy. We manage from the 30,000-foot level, but I think that's a 30,000-foot issue to at least allow for drug testing. We know from previous discussions that there's a nexus between drug use and suicide. We know that different studies, some of which are going to be looked at later, indicate a high, and I mean later, I mean by some different policy committees or internal committees, that there's a, in my opinion, unacceptable amount of illegal drug use within the district and within the county. And so I think that's important, but I just wanted to put that on the record for my fellow trustees and the public. And again, no need for staff or any other debate unless other trustees want to, but I'll be voting.
Thank you very much, Trustee Church. I will ask, is there any public comment on this? No public comment? Okay, looking for a motion from the board, if it is the pleasure of the board on this. Okay, we have a low, but I did hear it, a so moved from Trustee Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded, and we did have discussion. Seeing no further discussion, we're looking for, this is the final approval for Board Policy 5250. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is 6-1. We're going to move on now. And thank you very much, Ms. Loudon. Okay, we're going to move on now to consider And I think Trustee Church just wanted to make a comment on this, if I recall. Agenda items, consent agenda items 2.13, 2.14, 2.15, and 2.16. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. As I've stated in the past, this is for the appointment and in one case a reappointment of individuals to committees. We have about 13 different committees. Under 2.13, I didn't see any attachment. 2.14 is a reappointment, and then the other ones deal with reappointments. That's allowed. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Board Policy 9100 that governs this, except that I disagree with it. But it is a policy that was enacted, and again, I support my fellow trustees in their ability to do that, and maybe we can look at it again down the road. But essentially what's happening here is we're getting somebody, the staff leadership team is telling us these are the appointments under consent, yes or no. And I'm not comfortable with that. I'm definitely not comfortable with reappointments at all. I think when it's time to reappoint that we should open that to the public and allow public. Under Policy 9100, I believe it's Section 6, at the board's discretion, the board may take action to ask the responsible office to forward its ranking of candidates for the board's consideration and deliberation of more than one applicant. Well, it's kind of a catch-22 because I don't know about this until the agenda comes out on Thursday, and all I got is one. So how do I even know who the other applicants were, if there were other applicants, et cetera? So I think I'm going to vote yes on this because it's here. But for the future, I'm really, really concerned with the way this is done under consent, that we only get one name for each one. We don't know if there were 20 applicants or one for this. We don't. Maybe there's some really good ones. We could narrow it down to 3, and that's my concern. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Trustee Church. Do we have any public comment on this one, JJ? Okay. No public comment, so I'm going to put before the board if there's any further discussion, certainly. And if not, we're looking, since we're taking them as a group, looking for your desire in terms of consent agenda items 2.13 through 2.16. Any desire from the board?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve consent agenda items 2.13 through 2.16. Is there a second? Moved by Trustee Nicolette, seconded by Trustee Manetto. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the comments, Trustee Church. We're going to go on now, and thank you, staff, for being here. We're going to go on to agenda item 3.01. 3.01, discussion, presentation, and possible actions regarding the adoption of Washoe County School District Board. There are several resolutions, 21-23, -24, -25, -26, -27, -28, -29, 30, all the way through 41. These are resolutions to augment the fiscal year 21-22 budget and approval of augmentation and transfers for this school year, the 21-22 school year. And this is something we do every year as those budget augmentations are necessary, as required by law, that they be done by resolution. So we're going to turn it over to our CFO and our budget officer, budget director.
Thank you, President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, trustees. I will give a little introduction to this item and then turn it over to Jeff Bozzo to do the heavy lifting on the explanations of the fund augmentations in front of you. So to talk about, well, the agenda. So for the agenda, we'll first talk about the amendment to the general fund budget that is required by state law and is required January 1st. And then we have a number of other augmentations for funds that are in front of you. So we will go through both of those items. So to talk about process a little bit, as you know, the board is required to approve a final budget for the general fund and all of our funds by June 8th. And then we are allowed to amend that budget within 30 days of the end of a legislative session for odd-numbered years. In addition to that, specific to school districts, we are required to amend our budget again by January 1st to reflect actual enrollment for the first quarter of the school year. So this is, again, unique to school districts. No other local government has a requirement to amend its budget for any reason. But school districts need to do this. It is an amendment to the budget. If we see higher enrollment than what we assume for the budget, then we would be augmenting or increasing the budget. If, like last year, we saw enrollment lower than what we had assumed in the budget, basically that's a de-augmentation, if you will. It's an adjustment downward to the budget and our budgeted revenues, and then we'd have to figure out a way to make that up. So I hope that explains, from the approval of the budget to here we are today. So what is a budget augmentation? I think this might be new to some of you. When we approve a final budget, that caps are the appropriations or the expenditures we can make for the entire fiscal year. We can move money between functions and object codes and departments, but we cannot increase the budget after the approval by June 8th of the budget, unless we can augment the budget. And so this is very rigidly regulated in state law about how we do that. So an augmentation happens when we want to increase budgeted expenditures for the budget, when we need to increase that. But the only way you can do that is if you have unanticipated revenues, or what's called in the Nevada Administrative Code, state regulations, available resources. So some of you went to a kind of Budget 101 discussion at Lake Tahoe recently, and we went over this, but I'll go over it again because it is fairly complicated and technical. Basically, you cannot simply pull from fund balance if you want to increase appropriations. You have to have either an opening fund balance that's larger than what you budgeted for, so your beginning fund balance is higher than you had expected, or if there are additional revenues you didn't expect. So as Jeff will cover, we had higher enrollment this year than what we budgeted and expected, and so that, because of per pupil revenues, leads to higher revenues, so we can augment in that situation. Any new revenues we could augment, but that's highly unlikely for a school district. And then for capital projects, they do let you pull from the entire fund balance if you like. So that's the one exception for that. So again, a highly governed process, but what we're here to do today is ask for your approval of, again, the amendment, in this case, the augmentation to the general fund related to the higher than expected enrollment we had, and then various augmentations for other funds where all those resolutions go into that. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Bozzo to go through the details.
Thanks, Mark. For the record, Jeff Bozzo, Budget Director. This slide here is the augmentation of our general fund. The first part of the augmentation, we have a total of $4.1 million in this augmentation. The first part is just over $1.1 million and is due to an opening fund balance that is larger than anticipated, and the need to increase appropriations specifically for a few items, one being encumbrances, so open purchase orders at the end of FY21 that need to be carried over to the current fiscal year and we had shipping delays due to supply chain issues on computer and other technology equipment and other equipment needs that there were delays on. $300,000 of this is for carry forward of school operating budgets. So what this is each school's general fund, general supply budget, they're allowed to carry over up to 8% of their budget of unspent funds from the prior year. The next row of just over $200,000 is a carry forward for professional development funds. These are negotiated in our collective bargaining agreements for administrators. And the last adjustment is a decrease in our non-spendable inventory. The second part of our augmentation is due to our enrollment increase. compared to budget. So we had budgeted an average daily enrollment of 61,300 students. Our first quarter's average daily enrollment was 61,709 students. So the difference, the 409 students multiplied by our per pupil number gets us this $2.9 million. If we go to the uses section, that entire $2.9 million was distributed to schools to increase their general supply budgets at the schools for the increased enrollment, and then also other staffing needs. So teachers and school support positions like assistant principals, deans, clerical aides, counselors. The last part of the general fund augmentation is, again, revenues in excess of those budgeted. With all these federal grants we've been receiving, we've had increased indirect costs in the general fund. So we're budgeting an additional $45,000 in indirect cost revenues and shifting half an FTE of a grant coordinator position to the general fund for just the rest of this fiscal year.
May I interrupt just to ask those stats again on the student enrollment?
I'm so sorry. I was reading, so I didn't see you. Please go ahead, Trustee Church.
You mentioned the student enrollment was what now?
Yes, so Trustee Church, our budgeted average daily enrollment for the fiscal year was 61,300 students, and that was based off of the prior fiscal year's trends. And the first quarter's average daily enrollment came in at 61,709 students. 709.
Your mic is off, Trustee Church. Okay.
So the last part for the general fund is the use of the contingency budget, and my apologies, that should say $525,000 on that first line there. So the first request for the use of contingency is to address inflation in fuel costs. So we've done some analysis on fuel costs and think that what we're projecting is anywhere from $700,000 to $850,000 above budget. Our fuel budget is $1.9 million in the general fund, so we could go up to $2.6 to $2.75 million. So based on that analysis, we're requesting to transfer $425,000, so half of the higher projection, to address the fuel costs in the first half of this year's budget. We'll continue to monitor that throughout the rest of the year and possibly come back with another transfer request later in the year if we deem that necessary.
Can I interrupt again just to get that figure again?
Please go right ahead.
The figure again on what the cost for gas that went up?
Yes, so our budget is $1.9 million. And we're projecting costs of $2.6 million is the low range, and $2.75 million is the high range.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, staff is requesting that we transfer $100,000 from our contingency account to start a central service internship program, and we'll have more on that in a moment. And then the last piece here is usually included in a monthly staff report for cross-functional budget transfers. So we're requesting approval for just over $5,000 in cross-functional budget transfers. So for the intern budget, our human resources manager, Katie DeLone, is going to step in and go over the next two slides.
Okay. Let's get your microphone on. All righty. Wait, not quite. All right, there we are.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, Dr. McNeil, and trustees. Katie DeLone, Human Resource Manager, Talent Acquisition. I speak for the entire talent team when I say we are very excited about this proposed internship program for Central Services. The proactive building of pipelines for all of our positions is one of the talent team's top goals. So we believe that this program would be able to expand our employer brand on UNR's campus, TMCC's campus, potentially WNC's campus, and all of the online universities that many college students attend. So The recruitment strategy for these positions would be to reach out to students who may not necessarily be considering a career in the classroom, however, have a passion or interest in public education. So we would be looking at information technology graduates, business, of course, majors, communications majors, people interested in human resources. So again, outside of the College of Education, these students may not necessarily be considering Washoe County School District as an employer of choice, but once they are here and gaining that real-world experience, we're hopeful that they will take that back, potentially be our ambassador on campus. They'll take it back to their classrooms. They'll take it back to their study groups. They'll tell their fellow students, this is the work going on right at the bottom of our campus, and hopefully pique their interest in coming to work for WCSD after graduation. And sorry, I'm not sure on the slides. Sorry. Sorry.
She's
Sorry,
working on
JJ.
it. I was gonna
Okay.
say, but
I'm just going to keep talking.
We do have them in front of us. Just for those who may be
Oh,
watching,
wonderful.
for those watching at home, those watching on YouTube don't see them, and hopefully those who are in the audience have the same information we do.
Understand. So we have really expanded our partnership with the Career Studio, especially at UNR's campus. We've been to several meet and greets with student leaders on campus who have continuously asked us about a paid internship program at WCSD. So I do really feel that will garner a lot of interest quickly once UNR's or NTMCC's break time is over. We would, of course, market these positions prior to break being finished, and then hopefully have them filled by the time everyone's back in the classroom. We also feel that this would be a great opportunity to work with the diversity inclusion committees on UNR's campus. They have 6 committees established to further the professional development of underrepresented groups of students. And so setting up meetings with those groups, again, to market these positions, I think would, again, create a great pipeline of diverse candidates into WCSD to further our strategic goal plans. And just to kind of talk about the benefits to WCSD, obviously from an internship program, again, having those ambassadors on campus, engaging other college students in the work that WCSD does will be an extremely important relationship to start building that pipeline. And then having those candidates ready, hopefully, to apply for our vacant positions as soon as they graduate is another, obviously, potential benefit that we could have. They're ready to walk in day one and sit down at their desk and start working. Also, bringing fresh perspective. I know we all like to think we know everything in our jobs. However, these are students that are currently learning best practices in their field of study. So they could bring maybe fresh ideas or some new perspective to their role here at WCSD. And some oftentimes overlooked benefit of an internship program is these potential interns would be working maybe for current WCSD staff that don't have a supervisory role, but they would like to be able to take on a mentorship or coaching role in the district to advance their career goals with WCSD as well. So really kind of these are the benefits that we would anticipate, and we are very excited about this proposal.
Thank you very much. That's awesome. Questions, comments? I think it's fantastic. Dr. Nicolette?
I just want to say, Katie, that as someone who's worked with interns, you did an elegant job of describing how it benefits us. The benefits are reciprocal. The interns and what they bring back, not only to the college, which you mentioned, but in their life, it's a strong foundation for them, builds a strong foundation.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I agree.
I love the creativity and reaching out to those who, again, as you said, they may not want to be educators in terms of traditional form in the classroom, but they want to be educators in other mechanisms and within their majors, areas that they want to work in. And I just learned from I said a little comment to the superintendent that's how we got our budget director.
Yes, that's right.
So this is proof positive that a program like this can absolutely work and add some value to us as well. I like, you know, being able to maybe get people that we wouldn't ordinarily get as we work to try to let's get qualified candidates that can add value, that add different ways of thinking and perspectives, and increase the diversity and inclusion in our district. This gives that training and allows that to happen all the more. So I love it.
Exactly.
I applaud the creativity in coming up with
Thank you.
another idea to recruit.
Thank you very much.
Please, Mr. Basso.
Thank
Former
you.
intern.
Are there any further questions on the general fund budget augmentation?
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
Hearing none, I will move to the next slide. Thank you, JJ. To the State Special Education Fund. So requesting to augment this fund by just over $1.4 million due to revenues in excess of those budgeted. So take it back 6, 7, 8 months ago to the FY22 budget process, where we were a little unsure of one of the changes in the new people-centered funding plan, and that was if our sponsored charter schools would continue to receive special education funds through us. We didn't think that was going to be the case. We thought they would receive them directly from the state in the new funding model. Turns out there was no change, so we're going to continue to flow through funds to those charter schools to the tune of just over $900,000. And the remaining $1.4 million will be used for additional special education teacher allocations this year.
Fantastic. Okay.
Oh. Now to the, sorry about that, the District Student Activities Fund. This augmentation is for just under $8.5 million due to an opening fund balance, which is larger than anticipated. So the way this fund works is we assume in the prior year's budget that schools will spend all of their student activity funds. That just allows them access to all the funds, and then we don't run into a situation where the actual expenditures exceed our budgeted expenditures. So now what we're doing is saying that unspent balance from last year, that's $8.5 million. That will roll over to this year, and we'll appropriate that again for schools to use during this school year.
A lot of student activities funds. Ooh. Good job for students.
So the next 16 slides are all capital projects funds and are budgeted for in a similar manner to the student activity funds, where we assume that all the projects in the capital improvement plan for that year will be completed. That's not always the case. So for each of these 16 funds, we're augmenting the funds to continue projects that were incomplete at the end of FY21, but are still part of the capital improvement plan. Mm-hmm. So I won't go through all 16 funds individually unless you would like me to.
I don't see that. I think we
Okay.
understand. I think we understand. I don't see anyone saying, "Oh, really?" This guy.
All right.
Just saying.
Well, not as exciting for me then.
Okay, well.
Anyway, so that brings us to our last slide. Are there any questions on the budget augmentation for this year?
If you really want to read them because you're proud of your work, go for it.
That's
Go for
okay,
it
but thank
tomorrow.
you.
At tomorrow's
Perfect.
board meeting. Thank you very much, Jeff. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. My comment is really more a point of emphasis, and that is that I was really pleased to see that the average daily enrollment was actually higher. So that really makes me feel confident and really proud in the district, and I'm glad that factually we can show that our enrollment actually increased this year.
All right, thank you very much. Superintendent?
Just real quick, this is Mr. Bazzo's inaugural augmented budget, and so I just want to thanks to the team, to Mark and to Jeff. This is a tremendous, tremendous amount of work to put a full-scale augmented budget together. So congratulations and job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, I was just leaning over to public comment on this.
James Bentham. The board also received an email from Christine McAvoy.
Come on up, Mr. Benson.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's wrong item.
Not in this item?
I apologize.
Different
It's
item. That's okay, sir.
4.01.
We'll get you when you're ready. Thank you. That's for a different item?
Yes, I
Okay.
have none for this item.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Okay. Seeing no further comments, we'll bring it back here to the dais. Our financial staff, our budget staff is looking for approval for these budget augmentations. As we just learned more details about them. We're going to look for Trustee Smith, your light was on. Then Dr. Nicolette, I think you're lining up as well.
Oh, I was going to make a motion. So
Please
I'll
go right
defer.
ahead.
Okay. For item 3.01, I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board resolutions as named and resolutions to augment the financial or the fiscal year 2021 to 22 budget and approves budget transfers as proposed.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second?
Seconded by Dr. Nicolette, and the motion was made by Trustee Smith. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much. We appreciate your work. And then we have a new intern poster child. You do, Mr. Boswell. Thank you so much. As we move forward to agenda item 4.01, I do want to, I meant to say this earlier, colleagues, please forgive me. There are no updates from staff for agenda, which is usual for agenda item. I'll give you the agenda item number. For the agenda item 4.07, which is our COVID item, there's no updates, so unless there's any objection from the trustees, we'll move that item. Then staff will know they don't have to stick around for it, okay? All right, so we'll go ahead and remove that item, pull that item from the agenda. All right, moving forward, agenda item 4.01, discussion and possible action to provide direction to the Bryan Group regarding the process for selecting the superintendent of schools for the Washoe County School District, including the utilization of, and if applicable, the role and compensation of a search advisory group, identification of and process for soliciting input from key stakeholders on the desired professional qualifications and personal characteristics of the next superintendent, and determination of a compensation range. As we know, this is for action and Nora. Okay, good. Okay,
Yes, I'm Nora.
Okay, yes, thank you for being here, and I would like to say thank you. I know there's a bunch of snow, and so I would have reordered it to get you in and out of here early because we're in the middle of but it's already on. Emily was already advocating for getting this done early, so.
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Yep, thank you so much for being here, and we'll finish with this, and we know you need to get back home, so.
Yeah, well, we are intrepid, up and incline, and
Yes, I bet.
And I went through Carson.
Okay. Oh, wow.
You please do.
Wow, okay. All right, thank you, please, Ms.
All
Ellison.
right, well, I'll go ahead and kick off the item. For the record, my name is Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer, and really my role today is more for moral support and questions because Nora and I think, is Bill joining us as well? No. Okay.
Just me.
So Nora will be here today to facilitate most of the discussion. As I've learned more about the Bryan Group standard process, what you'll see is that it involves a stakeholder group utilizing their proprietary system to identify key leadership competencies and styles that will make a superintendent successful in this district. And so the goal of today's meeting, of course, is to determine which stakeholders to use as a part of that process, while really trying to balance the needs of open meeting law and confidentiality concerns. And so just to create clarity around that, when you are at the superintendent level or at the chief level and you are potentially searching for a new opportunity, you likely do not want your name to be made public as pursuing a new opportunity until you're closer to the finish line. Because often in superintendencies, if your current district becomes aware that you are seeking new employment, they may terminate your contract. And so there's a real careful balance that we need to strike between transparency and conducting all of these processes in a public forum, but also not discouraging qualified candidates from throwing their name into the hat, so to speak, because they're concerned about at what point they will be publicly disclosed as pursuing the opportunity. So you'll see a lot of kind of conversation and discussion around that. Nora will also walk you through consideration of the broader feedback that needs to be collected and who those stakeholders are and the mechanisms for collecting that. And then, of course, talk about compensation and the salary study information that they put together for you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nora and be here for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, for the record, I'm Nora Behrens. I'm with the Bryan Group, and I'm thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to be working with you. We appreciate this opportunity, totally honored and thrilled to be working with you. So I just wanted to throw that out there to start it off.
All right.
So excited. All right, so the first decision to be made, there's a couple decisions, as it says in the agenda item, and the first one is to give us some direction about how to take off this process. There are options. We feel the best option is to have a search advisory group. That would be in column A, option 1. It's a search advisory group that does not made up of any board members, so we're not going to be running up against any open meeting law issues, but they are stakeholders. So being able to give us feedback, input from folks that are in the district that may have unique perspectives, cultural perspectives that can guide the process even better and will help us develop better criteria and ultimately result in a better candidate. So that is our strong recommendation, is to use a search advisory group of this type. I'm not sure if that's something that you've done in the past, but this is decision number 1. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
No, just
them.
a comment. Last search, there was a search advisory group. It didn't serve, as I look at the details. It was closer to option 2 in terms of how they served than right there under elements. They were closer to option 2 than it was to option 1. So
Certainly.
Just FYI.
And we do include a fair amount of training. All these options are the same cost. There is no additional cost for that training. So we do provide a fair amount of training capacity building for those stakeholders. So that enriches our community as well as those who may be in the district. And happy to do that. It provides a better process for you, for the community. So
It might be good if you compare and contrast.
certainly. So the selection on the right is where we really take most of it. We will use our experience to get criteria using what we've known in the past that makes for a great superintendent, knowing what we know of the district, having lived here for many years. So that is certainly something we can do if you would rather not have a search advisory group for whatever reason. That is an option, and we will make it work, and we'll find a great candidate.
Okay, Dr. Nicolette, I'm just, as we're
Certainly.
jumping along the way, Nora, if
Yeah.
that's okay with you.
Hop
Nora?
on in.
Thank
Okay,
you, thank
please.
you. And I read through this, thank you. It's very thorough, and I probably will have more than one question, as I'm sure my
Certainly,
colleagues will.
yes.
The first question is, can you mix and match options?
Yes, we can customize it pretty much how you like.
Okay.
We do put the recommended on the left, but if you prefer a different option or parts of a different option, then happy to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, because that was on my list as well. So.
Sure.
Please, go
sure.
right
We're
ahead.
happy to customize it to the district, to your preferences, to what you know works best in a process like this
Okay,
for you.
thank you. Well, we don't know, but what we can get together upon in terms of consensus and working well to get to a great conclusion. Trustee Smith?
Thank you so much, President Taylor. I like a lot of what's on that option A, the left side. My question is around that search group. Would the board be able to appoint? Would we be able to appoint and then open some up for general applications with the community? How do you recommend filling that search group?
Well, I have a list of folks that are usually on a group like this. Obviously, we would take guidance from you as to who you think would provide quality input for this process. So, and that's one of the things we need to do here today is you let us know, and I've got some suggestions, the types of folks that you'd like on there. If there is a specific community leader, specific leader in business in our area, if there are certain people that you feel would really add to this process, we'd be happy to invite them.
So as a follow-up, because these people may not know that we would like to nominate them, would we decide today what the makeup would be in terms of appointments versus other seats, and then we would go out and confirm interest with
I'd be
these
happy
people?
to do that, but that was a question I had for you as well, in terms of if they thought of someone later or had a recommendation. Is that something we can do later or something we have to do now?
I will let Chief General Counsel provide an opinion on that. And Neil, I think my question for you is, can you confirm that if the board makes appointments to this search advisory group, then it becomes a committee of the board, correct?
Okay, thank you for that. So then that would be enough, right?
Right.
And that makes, and just so you know, Nora, just from a back, and I'm going to assume, and this might be a bad assumption, so please I don't want to offend you in any way,
Oh,
right?
yeah, sure.
But our open meeting law is kind of, it's very restrictive, right? One of the
Certainly.
most restrictive in the country.
Understood.
And in this vein, the way that serves, if the search group, and I think we all want to make sure we have really robust opportunities for the community to be involved. I don't. It's just a matter of what does that look like, right?
Right.
If it is deemed a committee of the board, then it becomes an
Subject.
open meeting, right? Which
Understood.
means all the applications and so on, which goes back to what we don't
wanna do.
because we don't want to discourage, those sitting superintendents or those at a very high level in their district. We don't want to discourage them because they may become public and they may not even be a
Absolutely.
finalist, right? So that's back to that.
That was
line.
great, and I really appreciate the extra clarification on
Mm-hmm.
open meeting law. And if I run up against that in the wrong direction, please do let me know. The point of this is not to be a committee of the board.
Mm-hmm.
So if that means that we can't appoint, you can certainly let me know what types of folks, and I'd be happy to go invite them.
And I would say this, just as if it is the pleasure of if the board says we don't care, we want everything out there. I mean, we just have to I don't know that we would do this, but it's still certainly the board can decide that, right? Just so you know. I mean, we just know what the kind of impact that would
Yes.
most certainly have on the search.
Ideally, there would not be a member of the board on that committee or appointed to that committee,
Mm-hmm.
so that we can get that open and honest feedback, and also make sure that candidates feel comfortable applying for this position.
Okay, please let's
Thank
go
you for
ahead
the
and we'll jump in
clarification.
with questions along the way as we need to. Just turn your light on and we'll. This is I think certainly student safety, our employee safety, those things are really critical aspects. But in terms of a single decision, this is a single most important decision that we make as a board.
This will get
So
the whole thing started.
we certainly want to have all the questions and the conversations. Trustee Church and then Dr. Nicolette.
I just want to make sure that I'm following this because it is getting a little complicated legally. So there would potentially be a committee. We will not delegate who's on that committee.
Right, I believe you're allowed to say what types of groups of people. I've got parents, students, teachers, support staff. I've got a whole list of types of people.
Could I say something without, and this might be for legal, but could I say something like, please reach out to the Downtown Business Improvement District for their input on who should be on the committee? In other words, maybe they would be on the committee, maybe they would, I'm just hypothetically.
As far as I understand, I take it to the council to make sure that we're okay with that.
I mean,
Get in the mic.
I give the board and the district legal advice. You got to kind of, I don't give
Okay.
you guys legal advice.
I don't see that as an appointment.
Okay.
I just see that as a recommendation. So from my perspective, I think that would be fine, and I would be happy to contact
To
that
what?
group.
And then, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but good as any. How much communication should we as individual board trustees have with you on our thoughts, on our input, without micromanaging?
On which part of the process?
Yeah, pretty much on
On the whole thing?
both.
Well, my understanding, if I may, and this might be helpful, if I read this correctly, I think is that part of your recommendations, I forget if it's which one of these, which may go back to some of the hybrid talking, is that you'll have conversations with each of us as individual trustees. So we have that opportunity to share our thoughts and and that piece. I think we want to be careful on is getting interim reports, so to speak, because then that information is information that should then become public, which hits us up against what we're trying to avoid.
We're trying
but-
to navigate in an appropriate.
Right, and so
effective fashion.
my correct me if I'm wrong, Nora, that was in here, right? That you'll have meetings with individual trustees. So we'll certainly, each of us, have that opportunity to say, hey, here's some things I'm concerned about, some things I'm looking for, whatever that
Absolutely.
might be.
And the
Okay.
very first opportunity is going to come in the next couple days, because right after this, the first part of input that we're getting from you will be emailed to you. We have 3 exercises. They're basically just sort of input exercises. I can tell you more about them, in which you get to give us the first round of feedback on what you're looking for so that we can create the position posting. So that's round 1 of input from you.
I do think it's important to note, and I'm sure everyone's aware of this, any action that the Bryan group takes, though, would be at the direction of the full board, not any individual trustees.
Thank you for that.
And not even as president. That's stuff we do. No, I think that's clear. I think that's clear. I think it should be clear. Okay, did you have another question? Or we're bouncing? Seems like you're still let the wheels keep turning, Trustee Church. I can
Yeah,
hear
the
'em
wheels
from here.
are, so what's the basic timelines?
Oh no! Can we wait till we get through something? Because we already have a tentative timeline that we not tentative. We have a timeline we approved, and so these activities that Nora and the Bryan group are really are recommending is things that will have to be in alignment in order for us to meet the timeline that Ms. Ellison recommended and that we approved on that. So that information we should have. We're just kind of backing into it now.
Yep.
Right? Okay, we'll go to Dr. Nicolette, and then I just keep working my way around Trustee Rodriguez and then Trustee Smith, and then Trustee Mayberry.
Well, here's the good news. We're very interested.
Right.
So back up to A in elements, the student sub-team. And then I read a little more about how they might assist in research, data collection, etc. I'll just be very forthcoming in, students must be involved. That's a given. I wonder about the management, the who, the what, the where, the why, with students that have homework that then are going to be collecting data and researching, and how do you see that being managed?
Well, as far as I understand, there's a great group called Student Voice that we could work with to find the students who would be interested in doing something like that. And I was hoping that we might be able to get them some credit, extra learning, some ways to involve that in their program.
I was actually hoping that you would say that, and then I will take it to the next level.
Okay.
Is the communication that would be so important, as I'm sure you understand, with teachers and parents.
Certainly. I mean, we think that having students involved is essential, as you do, as the district does. So we're happy to work with the adult coaches that will be working with those students to make sure that they get credit, they get real world experience, and they assist in our process. And it turns out that folks give great information to students. It's just a really good experience for them to get quality data for our process.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Rodriguez?
So at some point in this process, I know I kind of mentioned it before, I know we want to be careful about an open meeting law and having a board committee and things like that.
Certainly.
But I really would value to hear, even if it's like a town hall setting, if we were able to vet down to a certain number of applicants, really having just out there input from the community out there. Because I know this is going to be.
So you're talking about when we get down to a small number of candidates. When we do get to the finalists, then there will be community interaction, and we do usually when we get to that 2 or 3 finals, then we give them 48 hours to let their districts know before we publicize it and plan visits to Washoe County and meetings with stakeholders, and then by then.
So that's something that we can implement because I'm looking like SD.
Yes, I was saying I'm happy to go through this process here on option A if that's what sounds good to you. If you've got any questions about how it works, so basically,
well, if I may, can you kind of compare and contrast A and B as we go through the process? Because if we just go A, then we lose all B. If you can compare and contrast them,
and the big difference is the search advisory group, right? Being able to get input from stakeholders, not just not just from us.
And I'll say, like, I don't know about the other trustees, but I have actually been approached by several of our community members that they really want to be involved on.
Oh,
this,
yes.
so.
Understood. And we're going to talk about communication with community throughout this as well, because we want to make sure that everyone feels like they're up to date on what's going on with the process, as well as has opportunities to have input on the process.
Well, and I would say this, because we're going to go back to compare and contrast, but I have a couple of trustee questions. Let's get to that
Sure.
first. And then just know, if your answer is going to come in as you go down later and compare and contrast, just say that. Just say, we're going to get to that as I go down.
Okay.
Okay, otherwise, we'll get you going in 75 different directions, and we'll, okay? All right. Like I said, this is really important. And
Yeah, it is really
we are
important,
highly
and I'm-
engaged, as we should be.
Yes, and I'm happy to answer every little minute question or get the answer if I don't have it.
Yep, as we should be, certainly. Thank you very much. We'll go trustee Smith and then trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, President Taylor. My question is you made mention of the fact that you have a recommended makeup of the search advisory group, but I don't think I have that. Do we?
I've got a list for you. I've got some ideas for you.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
it is ultimately
Because you had mentioned that you had some ideas, but I didn't actually see that in our materials, because it would be helpful to know who you recommend or initially envision for
Sure.
the members to make this up.
Yep. And if you want to do that now, we can do that now, or we can do, because that is something we need to do. I need to get from you who you'd like to have us contact.
Why don't we do this?
You
Why
want
don't
to do
we?
that later?
Yeah, just as we get to that and we begin to talk about that process, and it's right there next to it.
Sounds good. I have a whole
It's there in that
bunch
context.
of notes on it.
Okay, we have one more trustee question as of at now, and then we'll go back to the compare contrast, and we'll
Keep it going.
keep working through it. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Please, trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, President Taylor, and I agree with all of what my colleagues have said. I think I maybe want to just hold my comments or my questions till the contrast. I just as I think a general, and let me start at the 30,000 foot level. The matrix was difficult for me to follow.
Okay.
And as the president said, I mean, this is the single most important decision we'll have to make, and I almost wonder if, when we talk about this topic, if I'm not advocating for more meetings, but maybe it is a set-aside meeting. I don't know. I'm just want to ensure, as everybody has pointed out, that we have all of our student populations represented in some capacity, our community members. I'm getting a lot of people whispering in my ear, too. They want to play a role. So I just hope we can stick to the timeline, but I too, the search advisory group, how do you see that working? The timeline for public workshops or for public participation, public input from stakeholders, community leaders.
Sure.
Just a lot of questions and some trepidation out there.
Certainly. And we put a lot in here so that you can hopefully get, happy to explain it in words as opposed to matrix if that's easier. But we prefer to give you more information than less to make it as clear as possible.
If I might.
Yes.
Please, I'm sorry, trustee Church, yeah.
So while we were on I couldn't agree more with trustee Mayberry. It's very confusing. It's extremely important. And then trustee Rodriguez mentioned the student group, and you got my attention when you said student voice. I don't know who they are, but it seems rather biased to me, because they represent
it's a
some
group from the district.
But they represent some group that is going to get 100% input. And then how do you manage? First of all, we don't want a 6-year-old on the group, so it doesn't say that in there.
No,
but
it would be high school, junior.
But it is high school, basically. Having 20 to 26 students on a committee would be like herding cats. And just my gut, just off the top of my head, it would seem more like maybe reaching out to the student body president from each high school to either do it or appoint somebody in their stead to do that. Those are just my opinions, but again, 20 to 26.
Your mic's off, sir.
20 to 26, and having
we have 8 to 10 on here.
And having it selected. Well, I'm just my opinion. I'm not speaking for the board.
Certainly.
But picking it from one group, doesn't resonate with me.
Certainly, we want to have it reflective of the student body as a whole. So
And that's
if
why
student
just my
voice is not a great choice, then I'm open to where
Well,
you
if
think
I
they
may
would
add,
find from.
maybe this might be helpful when she mentions student voice. That typically that's the student advisory committee. And the student advisory committee is typically made up of the student body presidents from each school.
Oh, thank you for that.
Okay, so that might help allay some of those. It's, hey, it's not. It's typically, and I'm saying typically, but that is but that's typically what that. Okay, that might help a little bit, Trustee Church. Okay, so I mean, but still, plenty of questions as we go. So we want to work through those and make sure we get to a place. So we will turn it back over to you to get us going again on the side-by-side comparison.
Absolutely. And the big difference, as I said, was between A and B is having a search advisory group versus not having a search advisory group. And then we can get into the details there. But that's the big difference. It takes a little bit longer to use the search advisory group. There's no difference in cost. It just takes a little longer.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to cut
That's
you off.
okay.
When you say longer, does that take it outside of our timeline,
No.
in your opinion? It just okay.
No, it's
Okay.
just a little bit of a, we'll still fall
Okay.
on the timeline.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, just a few more steps. So if we're looking at our process steps, we're right about 2 right now, right? We're going to finalize our process parameters. Basically, how do you want us to go about this? What would you like the structure to be? Would you like us to go off and do it, not include, we'll still get stakeholder input, but not have a search advisory group. If you like the idea of the search advisory group, we recommend it. We'd love to put it together for you and use them for development of criteria. Number 3 is communication function. So as we said, really important to make sure that we're communicating effectively with our community. We were planning to use the website for that, and I believe we have a website liaison to work with on that, to post regular updates. Okay. We also have ways when we do our stakeholder data collection, we'll be using different vehicles for that. So we'll surveys, some town halls, individual interviews, and folks can always contact us directly, info@tbgleaders.com, to be able to put in their input, which would then be confidential and just added into data as we receive as a piece of data.
And I think it's important to note whether we're on option A, search option A, or option B.
That's the same.
That's the same in terms of the stakeholder input.
Yes.
The communication
regardless
piece.
of the group or not group, we will still be collecting
Yes, it's
stakeholder
surveys
data.
and town halls, and so that's laid out the same either way. Because I think we also very strongly on about the opportunity for that to happen.
Yes.
For our community, for our stakeholders in the community. Yeah.
Absolutely agree. Very important. Okay, so we go down to 3B. We have data collection with individual board members. This is where your individual interview comes in, where you can help get us more information. We're going to create the position posting, and we're going to get that out hopefully by January 1 is our goal, to create and place the position posting. We will put it together based on some of the input we get from you, from the exercises that we're going to send you, and with the compensation range that we're going to decide on here shortly, and get that out. So that's just round 1 of getting input from you on creating criteria, right? So this isn't the final criteria. This is just enough to post something so folks can start applying, right? So we can start getting applications through the door. Emily?
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think one thing that would be really helpful for the board for foundational knowledge is just kind of understanding what your process is from start to finish to get from candidates to whittled down. Because I think that really provides sort of the foundation for all of these activities.
Sure. You mean in terms of like the interviews and all that sort of thing?
Yep.
Certainly.
So just kind of the big buckets of, you know, we identify candidates and then here's how we take them to the next stage.
Sure.
Because I think that's
helpful. If I'm on the inside and I'm already jumping too far ahead, please take it back. We'll be happy to do that. Okay, so we'll put out the position posting, start putting together a search advisory group, and collecting stakeholder data so that we can refine our criteria, so that when we have folks applying, then we can start doing application screening. Do they qualify based on the basics that you're asking for? So we have a yes, maybe, and no pile. That's sort of the first culling of the applications, resulting in 6 to 8 quarterfinalists. Okay, then we'll do a short interview. We always use our guided storytelling interview technique, which actually pulls out competencies in folks. We do the short interview and then the screening, and the search advisory group can be a part of that if that's the direction we're going. That's another capacity building. They get to learn how this process works and how this interview works, so they can use it again later. Then we'll identify 4 to 5 semifinalists from that round. Then we'll do the long interview. From the long interview, we'll have 2 to 3 finalists. That's when it's time to come meet us here in Washoe County, right? So we'll bring folks here. The board gets to view the long interviews, and therefore so does the public. We would send it to folks, and they'll be, of course, informed that this will be part of public record so that everybody gets to know them a little bit better from an interview perspective. Then they'll come here for the meet and greet, and we'll have different activities, social activities, more interview type-ish activities. We could do some different things like a half-day leadership simulation is something we can do if that's of interest to you later down the line. We do the reference checks, the background checks, make sure there's nothing we don't know about. And then we get together, we do a final interview if you'd like to talk to them more, and you make a final candidate decision. Then we make an offer, and we get the best superintendent for Washoe County. Is that a good overview for you?
I think that's a good overview. I think as we walk through some of the details now in terms of the A versus B, will help us know where any of these specifics fit into that overview. But I think the overview was helpful.
Okay,
the walkthrough.
Good, thank you for that. Certainly. Okay, so if we go back to our steps, I think we're at, let's see, position posting is in 3, and that's when we start advertising, right? Start getting applications through the door, and at the same time, we're going to start. We get a search advisory group together, if we're doing that option, right? That's 4, and deciding on how we're going to collect all the data from all the different groups that we've identified as stakeholders. So is a survey the best way to get information from these folks? Could we also do a town hall? Could we do interviews with the mayor of Reno, for example? Or, are there certain, which is the best way to get that information from each of those groups of people?
President Taylor.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, please.
That's
Dr.
okay, you're
Nicolette.
reading, I know, thank you. Conceptually, if we went with an advisory group, the posting will have already taken place.
The posting is going to go out ASAP, yes. They're like basically by the first of the year.
So then, basically, what is the intent of having a student, an advisory group post-posting?
Post-posting, we can still get more data from them. They will be more involved in the process. They can help us with application screening and be more involved in that way. Okay.
Thank you. Please go.
Yeah, just to carry on to that, because I noticed the same thing too. So I understand getting the initial feedback from the Board of Trustees members, creating a baseline posting, if you will.
Just the basics, yep.
But are we saying that posting would evolve as more feedback came in, or the candidates would be evaluated based on the feedback that came in?
Right, so this is round 1 of criteria. We know we need folks that have XYZ criteria, and usually a job posting does have that in there. It has what we're sort of basically looking for. And that's why we need that round 1 to just to create a posting. But we need to go a lot deeper in terms of what exactly we're looking for, and that's where we use all that stakeholder information, that data, to create a refined criteria. So that when we're doing interviews, we're not matching up from just the sort of broad strokes of the job posting. We're taking it down to a granular level. And we're comparing that to the interview data.
So is the job posting ever updated so that candidates have a better idea of what would make for a successful candidate at our district?
It's usually just a lot more detailed version. So I'm sure it's not going to be incorrect what we post as part of the job posting. It's just going to get a lot more specific.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Church, and then Trustee Mayberry.
I do share the concerns about, the job posting being flexible, or whatever we want to say. You did get my attention when you said narrow it down to 2 finalists. I've been around local government a long time, and I can't tell you how many have been offered the job and refused it. So two concerns me versus, for example, when we hired the trustee, appointed our new trustees, we did 3 to 5. So 2 does concern me, and I'd like feedback from my fellow trustees on that. But those are concerns. There was one other one, but I'll just hold that in reserve for now because I can't even remember.
Okay.
That's a good reason to hold it. That's a really good reason to hold it.
Usually we have 2 to 3, but I'm.
Yeah, it does say 2 to 3 on the chart that you
Under
sent us here.
90.
It does say 2 to 3, but I will say maybe just on this, since you brought this up, my own comment on, since you asked for, and certainly willing to listen to others. If there is in this screening, if there is a natural break, because what we actually did with our trustees was we actually didn't have a number. We said generally from a 3 to 5. Remember, we almost landed at 2 for the for the third appointee with I think a trustee Mayberry. So we weren't hard and fast. It was like if there is a natural break, and that means we have 4, then because oftentimes there is a natural break, there's a pretty good split, and then so we don't leave off candidate 4 who could be outstanding.
Who could be the one, right.
But if there's, you see what I mean? If it's someone that might, so if that 2 to 3 can be flexible enough to if there's a natural break, that we include that so that it lands where it lands, if you will.
Sure, and certainly we wouldn't, if there were 4 that were really tight, I think we could be flexible on that. I mean, this is guidelines. This isn't like it must only be.
Yeah, I think we want to leave that open. I mean,
Sure.
for any big job, you might go, candidate in 1 or 2. Hopefully, by the time we get to that point, we're down to where we know we have people who are serious about it. And hopefully that won't happen because they know enough about us and we know enough about them. But, there are a lot of soup opportunities open right now, as we know. And so the great candidates might have a couple of opportunities that they're looking for. So to
yes,
to
understood.
have that open.
And also that when they get to the finalist position too, that's when their name becomes public, and that's when we bring them to the district, which does add to cost. So if we're going to bring 4 folks here for the wine and dine version,
then
that will increase
there may be
cost.
4 good ones, and that's.
Yep.
Well, I did remember, if I might, what happens if we don't get any good candidates or enough? How do you go to Plan B?
Sure, absolutely. So we've got
So hey,
3
look,
options.
baby, before we just hang on, like to just don't, but write it down so you don't forget. Okay.
Okay,
good.
I want to answer all the questions right away.
Because I think
Certainly, go
Trustee
ahead.
Mayberry wanted to comment on what you said, so I don't
Okay.
want to mix it in terms of.
I got an answer for you, Trustee Church.
No, thank you, President Taylor. You said something that sort of, I think, crystallized a few things for me, but it might be helpful, and maybe for my colleagues too, that if we sort of go forward, kind of break this process down, as you said, round 1, round 2, round 3. What would you need from us today for round 1?
Absolutely.
That's the bottom line.
Okay,
Yeah, sure.
Can we hold that, because that's an excellent question, but I don't want to get off from where we are. But that is an excellent question for us to. All these are great questions, right? So let's kind of close. Does that kind of close the loop on your 2 or 3? Trustee Church, so we can. Did you want to comment on that one, Trustee Rodriguez?
I think I'm kind of on the same page with them. Just understanding the rounds. Like, I guess my question would be more of who's vetting them before they come to us. Is that you? Is that the community?
I think it depends on which one of these options we pick.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. So let's go back to. I'm trying not to leave you hanging, Trustee Church. Which are yet another question that we want? You're good so far?
Okay.
Okay. Don't be. Okay. All right. Okay, please.
Shall I go to the goals for what we're trying to get out of today? Is that the way to go?
I think that's
for
a
next?
good. I really
Would that
do
help?
love the phase 1, phase 2 kind of approach, because
Sure.
this is a lot, and we all are mindful that it's a very crowded field right now in terms of opportunities, and that timing matters. So
Absolutely, and as was it broken down from the agenda item, the first thing we need to know is which direction would you like us to go in terms of the search process, because then we can take it from there. In
So
terms
you need
of
that
what's
from us
happening
today.
next. So that's a today thing.
okay.
The other today thing, assuming we have a search advisory group, is which groups of folks would you like on there so we can start putting that together for you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just on that just for clarity. So when we're talking search advisory group, we aren't necessarily. 'Cause a big difference in A and B is the search advisory group,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
But there's still there's just a search committee in B.
In B, the search committee could be either the full board of trustees or a portion thereof, which would save time for the folks that were not on that.
Right, but I guess this is where my hybrid kind of came in. I don't know where Dr. Nicolette was. Is there a way to have a search advisory committee in B?
The problem being B is where we're only dealing with Board of Trustee members. So therefore, we have open meeting law with everything that we communicate.
Right, which, that's why I'm saying is if there's some things in B, honestly, I have a concern about relying so heavily on students. I just gotta be honest with you. From a students are involved in the data collecting and the analyzing of the data. I love students, but students are students.
Right.
And I will be and we're dealing with high school students. I would actually have that concern. My background, honestly, is in higher education. I would have that concern if we were dealing with college students, quite honestly, right? And I understand there's going to be some training, and I know you guys know it. I don't doubt you guys and your by any means, because this is what you do, right? But I'm a little concerned, honestly. And please, I'm open to hearing from my colleagues, but I'm a little concerned about putting a big part of the decision that we make in the hands
like
of
you were
people,
saying about too much burden on them.
You know what I mean, in the hands of students whom I love.
Right.
But these are high school students who have never done anything like this before in their lives, right?
Certainly.
Want them to be involved, want the student voice, but I'm a little concerned about that.
Understood. That we need to make sure that there is no holdup of the process due to any delay or
That's what I'm saying. Can
overburdening
a
of students.
search advisory committee but I don't want that to not take place, right? I mean, I just think that piece of it, which I know you do that piece in B. I just think we need to have the professionals do that piece, because that's gonna dictate who we end up with the 2, 3, 4, whomever we're flying in and doing whatever else, who's meeting all the folks and doing all. That's gonna dictate that into a large part.
Yes. Most of where they would be involved in the searching group, advisory group as well, is with applicant screening. So this is where you're looking at their resume and saying, do they have the degree that you want to have?
Mm-hmm.
Also, to some degree, some short interview stuff, but don't worry that we're overseeing this process and making sure that it's going ahead, just trying to give students an opportunity to be involved and to have their voice in, but not that we're like, hey, would you all just pick the superintendent, please? Thank you.
No, I don't mean that.
So I want to reassure you in that way.
Yeah, no,
that
I don't.
We've used them before.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with students, that there being some student role and involvement in the student advice and the search advisory group.
Sure.
From that in terms of some screening and so on, because we want to have their voice and so on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's just and I might be the only one, and that's okay, right? We're going to go with the board, but I'm uncomfortable with students leading that charge.
Sure.
With your supervision. I know you aren't going to just say, here you
Absolutely,
go,
and I'll get
call us
some
when
more-
you're done, right? I mean,
I'll see if I can get some more information together for you about how that would look, and some reassurance along the way. And I'll get that together for you and send it to you.
Trustee Mayberry?
President Taylor, I just want to echo what you said. I agree with you 100%. My daughters, they're giving me a lot of guidance right now on what they want for Christmas, but I'm going to decide at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
So,
Agreed.
You're going to sit down with Santa. Yes.
That's a good parallel.
Right.
That's a good parallel, and that's absolutely what's
and so that might just be my level of discomfort. I think there's certainly a role in it, but I just have a little discomfort with that much.
Sure.
Okay. We'll go to Trustee Nicolette and then Trustee Smith.
Along those same lines, as far as who's doing what, I'm wondering how we're going to use our experts in Washoe County School District as far as communication, human resources, the posting. I know you said something about a web expert, about the brochure, who's going to create the brochure. What is our role as Washoe County School District in making some of these very important tasks and meeting timelines?
Certainly, and that's something I've talked to Emily about in terms of the support we can have from the district in terms of posting online.
Yeah, so what we did last time is I was the primary liaison for the search firm in terms of getting the staff report set up and meetings, decision points agendized, that sort of thing. And then as we get to advertising and whatnot, we would connect the Bryan group with Michelle and her team for whatever supports that they would need. But I think in terms of like creation of materials specifically, that's the responsibility of the firm.
And then as HR experts in reviewing applications and aligning, what we want with what you see, do you have a role in that at all? as kind of an informant to us?
So I think that would be a decision of the board, what role human resources would play. But I think as you all talk about the stakeholder groups to target and you provide your feedback on, who should make up the advisory group and that sort of thing, that's where you'll provide some more direction about specific people that you'd like to have represented. But if, for example, you had a step and you wanted to insert, human resources screens applications or something like that, that would have to be an action of the board.
Certainly. And we'll be updating the website with the help of the webmaster from Washoe County to make sure that we are updating our community on where we are in the process and providing opportunities. So as I said, they can always contact us directly, and we'll add that into the data that's received.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Taylor. All right, I really need something so that I can really follow along here.
Sure.
I need you to specify what your recommendations are for this
Absolutely.
search advisory group. I understand the value of it. I'm leaning towards it, but I'm having a really hard time really following along without knowing exactly who you are initially suggesting. That could help all of us. So if you could just define some initial thoughts, that will, because it's really hard to know if your suggested search advisory group is matching what I have in my head, and there's 6 other heads here.
Yeah, and,
so
and
we
I
could
want
all
to know
be
what you
thinking
want,
of a
what you would
different-
like.
So I think that that's really important if we could pause and I'm not saying decide that, but just put it out there.
Okay, and I'll go back real quickly to the decisions that need to get made today, because this is part of it. So first we need to decide whether you'd like a search advisory group or not. Then it would be who would be on it, and that is your decision ultimately. I have recommendations.
If I may, though,
Sorry,
I think, no,
apologies.
it actually isn't.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Emily.
Okay, we're saying the same thing. You go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All I
Make
was
sure I'm
going to
clear.
say is the trustees will be providing feedback about the types of people that might be represented on the committee, and then the firm is forming their
Well-
own search advisory group.
Okay, understood, because they're advisory to us. Understood.
Right, that's the key part, what you just said.
Right,
They're,
thank you
they're,
for that.
they're advisory to you. That's the absolute key.
I wanna
The
make
minute
sure
they
I'm doing
become
that right.
advisory to us, then everything.
Right, then everything.
Right. Because when we know, the public knows, as it should be.
Right. Understood. I definitely understand that. Okay, so I'll tell you my list, and then the third thing. So we've got: do we want an advisory group? Who would you recommend will be on the advisory group? And I'll tell you who I have in mind. And the third is the compensation range, so that we can put that posting out. Those are the three things for today.
Okay, and one thing I would say is this, just as we compare, because I think it's really important if we're going to go with A or B or a hybrid or whatever, because then we can say phase 1, phase 2.
Yes.
Because I'm a linear thinker, which doesn't always serve me well for you creative people out there. I get that, right? But it sure does help me keep things straight in my mind, right? Because to me, option B requires a board search committee. And if there's a subset of the board, 4 of us is a quorum, so we know that can't happen. Right? So there's 3 of us, 2 or 3 of us, right? That's a board search committee. That becomes a public committee. Okay? I don't think we want that. Okay? So ergo, that can't happen. Right? Which means we go to a search advisory committee. Okay? Now, there are some things in B, right, that I think are great. I mean, I think, to me, if we can take most of B really, and instead of going SC for search committee, it becomes search advisory committee.
Okay.
I'm much more comfortable with that part of it, making sure that we don't lose the community input parts that I think we all value very much, as you can hear from this conversation.
Certainly, and I would not
Right.
think, I definitely don't want to lose any community input by.
Right, like
by
for an
choosing
example,
A.
like 5C, if you look at 5C under
Sure, let's
option
look
A,
at 5C.
there is no 5C under option
Oh,
B.
right. Okay, there should be a 5C.
Okay, I was going to say, because I'm concerned
Community
about...
data, oh no, here, it's a 4B, that's why.
Oh, is it
It's
a
just got
4B?
a different-
Oh, I
it's
see.
just got a
I see.
different
I see.
number. I was like,
Okay.
it should be there.
Okay, I was going to say, because I'm concerned about we're losing that if we go with...
No, yeah, that's just a poor numbering,
Okay,
but yes, it's there.
Yeah, it's a piece. Okay, that's no problem.
Mhm.
So I think in terms of a search committee, we can't have a search committee then,
Right.
because then that changes things. So that would say, okay, great, let's go with A. But
Okay.
with A, I'm a little concerned about the really prominent role of our students. I want our students
Right.
involved. I think that's really, really important. But I like the example that my colleague gave.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
The Christmas example.
I think that's a really good way of coining
I think it is too.
And so that's why a hybrid approach might, in my mind, as I was reviewing this, a hybrid approach might best fit us there, which has you guys taken the lead in terms of the research, in terms of viewing the short and long interviews, and we understand that the
Absolutely.
long interviews have to be, and so on. So there would
Yes.
not be a student search committee or a student. There
Right.
that piece. Well, there will be students on the student advice on the
On
search
the search advisory committee.
right? And those
Yes.
students would come from
Yes.
the student advisory council that the district has, because they're made up of either student body presidents or their
Yes.
appointees. So those things, a lot of those things that you've heard today would still be in place, but it really needs to be a mix.
Absolutely. I completely understand that, and that is a good idea. We wouldn't want to put too much burden on them, expect them to do more than is their share.
Yeah.
They're there to receive benefit from this and to provide benefit to
They're
the
an
process.
important stakeholder,
So
but I wouldn't want to
that's
ask
really
them,
what we want.
Yeah, I wouldn't want them to
It's
be
not any
more
other
than
way.
an important stakeholder. I
Right.
don't think that's fair to them, and I think that puts too much of the weight of this
Yes, and
decision
it's
on
not
them.
intended that it should be too much
Yeah.
here. So
That's
heard,
again,
and
that's
I'll get some more detail for you, like I said, on the vision of how students would be involved, and make sure we get that to you.
Please, Dr. Nicolette, thank you.
Thank you, and I think we're on the same page, and I like the hybrid. B speaks to me the most, but I'm looking at the last page, number 5.
Sure.
I better put my glasses on here, right? Yes, it is a 16A. So that's almost like the end of the process, and we're updating the position description. I don't
Let me see
understand that approach.
Yeah, I think that one, let's see, updated position description is created, oh, I see what, I'm with that. That is the position description for the superintendent job.
Yeah.
So basically, during the process, we've gotten all this criteria, we know what we're looking for, and now you get to use it as a job description.
Oh,
For performance
yeah.
review,
Not
for
job
whatever-
announcement, not job announcement, that's what
Yes,
you're thinking.
Position description.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, not job announcement, I had to double take.
Yes,
that.
I know, I had
Job
to go
description.
back through
And
myself.
just so you know, the reason I reflect on that is because, okay, wow, I get the job. Well, now here's what you really get to do.
Well, and that, right? Well, and hopefully that should be all aligned
Yeah. Right.
all the way
Right.
through.
Right, much like, right, and other duties. But I think that goes in line with what Trustee Smith was saying, is as those things are, as they're being made, as they're coming to the forefront, whether it's because of stakeholder input or whatever the case may be, right? As those things are coming to the forefront, that begins to be a part more of the conversation, so things are being updated along the way, so that it's no surprise.
Yeah.
At the end, it's like, yeah, exactly,
Right.
this is the job I took.
Yeah. This is it, right,
This is
here.
it. This is the job we hired for, and this is the job I took from there. Right?
Absolutely. And then you get to use that position description for a performance review, for anything
Right.
else
Mhm.
in the entire,
For whatever you use job descriptions for.
everything you use job descriptions for. So many things.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we're making some progress here. So if we can
Good.
get back to the 3 things you need from us, I think please, colleagues, please weigh in on this. We have decided that we will be using a search advisory committee, because we're not going to use the search committee made up of trustees for the
Right.
reasons we've all discussed. That search advisory committee will not be made up of students, right? But will be made up of
Exclusively, no, absolutely
stakeholders,
not.
and we'll go through some recommended categories.
Yes.
Now we can give you categories.
Yes.
Right, that we can certainly
Yes.
get, but then it goes to you, because
We'll
it's,
take it from there.
Right, because then they're advisory to you, not
Correct.
to us. Right, and we will have that category discussion in just a moment. I think that's important, right?
Yep.
That
And I'm prepared for that.
Right, and you've prepared for that, and I think we've all discussed how that would be important. Let's see, we had 3 things, and then compensation.
Yes.
Those are the 3 things,
Yes.
and then that really kind of completes phase 1 from this piece.
Yes.
Are we okay with that so far? And then knowing then that then phase 2, right, it would be as we start going down this list, and other things that come into play,
Yeah.
and so on.
Yeah, we're going to get that posting out and start putting this group
But
together.
and the posting is something, it's broad, it's an umbrella, it's not, hey, day to day, here's one of that, but it's we gotta get something out there right after Christmas, so that
Absolutely.
we're in the conversation with all the other 20% of the superintendent searches that are going on across this country.
Yep, and just
Right.
start to get the interest in and say, hey, we're hiring over here.
Right, have some conversations, and that allow you guys, as you're reaching out to your networks, right, and so on. Now, what part does that happen when you guys are reaching out to your network saying, hey, we have this position?
As soon as we have a posting,
Okay,
we
then
can
you-
send it out to 2,500 folks we have on our email list, put it on our website, and then start to hit the vehicles that we've got
That
listed.
you utilize your resources and
Yep.
so on. Okay, so it looks like, so trustees, as we are colleagues, as we are, so right now, it looks like we have some consensus around the search advisory committee. Should we take these votes one at a time? I know that's the way you like us to do it. So why don't we, before we do, I'm sorry, we have public comment. Let's take that. Yes, before we start taking votes.
James Bentham.
Welcome, Mr. Bentham.
Good evening, Board. I'm here to talk about the qualifications, characteristics, and compensation for our next superintendent. Board Policy 9080 states, the board and superintendent shall have a written employment agreement that includes salary, benefits, and terms of employment. Policy 9050 states the Washoe County is providing informed oversight to ensure the competent, conscientious, and effective accomplishment of district's values, also strategic goals. Now, Brian did put out some information about the salary benefits, roughly $350,000, and then they discussed proficiency. The proficiency now for language arts and reading, 48%, B, math, 39%. Oh, I did want to pass out an old Reno Gazette Journal back in 2016. I know most of the board members are recently been put on, but back then, 89% of college graduates not college ready. So I would urge the board to come up with some academic goals that they want a qualified candidate to be able to accomplish. One possibility might be 80% of state graduates will be college ready in 4 years or 5 years, whatever it takes. Back to Brian. They mention proficiency, 48% or 39% for math, that each year there could be a steady increase. And I think all taxpayers would like to see an increase and also increased compensation for any superintendent. Whatever it takes. We're in a war to educate our kids. We need a general that will get the job done. Right now, I may be mistaken, but I think an 8th grade reading level will allow you to graduate. Every year, this should be increased, and this should be stated in the qualifications, the general that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentham.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
Hi. It truly baffles me and the community how the first essential duty and responsibility of the superintendent's job description is unwavering commitment to valuing diversity and prioritizing inclusion and equity for all. With the dismal state of the Washoe County's academic success, i.e. career and college readiness, you would think that would be of the highest importance. I know it is of the highest priority for our parents and our community members. It just continues to show the disconnect between this board and the community's values. First things first, we want exemplary education for our children. How will our community ever grow, and how will our community, as far as getting Fortune 500 businesses to come here, if they refuse to move their executives to Reno because of the state of our schools? They're dismal. i.e. Tesla would never move any executives here. And I know many other companies, because of the state of our schools, will never come here. I don't believe that making DEI our superintendent's priority will make the difference. We need to focus on academics. You need to focus on academics. The new super needs to focus on academics. One last question. Do students actually know the duties and requirements of a superintendent? It seems a little above their pay grade.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Good morning. Good morning. We know this one option B, I have not way results, so give it clear. We want to hire a best quality superintendent around the west of Washington County. We believe the Washington County can be the best county for education. And we want to make sure we want to hire best quality either from Reno, Las Vegas, and inside Washington County, outside Washington County, inside education, outside education, hire superintendent, and we want to hire a best quality superintendent. It did not necessarily mean to have a best master's degree, but the bachelor's degree with you could hire a superintendent with an MEA degree, with the executive, or from a elected official, from a state legislative. Give it, for example, Joe Torres, Jeff Grundy, all name of kind of stuff. So we want to part superintendent, sure. So we want to make sure that we are ranked 49 over 15 state education. So we want to make we rank third in the county for state of Nevada, and we want to make sure that we want to maintain our county for state of Nevada. We want education go up and then try to surpass Arizona state of education. So we're perhaps like becoming same team as Arizona. So we want the goal like for 5 or 10 years. I don't know what the 5 to 10 years. So 80% of students should be a college readiness. We in also the Nevada system higher education, or and state government, state legislature should create a new college, because we only have 2 major colleges in each state, and we want to make sure to hire a superintendent that can lead to progress and promising for the students, and a better economics future for the student, and a better workplace to have. To have a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
The board received an email from Christine McAvoy.
Okay, thank you, JJ. We'll bring it back here. There are 3 things that we need to make decisions on today, which will be our phase 1, I guess, if you will, and then position us for the other phases moving forward. And that first one is whether or not we engage a search advisory committee. As we've discussed, should the board decide to engage a search advisory committee, the next thing we will decide upon is those categories. I should say the categories, and she has some recommendations for us. We don't get to say who gets to be on it, right? Because then it becomes a committee of the board, and we've discussed that. But then we would discuss the categories of those, and then because it will be a search advisory committee that will be advisory to the Bryan Group. Okay. So looking for a motion from the board, if it is your pleasure, to engage a search advisory committee for the Bryan Group. Okay, it's moved by Vice President Minetto. Is there a second? seconded by trustee Mayberry. Any further discussion on the search advisory, just the search advisory group, period, not the characteristics of who would serve on that group? Discussion, further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right, the motion carries. Let the record show that is unanimous. So now we go on to, so thank you for that. So now we go on to the categories that should be included, and you have some recommendations for us?
I certainly do. Parents.
Okay.
Okay. Students. Teachers. Support staff of the district. Administrators. Unions. Public officials. Committee members of board committees that are not board members. I think that works. Does that work?
So they, I'm sorry, hang on. So those, all board committees are public bodies. So we would call them representatives from some of the public bodies. Would that be the appropriate
public
way?
bodies. Okay, great.
Okay.
They're volunteers, right?
Yeah, I mean they're still volunteers. Yeah, it really could just be district volunteers, quite frankly.
Could be.
Because that might extend to an opportunity for others who may volunteer, who may not be on the committee, but they may be a volunteer. And
sure.
Okay.
District volunteers, got it. And key community members from nonprofits and business. That's my list. Open to recommendation. Absolutely. Parents, students, teachers, support staff, administrators, unions, public officials, district volunteers, folks from public bodies, key community members from nonprofits and business in the area.
I'm sorry. Go after a minute. What did you say after associations? After unions?
After unions, public officials, elected officials, key district volunteers or folks from public bodies. That's
Okay, I just call them district volunteers.
District volunteers. We'll just call them district volunteers.
Okay,
Okay, yeah, that works.
And who else?
And community members from
Community members,
nonprofits
okay.
or business in our area. in the
Okay,
district.
and they may or may not be involved in district, just community members.
Just, yeah.
Okay,
Community
nonprofit
members.
business, whatever. Okay, we'll go to, I think Dr. Nicolette, you're first, and then Trustee Rodriguez.
think-
I have comments all over the place. All right.
Party.
All right.
So I think you clarified it for me. When you said key community members, that could be a large list.
Absolutely.
It's just a general, and you gave us an example of nonprofit and business. But it could be someone else.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Rodriguez, thank you, Dr. Nicolette.
I guess in your expertise, like you don't want too many people, you don't want 50 people.
No. The number recommended probably about 15 adults plus some students.
Okay, so approximately 15 people?
Yes. Not including
Approximately
students.
15, okay. And then maybe a couple of students?
Yeah, I have 10 students maybe, but
Okay, I mean,
you
it's
want it to
your
be
group.
less than
so
that. Yep.
It's your group.
That's
so-
what I've got.
Okay.
I would put 15 adults and 10 students, so a total of 25, approximately.
Okay. 10 students, okay. We'll jump over here. Vice President Nicolette. You got your, okay. All right, good, because I almost called you Vice President Nicolette. Okay, Trustee Mayor. You guys look nothing alike. I mix you up all the time. It's because you're the same height. Right. Yes, Trustee Mayberry, I apologize, ladies.
No, it's okay. Thank you, President Taylor. I'm getting in the weeds a little bit on this, so forgive me, but it kind of goes back to Trustee Nicolette's comment in community members. I mean, I'm going to kind of drill it down a little bit for you, just so you know what's important from my
Sure,
perspective.
absolutely, please do.
Business, industry, technology, education advocates in the community. Also, organizations and/or individuals who represent our disabled and special needs population.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What was that second group, Trustee Mayberry?
Education advocates.
Education advocates. These are all community. So we have business, industry, technology, business/industry/technology. We have education advocates.
Correct. And then organizations and individuals who represent our disabled and special needs population.
Okay. And special needs population. Okay. Just while and I'm kind of going out of order a little bit, just because it kind of aligns with what Trustee Mayberry is speaking with. I think it's important to make sure that we have diversity.
Absolutely.
Okay. On that, which could certainly include special needs and those disabled, but just because we have a very diverse student population.
Absolutely. And when we're looking at parents too, we're looking at parents of
in any areas.
Diverse
Absolutely.
Parents.
Yeah,
Parents of kids with IEPs and all that.
Any of the areas. We want to make sure we have.
And maybe we can have some folks that belong to several of those groups.
Yeah, we could.
So that's great.
You bet. We just want different perspectives.
Absolutely.
As much as we can.
We do.
Because it helps us get to the best decision. So, okay, and then we'll go back to Trustee Smith, and then we'll go to Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Taylor. So among these groups, I don't know. So I love the idea that candidates can have intersectionality here. So they can be a teacher who is also a parent, that kind of thing. So
of a child with an IEP, yes.
Correct. So, I love that intersectionality here. Although I want candidates to know that you don't necessarily have to be all those things, but I like the focus on that. One of the groups that I don't know that we need is and that's not because they're not important, it's just when I hear the group district volunteers, I mean, teachers and support staff and administrators, those are fairly defined groups, but like a district volunteer would also be like a key community partner or something. Like, I don't know if you're looking to at least put one person for all of these, and we don't have too many spaces, so that was one of the groups that I didn't know that I would define so specifically. It would be great if somebody was also a volunteer with the district that had one of the other categories you mentioned, but that to me felt like, I don't know that I would have that as its own separate category. And again, that's just feedback. That's obviously not direction because I understand the spirit of the Search Advisory Committee. And then also to carry on with what Trustee Mayberry and President Taylor said, I would like to see at least one parent of specialty education, which we know is a broad set of student needs, and so I will just leave it at specialty education because again that's broad, but I would like to see some representation there, which again can be satisfied in different ways. And then one other thing, for the key community partners, we have community partners that have experience in searches. And I think that would be something that would be very attractive. Now, could that be a parent that has experience leading high-profile searches? Absolutely. But I do believe that candidates for this group that have that experience and having led successful searches before could be of benefit here. So I'll just offer that for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes, I want to be careful to how to word this. So I love the idea of parents. I'm really focusing on parents because I know I've been approached by multiple parents that are really interested in this. And I like the idea of two birds with one stone. I mean, if we get a union member that's also a parent, I think that's great. But I really want to try to get to a point where a parent from each of our districts is part of this. And I don't know if it'd be phase 2 or whatnot, where we vet things down. And I think with that, especially with that largest, we can get the special needs, things like that. So I just really want, I really would like to see at least a minimum of 7 parents on this.
So representation from each of the districts.
So, I mean, obviously they're reporting to you. We're not saying, hey,
right.
we appoint, anything like that. But I would hope that you would look at that and.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and if I can add on to that, and then I might go to, and then I'll go to Trustee Church. Not I might. I will go to Trustee Church. That's not what I mean. Is one from there are really 5 different geographical districts because 2 of them overlap. All right, because they're at largest. And I would say, I think we certainly want a good representation of parents because they're represented, but there may be someone in the district who might not be a parent, but they might be a community volunteer that's very involved in the school. You know what I mean? Certainly because parents are a category that we want to make sure that's there, but I wouldn't want to if you're looking at, hey, let's make sure in these folks we're considering, we have people from various districts, which I think would be great, right? If, in my opinion, if it isn't maybe a parent from a district, but it's, maybe it's a grandparent, maybe it's an aunt, whatever, but they're really involved or they fit one of these others, I think that might be okay because we have such a limited, as long as we have a good representation of parents.
Yeah, so you're looking for representation from the districts, quality
and
representation.
I think as we might have to land there just because we're so restrictive. We don't want a committee of 45 people.
Yeah.
Right. And
That's just another perspective. That's all.
Yeah, just and kind of, like, I would hate for it to, I don't know if this would really happen, but accidentally, all 15 people are between two districts.
Right. Exactly. No, the district spread out is absolutely key.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I really want to stress
Yeah.
that.
No. I think that's important. And again, I don't want to limit it necessarily. I mean, to if you aren't a parent kind of thing, but you're from a district, you're involved, or you are in in the union or something like that. And from it, that way exactly. We've covered a couple of birds with one stone, but we want to have that. It's a big challenge because then we want people to be diverse, and then we want people that from different populations of students. I mean, it's right. So,
Yep.
All right. I think Trustee Church.
Thank you. I'm going to go in a little bit different direction. What a shock, but go through my list.
Sure.
My first concern is that this should be 100% your decision. The more we dictate who will be on the board, the more we run into the
on the committee.
On the committee, on the SAG,
Mm-hmm.
Screen Actors Guild.
Yep, we can say SAG. Yep.
The more we run into issues with whether we're dictating to you who's going to be on the board. I believe it should be 100%. Anything we say, or in my opinion, suggestions. So, going through that, I'm opposed to having the unions for a couple different reasons, and I'll explain that. Number one, that's what the town halls are for, where they can weigh in that way. To have somebody voting on who's going to be supervising them, essentially, rubs me the wrong way, as well as the fact that there are so many different unions or associations, you can't just assume, we're going to do the teachers union and not the bus drivers union. And I think that's going to be like herding cats. So in my opinion, the unions shouldn't be part of any kind of a decision-making process, recommendation process. Public officials is intriguing, the devil's in the details. And I can think of about three good nonprofits that represent different factions. But again, I think it should be your decision. Probably, unless you ask me, I'll just leave that when we'll do our one-on-one before you make that, I assume.
We're going to start putting that search advisory group together.
Well, then I'll come out and say some names.
Okay.
Is
he allowed to do that?
you.
No. I don't say we can't do that.
I don't think we should be doing. We should do names, but
It has to be
categories. We're looking at categories.
Groups.
Yeah. I can think of about three good nonprofits in the community that would definitely want input. And then the most important one to me, instead of saying, they've got to be this, or they've got to be a parent, or they've got to have kids in the district, instead of any of that, I can think of maybe 10 really good people in the community, some of whom, just for example, are former trustees, some of whom who were applicants to be a trustee and came in second or third place. And I go, wow, that him or her, they're sharp. They really have it. But they don't represent a group.
Right.
So I kind of like opening it up to anybody and everybody that wants to apply.
Madam President.
Okay, sure. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Point of courtesy. So go ahead.
I'm uncomfortable, Trustee Church, because I'm feeling like you're contradicting yourself. You initially opened up with, you think we should stay out of it, and now you're getting very specific to almost just barely naming names. So
Well, yeah.
I think we
I'm
should
staying
stop.
away from that. I've been told to stay away from that. And again, my point is that I can think of many people in the community who are highly qualified but don't represent a group. Therefore, I would like to see the application process be very, very open.
Certainly.
And then it would be 100%, in my opinion, 100% your opinion. And that said, again, there are obviously a number of nonprofits in the community that you may want to reach out to. And other than that, I'm looking through my notes. Yeah, I think that's it on my input.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I think I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I think what we want to do, and I was just getting clarity from legal on this as well. What we want to do is not say, here's the list, you've gotten all of our feedback.
Yep.
Right,
I got it.
and there's
And
a
I
lot
got
of
it all
overlap,
down.
and a lot of this, you can kind of get the general tenor.
Sure do.
Which gives you some ideas on how to move forward our recommendations. And absolutely, these are recommendations, and the decision is absolutely yours.
Got it.
But certainly, it's one of those things that we work together on this one. So it's good to get our feedback, and I thank you for giving us that opportunity
Thank
to
you for
do
your
that.
input.
And then and now take all of that, right, and do what you want, mix it all up in the bowl, and come out with a great advisory group for you. We can go ahead, Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Taylor. Just a quick question, and Emily, this might be for you. Once this application period opens, would the district perhaps be putting this out to parents? Is this something that we would be able to send out and invite for invitation through our own channels in partnership with the Bryan Group?
Yeah, once we receive, Emily Ellison for the record, once we receive information about the application process and where to go to complete that process, we would work with communications to broadcast that widely so that people have an opportunity to apply.
Yeah, we want anybody who's qualified to see that application, know that we're hiring, and if their qualifications match what we're looking for.
We're hiring
posting.
easy.
Yeah, we are hiring.
We are hiring. Are we paying? We're not.
We're also paying.
Oh, you are? Oh,
No.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, then I'm on. No, okay, wait. Sorry. Okay,
So it'll be very, very hopefully, everyone will get.
And I would encourage
informed.
all of the trustees, all of us here, whether people are in particular groups or not, right? As Trustee Church said, whatever, just send them out. Send it out. Encourage folks that you think would be good. This is not, and I would also encourage all of us. Let's not encourage somebody because it's my cousin, right? Encourage people because we think they're going to add something to the process. It's going to help us land it in a great place because of their role in getting us down to that last 2, 3, 4, 5 where we end up with. So it's really, really important. So let's just say this. Everybody we all know, everybody shouldn't be on this. That's just all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say about that. And that's for all of us, by the way. I know people that they shouldn't be on this. I'm just saying. No names, right? I'm just saying. Right? We all know people they shouldn't be on this. Right? So let's just really think about what's going to serve the district well. People that can work with people that have a good perspective is going to help us get to a good place so we can improve on some of these numbers and our performance and being the best district and the work environment, all those things that are important to us and the folks that we represent and that we serve. Okay? So now we'll go on or did you got what you needed on those two?
Yes, I do.
Awesome.
I recorded all of that.
Okay. Council?
I would suggest an action that indicates I know you've given her the authority to do, the Bryan Group to give the authority to do the SAG, but I would look for a motion that says something along the lines of the board is going to accept whoever they appoint and their recommendation that comes from that for two reasons. One is I can see we had this issue in the past with the last search, and that was not fun. And number two is you want to make it clear to the community, this isn't a public body that reports to this board. This is a group that you've given them some suggestions, and this group reports to them. And the purpose for that is confidentiality, right? So they're going to have their own confidentiality agreement. I'm not reviewing it. Emily's not reviewing it.
Yep.
They need to have it themselves. So I would suggest some type of motion along those lines.
I think that makes sense, Council. I think it's clear to draw the lines there, and it shows support for how she lands, how they land, I should say, the Bryan, represented by you.
Represented by me today.
Represented by you today, but how you
But
and
it's
your
a team
colleagues
effort,
in the Bryan
absolutely.
Group, how they land is how they land. Okay, so looking for a motion to that effect as explained by Council, I think that would strengthen their decision-making going forward. So I think that makes sense. Trustee Church?
I think I can do that.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that the Bryan Group be empowered to enact, to form the membership of the previously voted on advisory group as they see fit, with the membership numbers and qualifications as they see fit.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion on the floor. I think that does that. There's a second. I see Trustee Rodriguez's light is on. There's a second. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. We'll go on to compensation
Thank you. Yes, please.
at this point.
All right, we have our compensation recommendation here at the top. We did a lot of research, and there's plenty to look at. It's lots of charts of comps within the country, and also then looked at other Nevada districts. There isn't a ton of linear correlation, so we sort of took all of this together and made this recommendation here at the top of 275 to 300 for a salary range with including benefits of 85 to 95.
And
Trustee
Dr.
Church?
Nicolette, I think you're,
No, that's me.
She's
Trustee
vice
Chair.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, okay. Trustee Smith, your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Vice President Minetto. So I have a question about incentive pay or reach goals. Is it ever something that we do that there would be a base package which would be guaranteed compensation? Could we also consider additional compensation that would be earned based on results? Or I'm curious what my colleagues think about that, or if we're allowed to do something like that. Very common in corporate America. I am not sure if that is common in a public school district.
I can comment on the last two contracts. They did have performance bonuses built into the contract. Those weren't determined at this part of the process as much as just sort of the base to be used for advertising. When we bring back the superintendent's contract template, any sort of action related to that would be taken at that time.
Yep, so the number that we're looking for now is the number that we're going to put in the posting, and that's one of the reasons I put a range here, so that we can have some flexibility.
Very good. Okay, that's clear. And so what we could signal to applicants that are interested is that there could be a possibility or an interest in negotiations later down the line to also build in incentive pay, which would be above and beyond their guaranteed compensation. Is that pretty much like a retelling of what you said, Emily?
Yeah, so I think what you would do as a part of the action, Neil, you can confirm, is affirm the base compensation, the benefits, and then that you would like to offer the incentive disclaimer, if you will, as a part of the advertisement.
Okay, very good. I would like to hear from my colleagues, but I will say that I'm interested in a package that will get a quality candidate's attention, and we can talk as a group and see what we decide that amount is.
Trustee Church?
Thank you, and I apologize for the mix-up again. We will,
We're identical.
I don't know what it takes for us to get this straight. I'm leaning towards a ballpark, I'm just going to throw it out there, of 250 to 350. That's a very wide range, but that hopefully would get their attention. I love the idea of incentive bonuses, or whatever we want to call them, whether that would be now or later. I do have a couple concerns, and this is, number one, we don't have state income tax, so that might be something that sets us apart from California, which is over 10%. And, so we don't have state income tax. And I think, too, I know the cost of housing is outrageous, but what would be on a flyer, in my opinion, I don't know if this is the right time, but we're selling the community. We're selling a wonderful community. If you look out the window with all that snow-covered mountain there with the skiing and everything else, Vegas can't build that. Kansas can't build that. So I don't know where that comes in, but that's part of what we're selling. One of my big two concerns, and I've been down this road before, not as a trustee, but elsewhere, both as an applicant and as a following local government, some people don't need medical. Some people don't need housing. Maybe they're already here. Some people don't need benefits. So I like to stay shy of saying this much versus this much. I like to see a package, because again, if the person's already got medical and already got this and that, then they don't. So that comes when you've narrowed it down to the actual individual or two. And then, to me, one of the biggest things is the length of the contract. And not an expert on that. Maybe Ms. Ellison can weigh in on that, but the shorter the contract, the more attractive that person is to me. Hopefully they'll set a record for longevity. But if they say, yeah, I'm willing to do a 1-year contract, that makes it a lot easier if things aren't working out. So those are my thoughts, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I apologize. I have a little bit of an issue I'm trying to work out with my mom. But anyway, I'm sorry I missed the beginning of that. Where are we in terms of just conversing on the matrix that's in front of us and sharing our thoughts? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I caught most of yours, I think, Trustee Church. Other thoughts? Or did I miss yours, Trustee Smith?
I can answer the contract question really quick. If
Okay, please.
There is a statute that limits the first term to no more than 4 years for a superintendent. The length of contract for subsequent terms is open.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, but that said, I'm sorry.
No, we got your comments. You want a short one.
Yeah, that said, a 1 year is a lot better than a 4 year.
Okay, got you, Trustee Smith.
So I know that I see the logic in that, but in having attended our Nevada Association of School Board training, we also know that we have to give a candidate an opportunity to grow and to improve. And as much as I would very much love to see great improvement in a single year, that training showed us that it is not unusual, if not very common, that some of the most high-performing superintendents really began to hit their stride on year 3, which directly leads into a 4-year contract. Like, we've got to give people the opportunity to succeed. We would have to recognize that they're coming in to a degree to an inherited situation that they would then guide and evolve from there. We've got to give people the opportunity to perform. So anyways, just pulling it back to that NAB conference in terms of the length.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. I will, Trustee Mayberry? Well, it was on the news also. Okay. I would just say that I agree that I would couple of things. One is I think it's fair to give someone an opportunity to do something, and I certainly like the flexibility of, hey, if something isn't working, it's easy to make a change. Certainly get that, but I will tell you, I know of slim to none in terms of numbers of people who will move for a 1-year contract, and I think Slim left town. I don't think it's a fair expectation of us to ask someone, because now if we get someone local, it may not matter as much, perhaps. But the vast majority of the applicants will probably be from outside of the area, or wherever that might be. And I don't think it's a fair expectation to say, hey, we like you to move, but we're only going to commit to you for a year. Move your family, your kids, your whatever, whatever else you have, your dog, whatever, and then, oh, shoot, the year's not working out, thanks. I don't think that puts us in a position to get the best candidate. I think we're asking them to make a commitment to us, and out of fairness, we want to make, I think it's a fair expectation that we will make a commitment to them. In terms of that, that's my thought in terms of length of contract, because that was the bulk of the conversation that I got. So we'll go to Trustee Mayberry, then Trustee Smith, your light came back on, then Trustee Church. Oh, did you need to do that? No, you're okay? Okay, Trustee Mayberry, then Trustee Church.
No, thank you, President Taylor, and I want to thank Trustee Smith. I agree. I like the idea of working through things. Maybe it's a car allowance, those kinds of things. There's those sort of ancillary things that we can put into the contract. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I support that. I also think the commitment of 3+ years is extremely important for us. So I'm not in favor of a 1 year. Although, Trustee Church, I do think I kind of like the range of 250 to 350. That's intriguing to me. And then a question for the Bryan Group. Mm-hmm. Just looking at the demographics or the chart, the matrix, and you have the demographics. How does that factor into the salary?
Sure, we're just trying to use these demographics to find comparable districts. That's what it's used for. So it's not adding to a salary discussion, more to a comparable district discussion, and then we can, look at the salary of that district.
Does Clark County?
Clark County is just the closest in Nevada, the closest size-wise.
46.55% Hispanic, 23% white. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is it really? Is it
Yes. We're actually a minority-majority district. Our Hispanic numbers aren't quite that high. They've been a majority-minority district.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
that was striking to me.
Yeah, and we included them because they were the closest to us in Nevada, but not particularly
right.
close to us.
And I would expect
size.
you would. I'm just trying to understand some of, and it's good data, although I think that our cost of living should be a lot higher than what's reflected here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the number. I did that research myself, and we got 98.3, which was like, okay.
Right. That's certainly across the board. Thank you very much. Okay, Trustee Church, and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. First of all, I need to apologize. I obviously misspoke because everybody heard it that way. Under no circumstances did I think we would offer a one-year contract. That's not what I meant.
Okay.
So let me totally walk that back.
Okay.
What I said or thought I said was that was more something you cover towards the end when you get the applicants. And if you have two applicants and one says, I don't care, I'll do a one-year contract, and one says 3, then that's something that you weigh in your decision-making process. But under no circumstances, I understand, no way would you offer one because you would lose that. So I want to walk that back. And then just for the record, as Trustee Mayberry said, and actually one of the speakers, the stats just came out literally like a couple days ago that are updated. So the figures on how many schools, the population, what percent are college ready, all that stuff, that's changed very slightly, and we just got those figures. So if you were to put that out to applicants, just so you know, we have that.
Certainly, this was just for the purpose of.
And again, I apologize for the miscommunication on the 1 year, my fault.
It's okay. Thank you for the clarity. Okay, Dr. Nicolette? No, you're good on that to cover? Okay. All right, so it looks like, and please correct me if I'm wrong as I have to step out for a moment, it looks like we're looking at, we have the recommendation from the Bryan Group. The current salary, as you may have covered this already, is $275,000. The recommendation is that as the floor up to $300,000. There was a suggestion, from what I understand, that Trustee Church made, maybe $250,000 to $350,000. Depending upon all the things that we would look at and such.
And that would be $250,000 to $350,000 plus benefits.
Yeah, plus benefits. That's
okay,
just
I just want to make sure I'm clear.
No. What would you say, Trustee Church?
I'm not comfortable putting benefits in as a figure because, again, it depends on the individual's needs. Maybe $300,000 to $350,000, but no, I was just saying make just a figure.
So you say just a number and not the benefits.
Pay and benefits. Yes.
Okay, so let me just get a little clarity on that. So what you're recommending then is the just put a salary and don't say anything about benefits. Help me understand what you're.
I probably phrase it pay and benefits, but I've been down this road before, and it just really differs with the applicant what they want in terms of the benefits. They might not. Medical is extremely expensive, but if they've already got it from a previous employer or a spouse, they don't even care about that. So I was leaning more towards $250,000 to $350,000 pay and benefits.
Oh, just like you just want a total dollar amount.
Yes, that was my thought.
$250,000 to $350,000 pay and benefits. As a total dollar amount.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out
there. So that's
there.
not base pay.
Right, that's just total.
That's the whole.
So they may
package.
get $250,000, maybe their total. That's your pay and benefits, maybe $250,000 is what your recommendation is, or it could be up to $350,000.
I said up to $350,000.
Up to could be $250,000. Okay, gotcha. Okay,
so that's combined pay and benefits.
Okay,
and the division
from a range
would
of
be
that.
determined
Okay.
later.
All right, comments on that? Trustee Smith. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Rodriguez, you were working. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the expert here. So I'm not opposed to that, not so much the number, but that approach. But we want to get people's attention. Will that make them think? I mean, I want to make sure, because we are not going to be with them while they're looking at this on their smartphone or at home, or when they get this forwarded and said, this is the opportunity you've been waiting for. It has to light them up when they get this. Mm-hmm. Would something like that be attractive, or would it be a deterrent? And by the way, I'm open to the idea.
Do you mean splitting it? You mean combining it together?
We are not going to be with them when they get this.
Right.
Is that, as our professional recruiter, will that hurt us or benefit us?
I think it's fine to have it all combined. That puts one bigger number out there as opposed to debating, oh, well, this much in benefits. Well, what are the benefits? I see what Trustee Church is saying on that.
So my
that would be
is
just fine to have and then it's commonly done, and commonly done as a range.
Okay, very good. So the part two would be, I know that some salary, of course, is PERS compensable versus some benefits are not. So is it entirely possible that someone could then come in and just take the whole 350 and not, I mean, they would need, I would assume, some benefits, but I guess we would have to sort that out to clarify that there would be some degree of benefits. Okay.
Yeah, this is just the sort of initial, put it out there, get the attention with a number that we can support.
Okay, so you would be okay with a number that was stated as salary plus benefits. Okay, in that case, I would say we're going to have to go. Okay, and yeah, for sure, Emily, I'm sorry, did I cut off what you would want to share?
I just make sure I wasn't excluding any input from HR.
Yeah, no, I think there's perhaps some risk in not delineating between the two because employee or potential applicants likely don't have a frame of reference for what portion of that compensation would be benefits. I see, Trustee Church, why you would want to go that way. Simplicity, a bigger range, kind of cast a wider net. I have some concern about not delineating and then having the candidate try and guess, well, what portion of this is base versus benefits? That would be my concern.
Okay, thank you very much. You're going to weigh in, Council? No? Yes, no. Okay, Trustee Church?
Just a thought about adding the word flexible or negotiable, but somebody that doesn't want benefits might be more attracted that way. So there's no right answer. There's clearly no right answer or wrong answer, but maybe add the word flexible or negotiable.
I would just say again, and apologize if I repeat something. I'm more comfortable with delineating the two. I think that gives someone who is out to remember we're competing for an applicant. Right, in this time. It gives someone who's making a decision some apples and apples to compare. And I think I think that's more of the expectation. Maybe at a different time or a different place, it might be, hey, let's kind of, see, because we may be able to save some dollars because they don't want some benefits, or it gets back. I think that's something, if, for an example, if there's an applicant who's a strong applicant, and as this person gets down to be a finalist and so on, and if they say, hey, I don't need the benefits, totally making this up, right? I don't need the benefits. Is there a possibility that we can, move that over? Then we have that conversation at that time. For that, but I think that we're more likely than not to have an applicant who's still, well in the work world and still would like the benefits because they need the health care and those kinds of things and the, retirement, all those things that comes with it. I think we're more likely than not to have that applicant, and that keeps that at a playing field where they can compare. And if we do have someone outside of that, they will absolutely say, hey, are they open to, hey, if I don't need benefits because I have a retirement from the military or whatever. Right, I got started my job early, retired early, whatever. So I'm still 50, and I still whatever. People retire for very different reasons, right? And don't need those kinds of additional things. We don't want to close the door, and then give them a chance to get that money, get that as compensation. Then they can share, hey, were they open to that? And the answer, of course, could be sure we are. So we don't close that off. But I'd be a little concerned about pulling it completely.
The other thing I'd like to add is that if you set the range at 250 to 350, the cost of our benefits package, because of PERS and the cost of our medical, whether they need it or not, is about a third of compensation. So if you set the total range at 250 to 350, you're going to be looking at a maximum compensation of about 250. And I think people really need to know what they're going to be paid in terms of their guaranteed compensation.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and I think that's a big number, and most people wouldn't know that unless they know about our PERS piece. So I think that salary amount I would think is really important for most people, right? For most people. So I see plenty of lights. So I'm just I usually start over there. I'm gonna start over here this time.
Go on.
Okay, no, I'm starting over here this time. Okay.
Thank you. No, just a comment. Good discussion from everyone. I mean, I think at the end of the day, kind of a more conventional salary package is probably going to be appropriate. I mean, I do. It's that's why these discussions are so helpful. I think it's going to be harder than we think to get good candidates right now. So I don't think we should push the envelope or do something that's risky or not necessarily within the norm of a search of this magnitude. That's my comments. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Trustee Mayberry. We jump over here. Trustee Smith, we'll work our way around, and then Back to Vice President Minetto.
I'm going to start throwing out some numbers here based
Okay.
on this for consideration. So we're seeing this everywhere. Everywhere, roles are very, very competitive, not just in the superintendent search. So I do believe that we have to be competitive based on the salary ranges that have been provided in the conversation. I would offer just a touch over the bottom part of the salary range. So I would do 280 as the base. I would start with the benefits being 85,000, but I would suggest that we promote this as negotiable, and that incentives would be an active part of this conversation. And that ties back to the very first thing I had mentioned, President Taylor, which was where do we have the conversations about incentives for performance? And Ms. Ellison explained that that would be something that we would talk about and add on to all of this later in the process. So that's just a starting point, but 280 plus 85, that equals 365, plus a very clear promotion that incentives for performance would be actively and expected to be negotiated and added.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead to Trustee Rodriguez.
Actually, I really enjoy that number, and I know just in Nevada alone, we're not the only ones going to be looking for a superintendent right now. Not to say anything else about nationwide, just kind of given a climate. So I would look to my colleagues to be maybe a little bit more bold and try to be more competitive, especially given that we are the second largest district in Nevada. So I think Trustee Smith, that's a good starting number there. So that's kind of my comment.
I would concur, and I would also add that I believe providing authentic information as far as benefits is extremely important, because I believe that Nevada has some very good benefit packages, and I think that could be very important to people.
I will say this, and council's bringing something to my attention. Because of, say for an example, PERS, which is already in state law, that's a built-in number that we have to pay anyway.
Oh, okay.
Right, based upon the salary. So if, say, which is about a third. Am I right? Yes. Right? So if this person ends up, let's say, we find a great applicant, we find a great candidate, and we say, ooh, $300,000, right? That's that piece, right? We're already over the 85 or the 85 to 95 range. We're already over that because we're required. We don't get to negotiate away PERS. We're required. So I think that's we can't do this. It would have to be more because PERS is a part of the benefits package.
Often what I've seen is determination of the base salary range, and then information on the benefits available and a notation that they are subject to negotiation, right? Some are subject to negotiation. So PERS is not negotiable. Whether or not they take medical
health
benefits.
Insurance is
right, but they don't get to negotiate the package. So there are some benefits that are negotiable and some that are not. And it's not terribly common to get, at least not in most searches, to get into the dollar value of those benefits, but to note what the benefits are and that there may be other benefits available as well through the negotiation process.
That based upon the fact that we don't know what the salary is, we'll land in that range. We'll set the range and we'll land in that range, right? Based on, we get to make that determination. But then there may be some other things, and this might speak a little bit more towards what Trustee Church said earlier, as well as there may be some benefit. There's something that's already written, right? Could we establish some things before with the superintendent contract that somebody might say, yeah, no, I don't want that. I'd rather have that 10,000 over. And they still have that flexibility to be able to do that based upon their own individual needs, right? That still might fall between there. So maybe, perhaps what you're saying, Emily, is the way to go with the list of is this kind of retirement, medical benefits, whatever, right? Mileage, whatever we do, because there are some things already laid out for LT members, right? That this superintendent will get and so on. And then some are subject to negotiation or something, which is where the actual dollar amount may land. Because some of them we cannot control, and that number may land us someplace that's greater than the range, and it gives them a chance to customize it based upon their own family or personal needs. That might be a better way to go, something to consider. We're working. Oh, was it your turn next, Trustee Rodriguez? Well, you kind of had I'll give it to you. You kind of had a half a turn there, half a turn.
As a professional superintendent finder, kingmaker, queenmaker, what have you, what would you say is a good ballpark competitive range, especially given that we're not the only district looking for a superintendent in the state?
Well, and that's where we came up with that number, that original 275 to 300 plus benefits. Looking at comparative districts and also understanding that we are starting a search a little bit later than other districts and the characteristics of the district that we're selling right now.
So in your professional opinion, so it's 275 to 350?
Well, 275 to 300 plus benefits is what we put down. And I was, yeah. But obviously input. And I had a question for you, Trustee Smith, too. Did you want to put a range? I mean, you've got 280 as your base number.
I would look to you. Is that what candidates are used to seeing?
It goes both ways. Some folks will say in the range of 280, and some folks will say 280 to 3. It's published both ways are common. But so that's why I wanted to see what you were interested in.
I think I'm going to defer to President Taylor because she had a really good viewpoint on that. I mean, having the range is fine based on what you had said.
I would think a range would, and I think, of course, we want to know what our floor is. We have a recommendation, what our ceiling is. That plus benefits, I think, would be the best place to land in that. And then how that's written, plus benefits, and then, if we say plus benefits and we're comfortable with that, then you know how to write it, right? You have the list and so on. We don't have to go through every single detail of that. And then the negotiation part might land where it seems like we're kind of getting as a board. So let's keep moving around a little bit, Trustee Mayberry, I think, and then Trustee Manetto.
Thank you, President Taylor. Quickly, going back to this matrix, the current superintendent is making that amount, the 243 number. Am I reading that correctly?
That's where I got from the materials provided. Yeah.
And on the I would on the salary range, I'm wondering what my colleagues would think at that level. If we do a range, to me that seems a little narrow. I'm wondering if we could pull that range down to 250 to 300.
Well, if I may, just if I may, I am almost positive the contract we approved for the current superintendent is $275,000. Am I mistaken on that?
I'll message my assistant to pull it up right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. That number just sticks in my head, and
Let's
there are a whole lot of
check it
numbers out there, so I know it's very easy to land in different places, but 275 really sticks in my head.
It seemed low to me. That's why.
Yeah, I am almost positive it's $275,000.
Okay.
But let's see. That could be me remembering from something else. Who knows?
Yep.
Who knows? And Trustee Manello, you were going to. Thank you, Emily, for looking that up, and then we'll know for sure.
Thank you, Madam President. So I can see that your recommendation is 275 to 300. And is that a reasonable, is that going to attract people, or is that just going to have people kind of skim over?
I mean, we chose it to be attractive.
Yes. Well, and you are the professionals after all. Okay. Then that's okay. Thank you.
But we provide comparison, that was based on our data analysis. That's what I came up with.
Let's find where that is. It was $238,000 when I first joined the board, and that was back in 2014. So I'm sure it's up more than $5,000 since then. We see we have a couple. Do you have something, Trustee Church?
I have the McNeil, Kristen McNeil, 2020.
Yeah, just give us that number, sir.
Regular pay, $243,898. So 243, but then you have 7,400 in other pay. Then you have total benefits, 88,085, for a final total 339,404.22. 339,404.
Okay, let's see. I think there may be some. Hang on just a sec, Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, she's
Ms. Ellison?
Yeah, I have a copy of the contract. Her base salary is $265,000.
Okay, so what you have is not quite. She's actually reading the contract.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you have. So it's 265. Yeah. Okay, so you would.
I mean, that was the contract signed in 2020, and then the governor approved was it 3% COLA?
Yep.
A 3% COLA in that time, and then we've had a PERS reduction as well because the PERS rates went up. So that number, if I logged into Business Plus and pulled up what she gets today, it's probably different than that number, but the original contract was $265,000.
Okay, and then you add in a little bit of cost of living and a little bit of that, so that's pretty close to the 275, which is I know I was in the neighborhood somewhere in there. So okay, all right. No, that's just base salary.
Yep.
That's just base salary, just looking at that. Then the benefits, yes.
Remember, though, she gave back some of her money. Maybe that's why transparency.
Oh,
about
that
it.
might be where you're coming from, because some of her money she gave back.
Yeah, that's what
That might
happened.
be where
Oh,
you're
that's
coming
the
from.
difference. She made a donation at the beginning
Yep,
of
she gave
of
back.
her
That might be,
salary.
I don't know where your
think
number
that's
came
where
from, that
that's
might be it.
Just for the record, Transparent Nevada.
Never transparent.
Well,
Yep,
if you
that's
had
why
said
we
that,
got
I'd have told you before, that's not true. No, I don't mean that in a bad way, but their numbers are often inaccurate for one reason or another. Maybe for very good reasons, but those numbers are often inaccurate. So I'd much rather go with the contract than what anybody published, regardless, because those numbers are often not true because there's so many pieces of it that can be in and out and in and out and in and out. So, let's make sure the contract is where we'll land. It was $265 in 2020. 2021, we know there was 3% cost of living and so on. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's work towards a motion so we can get this range nailed down. Yes,
That's
Trustee
actually what I
Rodriguez.
was going to look to try to do. And
Awesome.
I'm looking for
Awesome.
help.
Great.
So
Awesome. So go ahead.
I want to need some help on this. So just kind of talking from my hearing from the board, I think we're all pretty much around the same place with a minimum of 3-year contract.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, the conversation. But we'll see. Let's get some motion out there, and we can see what the conversation is.
So I guess I'm looking for help because this is a big one.
Oh, this is a big one.
I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the Bryan Group's recommendation of the salary of the $275 to $300 in the search for the superintendent of schools for the Washoe County School District with a 3-year contract.
Okay. We have the range from
Your recommendation?
275 to 300 is base pay, plus benefits.
Plus benefits. Mhm.
Plus incentive pay with a minimum of a 3-year contract.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Trustee Smith. Further discussion, things that we don't need to go back with, things that we haven't all shared. We all have a lot of views, but yeah, Trustee Church, you were first, and then Trustee Smith.
I don't recall anybody saying a 3-year contract. I think that we ought to be silent on that. If they want, I just don't see putting that in there. I think it ought to be silent.
Okay, thank you for that.
Might be 2, might be 5.
Okay, I hear that. But I did say, I will say, Trustee Mayberry said 3 years. He said 3 years. So someone did say that, but it's okay. You'd like to be silent on. Okay, other comments. Trustee Smith.
So what would be recommended here? Up to a 4-year contract? What
It
language
doesn't
would be?
necessarily need to be in the posting.
Do you advise it not be in the posting?
I'll just step in so we don't waste time. It's not on the agenda. The length of the contract's not on the agenda.
Oh,
It's not,
okay,
so
great.
you can't do that motion.
So the salary range is, so bam,
Salary
there we go.
range, yeah.
That's helpful.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Salary range is, and that's where we'll stay. There'll be a time when we'll discuss the range and the length
Yep,
of
and we
contract
don't need
and go
that,
from there.
the length
Right,
of
but you've heard
contract
some
in the-
feedback that might be
Yep.
informative for you when you're having conversations
Yes.
with those who express interest and so on.
But we
So-
don't need it for the
but we don't
postings,
need
and that's what we're
posting.
doing today. So
Thank you,
for
Council.
that.
That's my bad. I shouldn't have let us bleed off a little bit. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. We're here for discussion. Trustee Mayberry and then Trustee Rodriguez, then we'll.
Question for the team here. Again, I asked the question, I think I got sidetracked, but that range, that $25,000 range, at that level, is that in the norm? It's not too narrow?
Sometimes folks will just put in the range of 275.
I get
And
that,
leave it like
but
that.
we're
So
dealing
yes,
with the
I think
range,
this
so-
range is fine,
Okay, thank you.
in my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Rodriguez, did you have another comment?
I apologize, Chief General Counsel. This was kind of going off the recommendation of the 3-year. So do I need to change my motion, or?
I think we should change your motion and take out the length of the contract.
Okay.
You can take that as a friendly amendment, and then Trustee Smith
so
was the
just amend
second.
my motion, and I withdraw.
Yeah,
the
you don't have to
3-year
say that.
contract.
Just say
Okay.
you take it out as a friendly. That's fine. Trustee Smith, you're good with that? Yeah, it's a friendly, so it's okay. All right. Yes.
May I just make one comment? I think to your point, a $25,000 range, you may want to consider a little bit higher, just so you have a little bit more room on your ceiling in case you find a candidate that is a $301,000 candidate, because that is a fairly narrow range.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ellison. We'll go Trustee Mayberry. You mentioned that. Would you like to? Okay, so that was the motion. Is any interest in the motion and the seconder to amending that up a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I was going off the professionals here and just trying. I think we're all on the same page. Just want to get this going.
Let's get going. So you're comfortable bumping it up by 10 or something like that? Which are 10,000?
10,000. Is that a good recommendation? I would go with 10,000.
275 to 310.
Was that the kind of latitude you're looking for, Ms. Ellison?
I just want the board to be mindful of those limitations. So just making sure that you all have a conversation around not being too narrow, but also you've got to be comfortable with the top number because we don't want to have a bait and switch situation, right? If we know we're never going to pay 400,000, that shouldn't be the range.
We're not paying
So we really should have a legitimate ceiling. And if it's 275 to 300, then that's what it is. But I just want to make sure that that the board really fleshes out what you want the ceiling to be.
In that vein, I will ask you, since we're considering that number, do you feel like that is still too narrow?
I think the top number needs to be the maximum number that the board is comfortable paying, because the broader the range, the wider the net you're casting. But again, you don't want to cast a net to $400,000 candidates if we're not going to pay $400,000. So there really needs to be some thinking about what we're willing to pay for the role so that we can be forthcoming.
No, I think this is making us think, which is good, and all like we make each other think all the time. So I'll have comments, but I'll save it because we'll go to Trustee Mayberry, then Dr. Nicolette, and Trustee Smith.
Well, I was just directed to Trustee Rodriguez if you took that increase and put it at the bottom.
Do what?
Instead of 265 to 300 as opposed to 275 to 300. Maybe I'm getting too deep in the weeds here, overthinking it, but I'm just...
No, it's the range. So I think this is not deep in the weeds. This is for us to decide that.
Because
if that's...
remember, I mean, what as the HR director pointed out, it's the top. I mean, that would be the top range. Is that something we're going to support?
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry.
Yeah.
Let's go, Dr. Nicolette.
And thank you for that. I appreciate that because my sense is we should be just a little higher, but my question is, incentives will come later. We mention it, but it's just who knows what that means. So that could technically make the pay quite a bit higher, depending on what we decide incentives are.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Smith?
Yes, thank you, Clerk Nicolette. Address it. I'm going to go back to the very first thing I said when we started this, which is that pay for performance for stretch goals is something that would be a part of this and I hope would be actively promoted. That's why I'm a little hesitant to go too much higher on the range. I'm open to it. If the colleagues go that way, I will absolutely second that and vote yes. But I believe we should also be signaling to the community that there's an expectation of performance to a degree here, and we can absolutely make that a rewarding success for this new superintendent. But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we're also having other carrots that we will harvest later in the negotiation process.
Okay.
And if I might just provide some comment that gives context around
Can you
how...
get that mic
Oh,
closer?
sorry.
Thank you.
If I might provide some context around how the bonus language has been structured in the past, it's been a percentage of the base wage. And so I think Superintendent McNeil's language says up to 10%. She's eligible for up to 10% of her base wage in bonus compensation, or some version of that. The other thing that I was just going to comment really quickly on adjusting the range down to 265, the only caution that I would give there is that that is the same amount that we signed the contract for with Kristen in 2020, and we know the dynamics of this community and the things that have changed in that time. So I would hate to have somebody look back at a previous contract and say, wow, there hasn't been any movement in X number of years.
Yeah. I was just going to say that I would if you look at the 265 in addition to, and then the 3% and so on, even if you just take the straight 3%, that lands at 270, basically 273. And that's I'm no statistician, so that's really easy math, right? So it's really easy for someone, and I wouldn't want to send the message that we're going to go backwards.
Right.
In any way, shape, or form. I think things are much more complex right now. And I think we want to be competitive. So I actually feel a little bit more comfortable with keeping that 10 on the opposite side. I mean, I would go higher. However, I am in support of, hey, you know what, let's make this kind of incentive laden based upon some progress and making which is a different way. We've never really done it. We have overall bonus, but not specific to things. That's a little different way for us to think about it, but that's not a bad thing. Right, because we want to show some movement, so I'm open to that, and we'll love for that to be shared as well. So I'm actually we'll be in support of. Right now, the motion is 275 to 300, and we're talking about, do we amend that to 310? To 310, so I'm going to be in support of the motion of that. I was going to recommend the 310, so. Any further discussion? Yes?
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, the motion is on the floor.
Been seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
And there was friendly, the motion is on the floor, and then there was consideration of a friendly amendment, which was not taken. Then the friendly amendment went to 310, that was taken, and we're just trying to land somewhere a little bit, and have that, so, okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, once again, the motion would be. Well, he went to the restroom. I was trying to filibuster a little bit, but, sometimes it takes. Okay, one more time. Reread the motion. Okay.
The Board of Trustees accepts the recommended compensation range from the Bryant Group with a salary range of $275,000 to $310,000 plus benefits plus incentives.
Mm-hmm. The same motion it was before you left the room, Trustee Church. Okay, 275 to 310 plus benefits plus incentives. Okay, that being said, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. So those are the marching orders that you needed for today. Phase 1. We'll be looking for phase 2, and we'll be back in January to keep this thing moving. Thank you very much. Safe travels home.
Thank you.
We know the ride could be a little treacherous out there.
Pleasure working with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so the board will take a 20-minute break for dinner, which is typically what we do. This is a good time to do it. Let's take the break. Yep, 20 minutes, and then we will be back.
So then you'll go back to 4.02.
Yep.
After 4.02.
All right, why don't we go ahead and get started? Thank you for the break. We appreciate it very much. We're going to reorder the agenda. We have something very, very exciting, and the best part of the agenda before us right now. Agenda item 4.05, presentation, announcement, and possible action to recognize the 11th annual holiday card contest winners. This will not be heard before 4 p.m. It's after 4 p.m. and we can see, look at the walls. It's just fantastic to see all the entries from this year. So before us is Michelle Anderson and Melissa Gillis from Communications.
Good evening, President Taylor, trustees, and Dr. McNeil. It is an honor to be before you for one of our favorite agenda items. As I begin, as President Taylor said, please draw your attention to all the creative artwork we have surrounding us in the boardroom. The purpose of our holiday card design competition is to promote visual arts in our schools and to engage our students, families, and community. The annual program is conducted by the Office of Communications and Community Engagement and offers school-age children the opportunity to submit drawings or artwork for the Washoe County School District's annual holiday card. The winner's artwork represents our warmest holiday wishes to the community through electronic and printed cards. This is the 11th year we have conducted the contest, and Melissa has led this project for 8 of those 11 years. I want to commend Melissa for all of her hard work and for collaborating with Miss Amy Bartell, our amazing fine arts coordinator, and all of our outstanding art teachers. It's because of them this contest has really grown, and as I mentioned, it is a favorite of ours. This year we received a record number of entries at 1,044.
Wow. Nice.
Our prior record was 441, so a huge growth. Wow. So again, everybody is to be commended for just the work that it takes. And yes, it's pictures, but it's so much more than that when we get into it. So I'm going to turn it over to Melissa Gillis for her to carry on.
For the record, Melissa Gillis, Office of Communications and Community Engagement. I just wanted to take a brief moment to explain the rules for the contest. The artwork can be painting, drawing, photography, computer-generated illustrations, or any combination of those. The winning artwork, as Michelle explained, is used for our digital and printed card that we send out from the school district to the community. Our department takes all of the, in this case, over 1,000 entries, and we narrow it down to 9 finalists, so 3 each from the elementary, middle, and high school levels. And I should also mention, while I'm talking about my team, is it's not all just me doing the work. Like, pretty much everybody in our office has at least some role to play in this, so I think we all take a lot of joy in it. It's a fun event for us every year. Then our 9 finalists go to the Office of School Leadership, and they select the 3 winners that we are here to present to you today. Our winners receive gift cards, and then we present them with their artwork in a nice frame, and they get a certificate. And then I also send the 9 finalists certificates to their schools and let their principal and teachers award them with that, so they get some recognition as well. And then we also have the winners and the 9 finalists on our Facebook and on the district website.
And we're going to do things a little bit different, obviously, because of COVID. So Melissa and I are going to drop the mics here and move off to the side, because as we present each of the award winners and the students with their certificates and mention them, we will, when we take the picture, have all of you stand so you guys can be in the nice backdrop with the photos and have the students sitting up here. So I'm going to kind of do that little rearrangement here for a second.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, we will have everybody come up one at a time. I'm going to have Melissa announce everyone, and we'll get them up there.
Okay, so first we're going to go through the elementary school finalists and winner. This first elementary finalist, this artwork was created by Jaslyn Van Meter from Natchez Elementary School. She's a 2nd grader.
All right.
And what we really enjoyed about this artwork is the diversity. If you look there, there's all kinds of different children. We thought it was very playful with the Santa in the background and all the very vibrant colors. And I wanted to mention that someone from Natchez actually drove all the way in with all of their entries from their school.
Wow.
So I thought that was very cool that they would go to all that trouble. Our second elementary school finalist was Sienna Baker from Collin Ranch Elementary School. And here we liked the typography going vertical instead of horizontal. We thought that was unique. And we don't really get that many grayscale or black and white entries. And we thought it just felt very classy, and it really stood out from that standpoint. And then I would like to announce our elementary school winner, Simmerjot Kar Sahota from Lemon Valley Elementary School. She's in 5th grade.
All right.
So if you'd like to come up, we'll get a picture here. Yeah, and the family, and Mr. Kirk, the principal, is also here from Lemon Valley.
All right. Awesome. Oh, you look so pretty.
So we really liked the detail that Simmerjot has in her painting, or her drawing. And the use of perspective is really done well, and you can tell she's put a lot of detail into all the little gifts and the houses and the train and the Santa with his reindeer. We just thought it really encapsulated the holiday theme really well.
Wait. Awesome. Yeah.
Way to go, leopards.
So now we will look at the middle school finalists. This first one is from Luca Henninger from Billinghurst Middle School, an 8th grader. And I liked that this student has used mixed media. She has marker with colored pencil, and we thought it was very cool that the colored pencil has been used in such a way that the lights actually appear to be glowing. And I liked the controlled use of color, so it's not like the whole thing is super colorful. Your eye definitely goes to those colored lights and the beautiful typography. And our second middle school finalist was Manha Mania from Billinghurst Middle School also, so they definitely put a lot of effort into that this year, also an 8th grader.
Nice.
And this was created with what I think is tempera paint, which is pretty difficult to use because you're getting your paper all wet and it's hard to keep it in the areas that you want to use it. And I thought this was really well done. I also liked the light reflecting from the windows on the snow. I thought that was really clever. And the darker sky, I think, really makes the snow and the moon stand out really well.
Uh-huh.
And then our middle school winner, who's here with us today, is Molly Raymond from Swope Middle School.
All right.
And her principal, Mr. Nakashima, is here along with her family. And we thought the detail in this was just so clever and really cute. And Molly had more than one entry this year, and they were all just really good. So I know she put a lot of effort into this.
My goodness.
I also really appreciated the scripty writing. It just is really beautifully done.
Fantastic.
It looks like that little sled is a s'more. Go slow.
So next we will look at the high school finalists. The first one is Meadowlark Buffkin Plank from Reno High School. And this was a digital entry. It's a little hard to tell on the screen. It's blowing out the white part a little bit, but it's a figure skater who has skated and created the words Happy Holidays. And we thought that was really creative. And the background was really well done too. And our second high school finalist is McKenna Cow from AACT, a 9th grader. And this was a digital entry as well, but I think the detail of it is so well done, it almost looks like a photograph. And I Our team also thought that the light coming through really seemed to symbolize hope and peace. And it was just really beautiful. And our high school winner, who's here today, is Alex Garcia Tappengot from North Star Online School. And this is a digital painting, and that might sound like, oh, how hard could that be to do? But I don't know if you've ever tried to even just sign a thing or do anything with your mouse. It's really hard. So I thought this was really well done with the texture of the fur and the cloth and the cup. And the detail with the Wcsd on the coat, that really captured our eye too, of course. So Alex is here with the principal of North Star, Mr. Kitchen, and the assistant principal, Miss Hardy, and the parents are here also. So.
I may or may not want her for branding purposes.
If for someone in 10th grade to be able to do this already at that young age is really amazing. Alex. Sorry.
And we would like to congratulate all of our winners, and let's give them one more round of applause. And I'll turn it back over to you, President Taylor.
All right,
unless
thank
have
you very
anything
much.
else.
Since we're in the picture-taking mode, we need a trustee picture. This is the first time since all of us have been seated that we're all here together, and we need it for the calendar year, so we'll go ahead, and then that will give us an opportunity. Oh, we have, there's a public comment card on what? This is discussion only, so, no, this is an action item? Oh, okay, well then I guess we aren't going to do that. It's action item, yes, let's have public comment.
It's just for you to recognize.
My bad, oh yeah, action item, we can do that. Let's have public comment, and then we'll officially recognize them.
Pablo Nava Duran.
I'm sorry, Mr. Duran, I almost left you off of here, my mistake, sir.
That's okay. That's okay. So I'd like to say congratulations for all the winners out there. Art look beautiful, all kind of stuff. Happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. All right, so now we are looking for a motion so that we can officially recognize these amazing artists that we have here in our district, and that we'll be utilizing the winning cards and the cards that we send out. So looking for a motion at this time.
I move that we recognize our 3 illustrious winners this evening and congratulate them.
Fantastic. We have a motion on the floor from Dr. Nicolette and seconded from Trustee Manetto. Seeing no discussion other than we really, really applaud your work. So proud of you. Keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Okay, all those in favor of recognizing the winners of the 11th annual holiday card contest from elementary, middle, and high school, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Better not be any opposition to this one. All right, motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. One more round of applause. Yes, thank you for not letting me forget to officially recognize you for your amazing work. All right. Now we're in the hands of Charles as we'll take a picture. I think he'll move us up. Come on forward. We'll move up here. Take a picture. And this will give a chance. This is a chance for our guests. I know you'd love to stay, but you can sneak out right now if you want to. This is a really good chance for you to do that. His chucks. All right. Now we're going to continue on with agenda item 4.02. This is presentation and discussion on the current project schedule and budgeted costs associated with the future Debbie Smith Career and Technical Education Academy High School. This is for just presentation and discussion only. Ms. Zimmerman, thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Tammy Zimmerman. I'm the Deputy Chief Facilities Management Officer for the district. And I am the point person for the Debbie Smith Career and Technical Academy High School, so working it through all the way from ed specs to design. So bear with me. I'm going to give you a little bit of recap of history, just because it's been over 2.5 years that we started this project. So.
And that will actually just what, if I can interrupt, thank you for doing that, because we have so many new trustees. So.
And that was the reason why, is there's so many, so that we can get you back up to where we are now. So it might take a little bit, but that's okay. So it was determined that the current Hug High School students and staff would move to the Wild Creek campus. And that left the facility at Sutro open. And in the WC1 initiative, there was always going to be another CTE facility. So then we had a campus to do it on. So we then identified that. We worked with Josh Hartzog, and he's the director of Signature Academies and CTE. He and his staff came up with all of these academies based off of the market, EDON, looking at what we need, what we're growing in, and what the academies at AACT need room to grow into. So you can see those there. We're going to be moving part of, well, I should say, we're going to be having culinary over there, even though we have culinary of AACT, because there is such a demand for it. Vet tech and horticulture eventually will move over to this new campus. We're going to be putting a new greenhouse in that is the size of a projection greenhouse for them, which they currently don't have at AACT. They drive to Reno High to use that. So we're going to get rid of that one and give them a new one. Something new on here that we're excited about is construction technology. Maybe we can grow our own in our capital projects departments. That would be, construction management, those kind of things would come out of that. Biomedical and nursing, partnering with the university. Manufacturing, which we have several of them, but we always find that they're full and there's a lot of space needed in those manufacturing. And then teacher training, kinder through 5th grade here. We have the pre-K at AACT, and then we would move the older kids to this site for teacher training. So in August of 2019, funds were approved to create the ed specs. We hadn't created ed specs for a little over 15 years when we did the AACT school, so we needed to do those. December of 2019, we hired Van Wert Bugatti and BrainSpace, and they walked us through the process of creating those ed specs. February of 2020, we created an educational specification group, and we solicited members from the community. And we received memberships from Susan Hernandez, and she's from TMCC and the Applied Technologies. And we received a member from EDON, Amy Fleming, as well as internal teachers, principals, as well as Josh Hartzog on that with some of us from capital projects. So felt like it was a well-rounded group. In July of 2020, the community meetings were held. We held them virtually. We learned how to do that. At that time in the summertime, we had parents, students, teacher, and just regular staff from the district providing feedback of what they wanted to see, what academies, how they wanted it to look and feel. In May of 2020, it was determined to be named the Debbie Smith CTE Academy High School. In October of 2020, the board approved the educational specifications for it. And then in October of 2020, we then received funding approval for the architectural and engineering design services that Van Wert Bugatti would be heading. Step back a little bit. In August of 2020, we selected Q&D Construction through an RFP process to work on this campus for us. They have done a portion of that building at the current HUD campus in another project. So they did the culinary arts and a lot of the teacher training that was there along with the sports band. So they have some intimate knowledge of those buildings and the site. So then we reviewed the educational specifications with them and then got into big detail into the existing buildings so that they could become familiar with them, with as-built, we crawled into the floors, the ceiling spaces and all over to look through what's existing there. Then in January of 2021, we started with conceptual design, which gave us an idea of how to look at the campus. There is a 40-foot drop across the campus, which makes it a little challenging. We did an option study. We also had O'Connor Construction Management, who's a third-party estimator, look at the concepts and give us estimates on that so that we knew we were working within the parameters of a budget. We selected an option and worked through our district leadership and moved forward with that. Then we continued the design process in January of 2021 through June of 2021. And this is the schematic design phase where we did site survey. We got the architects and engineers to start refining those concepts, geotech studies, soil studies, traffic analysis, and we did work through the city of Reno for site plan review and received approval on that. And at the end of this phase, we actually completed the video that I'll show you a little bit later in the process here. Now we move into design development that worked from July through October of 2021, and that's refining the design again, working with district staff, working with our community partners, our CMAR, Q&D construction, doing a lot of plan review, again, trying to look at the documents to see how it applies to the site and any issues we might have. You can see there's a rendering of some of that we'll go through in the slideshow as well of that east courtyard. Part of the design process, getting through DD, we did a third-party estimate. O'Connor's did the third-party estimate, and Q&D does an estimate. And then we come and sit down and we compare them because we want somebody who's not intimate and they take it for document, what the document says. They don't share information beforehand, and then we sit down as a team with our district staff, Q&D staff, the architect staff, and the CMAR staff, and O'Connor, and look at all their estimates and compare them. Out of that came the reconciliation, so we know that we're in line with the budget, but we also actually, the thought came up that we were going to do some value engineering, which in this instance were things that weren't needed in there, that we were going to choose maybe different materials instead of the materials that were spec'd, and then be able to save some of that money. And out of that process, we saved about $3.5 million. Now we'll continue on through the design process from November 2021 through January of 2022, and that's the construction documents where we actually make sure all of the documents that we're bidding are put together and well thought out. We're right now doing a 50% of construction document estimate, and we're going to be also doing a reconciliation with O'Connor to make sure that we're in line again. And then I have the video. You guys didn't get to see this in the board meeting, but it was posted, and so we thought we'd run you through it and I'll narrate it for you. Along with the academies that are going in here, we are putting a new boardroom up at this campus. It'll be up at the northwest corner in the new building. This is the existing site. Those X's on there show the buildings that will be demolished in order to create in the middle of the campus the new building. That's in yellow highlighted here. The building in the northwest, we're going to be moving RISE to that building and get out of the lease space there, and that's a good place to have it since it's on a central bus line. A little bit different in parking. We'll upgrade the parking so that it flows better than it does currently at the campus. So this is looking from McCarran down. There's the RISE building that you'll see on the corner there. And that'll be very separate from the rest of the campus. You'll see the new greenhouse there in the courtyard. And at the bus stop, you'll see that's the new building that's going to go in the middle there. It will have inside access to the gym so that we'll try to keep them inside as much as possible. This is the front door, and off to that left of the front door is the boardroom, and it's separate. Pitch pit in there so they can pitch their ideas as entrepreneurs to their students and staff and maybe the industry. Lots of working space outside that they can think together and collaborate. Marketing, we'll have digital marketing in there, lots of computers. It's almost a tri-level home, so this is the mid-level. It'll have general use restrooms where we can fit them in the new building and some in the existing buildings. To the right of that would be the connection to the gym building down that hallway. This is the library, media center. It'll have a classroom inside, as well as circulation. Now we're going to go down to the bottom level. The bottom level has medical, and it also has the manufacturing classes, manufacturing and engineering downstairs, as well as the commons for dining and the kitchen. And we put them down on the bottom so they could get the large equipment in to them. There's a reason to our madness here to get all that equipment into the manufacturing on the end. Health and nursing, they'll have hospital beds with the head ends that have the gas. It won't have gas to it, but you'll be able to manipulate them. Real life simulation. This is the manufacturing that'll have welding as well as a computer classroom in it for design. And this is the robotics classroom. And this is on the south end where by the bus pass through. The commons area, dining, and then it moves out to that east courtyard that you saw in the video overflow. It's got a little bit of an overhang so you can be underneath the awning, but you can also be outside. There's the greenhouse. We're going to do remodeling on the existing 2 buildings that remain, or the 3 buildings that remain, including the gym, and it'll be more fit and finish. We're going to take all the drywall down and bring it all the way back up. So all the infrastructure will be behind the walls, so you won't even notice it. This is the small gym that'll turn into the construction technology lab as well as the welding lab. There'll be big roll-up doors in it. And this is looking back from McCarran to that back building, where that's admin, and then on the right, that's the boardroom. So these are some slides that O'Connor Construction Management provided for us. It's just to show you the market volatility and the construction cost escalation. Some of it's steel, some of it has gone up 200%. And you can see by all of those lines that they're going up. Lumber, and some of it has fluctuated. Plastic has kind of fluctuated, and we're hoping that it stays pretty constant because that's what our estimates are based off of, as well as they have escalation built into these estimates to cover it. Change in construction, non-residential, you can see on the right how high that black line has gone. That's what we're up against, and we're working through that. Demand for construction labor. We know the labor, it's hard to find enough labor to finish these projects, and then the dollar per hour that they're paying their laborers. Velocity of spending just shows how much we're spending in construction across the United States in millions. And you can see it's kind of leveled out a little bit, but it's still, we just are trying to forecast for the future. So Q&D, having a construction manager at risk is pretty important in a project like this that has existing buildings and that, so that we can look at those specific things and have input from them. In a hard bid, we don't generally get that, right? We put out a bid and they give us a number. In this, we get to actually investigate the existing buildings. You get market-specific details from contractors because they're able to call out to their subcontractors. The recruitment, they do pre-qualify. So they pre-qualify firms to actually bid on this project that Q&D will put out to bid in March. So they actually, most of them are local firms that we do see because that's who they have a relationship with and have, can get that best bid price for us. They do schedule analysis and effective timelines for us and look at how that pushes and pulls through the process. And this is all part of the design process. They review the structure, constructability, to make sure that we're getting the best value for what we're doing. They review the as-built. We work with the municipalities. We have, lead and asbestos in our schools that we have to comply with. And so we meet out with them on site and get their input so that we can make sure that we take care of it appropriately. They also mitigate risk, and they provide a certainty for us as an owner. And that extends to the prices as well as the schedule. I'll show you a detailed schedule that we'll get to here, but I want to explain something in this slide here. You'll see all those red marks on there. Those are the buildings that we're going to demo. But in the middle, there's two that line up. That is where the new building is going to go. So we have sequencing that we have to worry about in this project. We have to demo those two buildings first to get the footings in for that new building. So we're going to be working from the center of campus out. And so it's very difficult to have anybody on campus with that for safety reasons. We'll work and do the remodel of the B building or the IA building and the building A that you see up there, as well as the gym. But the schedule that I'm going to show you, we worked through with district leadership to talk about this. We worked through CTE to talk about that. And this is the schedule that we've come up with and that we're going to be working towards. So in June of 2022, construction will commence. We'll start unloading the building. June to October, we're going to be demoing as many buildings as we can in that time frame to get that middle building started, because that's critical path to finishing. October of 2022, we'll start remodeling the existing buildings as well as build the new building. And June of 2023, the remodel of those buildings that are going to stay will be complete. July of 2023, they anticipate having the parking lots complete. April of 2024 is when the new building will be complete. That's in the center of campus. We'll be looking to provide training and marketing for students to come to this campus in April of 2024, because it's easier for students to want to come if they can touch it and feel it and see it. It's very hypothetical until you get to that point. So we're excited to be able to have the marketing and the teaching training at that time. And teaching training with the equipment so that they know what they're dealing with. It might be a new piece of equipment that's different than what they had before, so we want to make sure that they know how to use it so they can teach students. June of 2024, the site work would be complete, and then we would move admin and all of the staff in. August of 2024, the site would be ready for students. This is a little bit different change in schedule. Originally, we were going to be able to have students on campus August of 2023, but with, as you saw, all of that market escalation for construction material, as well as timing of it, getting the steel and that, we don't believe that we'll be able to make that second semester of January 2024, and then those students wouldn't have use of those pieces of equipment for an entire school year of their academic career. So wanting to give them everything so that they can be successful instead of trying to make it work. Plus, we have safety access with students. We'd be trying to get them from the gym all the way over to the IA building, and then we would have had temporary mobiles for lunch that would have been in that the parking lot on the east side on the south end. So then just getting them, it would have been very difficult. So we believe that this is a better schedule and will provide a better academic environment for those students to learn and achieve their goals.
I just want to pause just right here for a moment, Ms. Zimmerman. Any questions or comments on that? I mean, that is a 1 year change from what was originally projected. For the new trustees, you don't even know about the change, but I certainly hear it and understand it, and it's not because there's students waiting to go to the school and from a zoning standpoint, because it isn't general ed. This is CTE, which we want to do, but we also want to do it right. Yes. And so it isn't a loss in it, so to speak. I mean, it's an opportunity there, but it isn't as though, now someone is still in an overcrowded classroom waiting for a new school to open so that we can rezone and so on to it. So certainly understand that. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. I appreciate this, and I understand. My husband was in land and real estate development for a long time. I do wonder about just what President Taylor was talking about. There will, for 2 years, be no students on the campus?
For 2 years, there will be no students on campus. And the change with that, though, is they're going to be able to open with juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. prior to that, we were going to only open with freshmen and sophomore. So now and Josh gave me some talking points because he couldn't be here today because he felt a little ill. They will be bringing another set, those juniors in. So instead of 450 students to open, we'll open with 624 approximately.
Oh, and
So
they'll be split between, and I don't need to know how, I trust the experts, between the new hug at Wild Creek and AACT? No. It depends. Thank you.
it depends on what academy that they're enrolled in and going to, because they will be separate. So if they choose to be enrolled in vet tech and horticulture, they would be at this new Sutro Debbie Smith CTA campus.
Yes, for those 2 years when there can be no kiddos on campus.
They will start, because the vet tech and horticulture is currently at AACT and we're moving it. So they'll be able to go to AACT.
Okay.
And then for the last 2 years, they'll come to Debbie Smith.
2 years they'll come to Debbie Smith.
Right, 4 years total.
But for 2 years there won't be, I'm sorry to be so redundant, I'm having a trouble wrapping my mind around this. For 2 years doing construction, there will be no students and teachers on campus.
No students and teachers on campus for 2 years.
So I'm not asking the right question. Where are all those people going to go?
So there are current academies at AACT that they can still enroll in. And then the academies that are only specific to this, they'll have to wait for 2 years to actually enroll in those.
I get that, but so then they'll just go to a variety of different high schools?
They'll stay where they are, is what will happen. They will stay where they are as if there is no CTE, right? Because there's not, that's a specialized school. It isn't zoned to, right?
Yeah.
So wherever they are right now, that's where they'll stay until the school is open. So if they're involved in a CTE program at AACT that's going to move, they'll stay at AACT, right? If they're interested, if they're going to be in one of the new programs that will happen when the Debbie Smith Academy opens up, then they'll when it opens, they will move over to there. But they're going to stay at wherever they would be. That's where they're going to stay.
But what about the students please excuse me, what about the students that are at Hug now, the general population?
They're going to the new hub.
They're going to the
They're
new
going to
Wild
the new hub
Creek.
starting in August.
So remember, August of 2022, we're still on schedule to open up the new hug.
Gotcha.
So the new hug opens up next August in 2022. That's still on schedule. That will still open in August of 2022. Old hug stays dormant.
Yeah.
They start construction in June of 2022.
Gotcha.
2022, 2023 will be under construction in the old hug. 23, 24 still under construction. August of 2024, the CTA opens. Debbie Smith CTA opens.
All the existing hug students and others will go to the new hug. So they won't be left without a home. They're moving. They're moving August 2023.
August
2022, sorry, 2022. They're moving August 2022. All the existing Hug High School students are going to they're just going to be at the new Hug.
They're going to just be at the new Hug.
Right, so they'll still be at Hug, it would just be someplace else.
It seems so simple, I'm sorry, but I couldn't get there without your help, thank you.
You good now? So there won't be kiddos just wandering around on McCarran with a backpack saying, I sure hope this school opens soon so I can graduate. I mean, that's what's not going to happen. You good, Dr. Nicolette? I'm good. All right.
All right. So the construction phase budget, we do construction, FF&E, professional services. The construction is the entire campus construction. FF&E, right, is our chairs, tables. You'll see that estimate up there. Construction professional services is our time to manage it. And so then those totals, these are ranges. We'll be back for a final funding approval in February.
Okay, we do have a couple of questions. I saw our student trustee first, and plus, student trustees just trump the rest of us. So you go first, and then we'll go to Trustee Mayberry. So
thank you, President Taylor. My question was, will students that will join as juniors or sophomores, will they be required to have done a CTE program at their first high school?
I think we're looking to the super. You know that?
Some of these programs are only 2-year programs, though. So they're revamping them, and that's what Josh had sent me. So some of them are only 2 years, and they can do a complementary study, or some of them are 3 years. So there's opportunity for you to come mid-junior, senior year, junior year to still complete those.
Did that answer that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Trustee Mayberry? You want to? Whatever you like. Okay, please.
So next steps, February 2022, we'll finish, the first part, we'll finish that construction documents, and then we'll be back to the capital funding for full funding approval, and then back to the board after they approve that. And then in February or March of 2022, Q&D will put those out to bid to subcontractors. They're responsible to do that portion of the bidding as the CMAR. And then in May of 2022, Q&D will provide us with a guaranteed maximum price for construction from them. And then in June of 2022, we intend to commence construction.
Okay. No students wandering around McCarran. I think that's really important. Get that? You got that in your notes?
I want to make sure that all the news media hears that.
Make sure that's on public record.
Point.
Absolutely. Okay, Trustee Mayberry?
Oh, thank you, Tammy. So I think this is in the F at-large district, I believe, right? Would it be in my district?
Actually, no. The new HUG would be in your district. The CTE, this one, is in her district.
Well, I'm not sure I like that.
I know, right?
Okay, but no, thank you. Well,
yeah, we already went down there, bro. Look at Neil. That's not on the agenda. Look.
So thank you. It's a beautiful building and wonderful tribute to a great legislator who really was a strong advocate for education in the state. My question is just AACT. Just trying to understand it. Will some of those programs be relocated to the Debbie Smith?
Some of them will be relocated. They're intended to be sister schools. They're going to come together and have athletics, but they can, if there's culinary at AACT, they can stay at AACT. There will also be a culinary department over at this new campus as well. So they'll have a choice. It's an application process.
It just gives more opportunities for our students, right? I mean, that's the bottom line. I think that's wonderful. Okay.
More opportunities and more industry perspective, right? Jobs that we need.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good way to look at it. It's the contribution to jobs, to emerging markets in our area that's much needed. So yes, Trustee Smith, and then Vice President Minetto.
Thank you, President Taylor. I think this is amazing. I cannot wait to see this come to fruition. So my question is, particularly because this is a CTE school, do we have a requirement that our contractors either hire students that have come out of our own CTE programs? I know that we're starting the MC3 pre-apprenticeship program at Sparks and then expanding that to Galena in the next school year. So I was just curious if there's any pipeline that happens with that.
Excuse me.
There's no requirement that the contractor hire our students specifically, but we do get a lot of our students, former students. Bob Foster, the superintendent at Clark and Sullivan, is building Willow Creek right now for us. And a lot of these students that work, or workers that work on our schools, are homegrown contractors.
Yes, and very proud when you tour those schools and you have one of the project managers, something that's an alum. They're very, very, very proud to take you on the tour. Good. Vice President Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President. So I have heard this referred to as a CTA and a CTE. Do we have an official, or are the programs within the CTA, CTE? I just want to have the right acronyms.
That is actually it. That's actually it, right? I think they're career and technical education programs, but the name of the school is CTA, Academy. Right?
Yes.
So the answer.
Academies within the yes. Okay.
Yes. So the answer to that question is yes. Yes.
Light bulb.
All right. No, we're just going to call it Smith, right? Yeah. That's the Smith Academy. All right. Good? Everybody good? Yes. Oh, no, yes. It's the Debbie Smith. I'm sorry, Academy. Yeah, changing the name is not on the agenda. Right? No, it is not. Yes, please, right. And also moving HUG into my district is not on the agenda either. He told me that just a couple minutes ago, so I'm just trying to get it in wherever I can. All right, I think that is any other this is great information. I love the video. Some of this stuff was I've been around longer, but a lot of it, especially the pictures, are certainly new for me. So I can't wait to get a chance to tour it. And then part of what you may have heard in there there's a new boardroom. We'll be in there, and that will be our new home. It will have more space. We'll be able to just we kind of backed into this, and I think the redo of this a few years ago was certainly a far cry from what we had before. You guys don't even know that, but it would just be great to have a new home that can accommodate our board meetings and others like that. So, okay, thank you for your work.
Thank you. Nice job.
All right, Thank you very much, Ms. Zimmerman. All right, moving on. Is that? You got it. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 4.03, presentation. Thank you, Council. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the Washoe County School District's 21-22B Major Projects Program in the amount of $1,825,000. This is for supplemental funding for a future elementary school in the Rio Wrangler area. This was recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is for possible action. So our COO, Mr. Etchard, is before us. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Pete Etchard, Chief Operating Officer. So the construction budget for the Rio Wrangler area elementary school was approved by the Capital Funding Protection Committee on September 30th of this year and the Board of Trustees on October 12th. Now, this budget included a 15% escalation on awarded costs as compared to the same project at Inskeep Elementary School, which was publicly bid just 24 months prior. But unfortunately, the actual final bid was closer to an increase of 20%. As Tammy just kind of said in the last item at Debbie Smith, prices of both materials and labor have obviously been extremely volatile. So with the current critical supply chain issues we're facing, and also due to our familiarity with this project, this school we've built several times now, we wanted to expedite getting those plans on the street as soon as possible. Therefore, we used that 15% cost escalation factor rather than doing a more detailed line item cost analysis. That would have taken a lot more time and cost more money. And I really don't believe that would have yielded better results in this current rapidly changing environment. So we were given an overall range of 10 to 16% by our consultant for the cost escalation factor, and we chose to use 15%. The project was publicly advertised for bids from October 13th through November 23rd. And during this bid time, there were many conversations with industry experts and design professionals about supply chain and labor market disruptions. You may remember that in early November, we came to you with a design amendment that was really an insurance policy for the major supply chain issue with this project, which is the roof structure. The school utilizes what is called an open web joist system. And unfortunately, there are not many suppliers of this system. And the talk on the street was that it was about 12 to 18 months for us to receive these kinds of joists. Therefore, you approved a redesign contract to potentially utilize, if needed, what is called a wide flanged beam system, that while they're more readily available, would result in many changes to the design that ripple all the way down to the foundation of the school due to the extra weight of these beams. This roof change system would add about $500,000 to $600,000 of added construction costs to the project. So the project was bid utilizing the original open web joist system, but additional contingency funding was included in the budget in case we needed to make that change to the more expensive alternate. Also during the bid period, 2 general contractors who have previously constructed schools for Washoe County School District called us to tell us that they could not submit a bid due to their current workloads, particularly private sector projects. So moving forward to the bid opening, 2 bidders attempted to submit bids on November 23rd for this project. Only 1 bid was received on time. The second bidder was actually in the parking lot at the time sealed bids were due and failed to submit a responsive bid in time. However, since there were 2 bidders actively vying for this project, we are confident that the bid that we did receive was a competitive bid, and we were told by the general that there was very competitive pricing among all the disciplines and trades on this project. The sole bidder, a joint venture of Martin Harris and Group West Construction, submitted a price of $38,625,039. This is approximately $1.825 million more than the approved budget. So Martin Harris is a general contractor with 45 years of experience and over 300 full-time employees. They're headquartered in Southern Nevada and also have a permanent office in Reno. Martin Harris has constructed more than 70 projects for Clark County School District over the years, and many more in progress. Group West is a Reno-based general contractor with 12 years of experience, and they have teamed with Martin Harris before and have constructed a variety of projects, including some work for the University of Nevada. I believe a really important factor is that nearly all of the subcontractors listed for this project are locally based and have worked on one or more of our recent elementary school projects. 88% of the proposed subcontracted value associated with this project would go to locally based subcontractors. Importantly, Martin Harris, utilizing their connections and buying power, is confident in obtaining the open web joist by October of 2022 that will keep this project on schedule with the original design, and therefore the additional $500,000 to $600,000 has been included in the contingency funds for this project, hopefully will not have to be utilized. However, we have some time for the redesign, could be utilized if needed. Capital projects will be solidifying the construction method as soon as possible if you award this project this afternoon, or this evening now. The capital project staff has discussed this project with the contractor's executive team, and we have every reason to expect that this project will be successful in completion. So alternatives such as rebidding the project or revising the design were also considered extensively. However, no alternatives have a reasonable expectation of returning a lower bid price, and all the other options decrease or actually probably eliminate the possibility of opening this school by the 23-24 school year, when Polakitas Elementary School is anticipated to exceed 130% of capacity. So as stated by Chairman Dave Solero at the Capital Funding Protection Committee meeting, we have a bird in the hand, and this is the best price for the project at this time. There are no market indicators that the market will decline in the next year. With that, the Capital Funding Protection Committee unanimously approved the budget augmentation recommendation that would allow Washoe County School District to proceed with this award of this project, and that you will consider in the next agenda item. So I want to conclude by thanking the capital projects and purchasing team for their diligent work on this. At the Capital Funding Protection Committee meeting, Vice Chairman Justin Ivory, who owns a company in the steel industry, I think paid Adam Searcy and his team what I believe was a well-deserved compliment. Justin acknowledged that there has been a great deal of chatter at the Associated General Contractors and among contractors in general about open web joists not being available for 12 to 18 months, and it would have been really easy for Adam and his team to pull the plug on this project and just delay it for a year due to the supply chain issue. But Adam and his team kept pushing to find solutions, and with this contract we are bringing you today, we're confident we will see this school open for the 23-24 school year under the augmented budget amount. So we are therefore asking for your approval of this Capital Funding Protection Committee recommendation for this budget augmentation. Be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, I think that's pretty straightforward. Do we have any public comment on this item? No public comment. Thank you, JJ. Any questions, comments? If not, we're looking for a motion on this particular item. Trustee Church?
I'm really torn on this because of a couple things you said, Mr. Etchart, and so give me some guidance here and help me. A number of people big contractors who have done work with the district before stated their workload wouldn't help at this time. I guess where I'm leading is that if that's true, waiting is possibly an option until they do have availability?
Waiting is always a possibility. There's always a possibility that material prices and labor prices will go down, and these other contractors who would bid the project, we'd end up with a less expensive cost. But there's also the possibility, as Chairman Solero said, that we have a good cost now based on the market conditions of today. There's no indications that market prices are going to be going down. We've been hearing just kind of actually the opposite, that in January 1st, they're expecting a pretty good market escalation of costs. So the recommendation from the Capital Funding Protection Committee is they don't see the prices going down. They feel this is the best price for this project at this time, and it's the only way we're going to get the school open in time on 23-24 school year.
Thank you. You have further questions, Trustee Church?
Just, it's a crystal ball that nobody knows if supply chain works itself out like many predict. On the other hand, we're looking at inflation. So if, let's just say we do get some major inflation, this price would be guaranteed relatively without change orders?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Rodriguez?
First, I want to thank my compliments to Mr. Searcy for and you guys for spearheading this and coming up with a second option. And with that, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Washington County School District Capital Improvement Program to include the 2021-22 B Major Projects Program in the amount of $1,825,000 to provide the supplemental construction funding for the future elementary school in the Rio Wrangler area as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'd like to second that.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion by Trustee Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right, the motion carries. Let the record show is unanimous. Mr. Escher, thank you very much. And a big thank you to you and your team. All right, agenda item 4.04, presentation and possible action to approve the award of bid number 22-26-B-10-DA, construction of Rio Wrangler Area Elementary School, to Martin Harris Construction Group, Martin Harris Construction / Group West Construction, a joint venture for $38,625,039. And this is for action now that we've approved moving forward with this. Now we have to see who's going to build it. And looking before us is Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Golden.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you all. My name's Teresa Golden. I'm the Director of Planning and Design.
I couldn't see your mouth. I'm like, it doesn't sound like you, but you usually start. So yes, Teresa, thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
no worries.
Yes.
No worries. I just want to start out by showing the location of the new school south of town. It's on Rio Wrangler. It is just down the street from our Damani Ranch High School and just north of Brown Elementary. The graphic on the left there, the blue section is the actual site of the school, and it overlooks the wetlands down there. So it's a great view from the, or will be a great view from the playground.
Awesome.
So just a little bit of history that I wanted to give you quickly. This project actually was designed back in 2019 and was originally anticipated to go out to bid in 2020. But due to COVID and lack of funding at that point in time, we were asked to put that on hold. And so we revisited that with this board in September. I think it was the 28th of September this year. And we brought forward some options for you all to take a look at to decide whether or not we wanted to move forward. The first, of course, being continue to hold. The second option was to initiate construction, or the third was to rezone. And your board here decided to go ahead and initiate construction. So we went ahead and went into the bidding process. So this is a little bit more detail on the site itself that I wanted to just quickly go through. We acquired this land from Nevada Tribe Partners. It's about a 9-acre piece of land. It's got great circulation around the school, pedestrian, bike circulation, really from all sides. Some of the off-site improvements that we're doing are including some pedestrian flashers, on Rio Wrangler, just north and south of the main roads into the school. There are 2 main roads into the school with 2 lanes, sidewalks on both sides, and it just creates sort of a really nice drop-off loop for the parents. And we are also extending the turn lanes that go into the main road into the school. That's Stepping Stone. This is the 4th time we're going to be constructing this school prototype for our elementary. Really the only item I think that is unique to this particular site is we're including a cooling tower as part of our HVAC system. which was not done in our other schools. All of the other new elementaries are just the ground loop system. This required a cooling tower at this site because of the warm ground temperatures at this site. So this bid process was a traditional hard bid process, and it is a single construction contract that includes the utilities, minor grading, and of course the building itself. Tri-Partners did provide a dirt building pad for us at this site, so that's kind of nice. It's already done and ready to go for us to get started. The furniture, fixtures, and equipment are completely separate from this construction bid and are purchased separately by the school district. Now I'm going to hand it over to Andrea to talk about the bid.
Thanks, Teresa. For the record, I'm Andrea Sullivan, Director of Procurement and Contracts for the school district. I'm going to try to get through this fairly quickly because, as Pete promised, he stole most of my thunder, so he's already told you most of what I was going to talk about, which was necessary. But just like any other bid that we do, it was publicly advertised, and the purchasing department issued the bid on October 13th, and bids were due at 2 p.m. sharp on November 23rd. The Capital Projects and Purchasing Department held a mandatory pre-bid on October 26th, and we saw a lot of interest generated initially in this project. So we had attendance from many, many, many subcontractors who were interested in bidding on the project to the generals, and we also had 6 general contractors in attendance. Through that process, we had 57 formal requests for information submitted to the purchasing department. So it was very active. We had questions coming in daily, even up to the very last day, right before bids were due. So we had a lot of interest for a long time. Through that process, we issued 3 formal addenda to address each and every one of those requests for information. Bids were opened on the 23rd. As Pete told you, we only received 1 bid, which was extremely disappointing for a procurement person because all we want is competition. And so we did the best we could to make sure we generated interest in the project. It seemed that we had a lot of interest in the beginning. We had 2 bidders there. We had one in the parking lot who could not get into the building in time. So a lot of times what happens is they're waiting for a subcontractor number in order for them to complete their bid number. And then they need to get those numbers and add in their profit and overhead, get their full total, write it out, put it in the envelope, get it in on time. And it just didn't happen in this case. And as a public agency, we are not allowed to accept late bids. So, and that's really clear in our bid documents. And any of these contractors who have ever done any sort of public work know that those are the rules. And when he came in, he was very nice about it, and he was trying to get in, and he knew that once he could see the clock was past 2 o'clock that we couldn't accept his bid. So Martin Harris Construction and Group West Construction submitted a bid as a joint venture and were deemed the low bidder on this project at $38.625 million. And as Pete said, that was $1.8 million or so over the estimate. And, you know, we talked a lot about what those overages are attributed to. It's labor and material shortages and escalation on material, and obviously supply chain issues, which we've all heard a lot about. The other thing is there's so many big construction projects going on in the valley right now. Construction is so busy that, as Pete indicated, it's just really hard for these companies, these big contractors who we've done business with for a long time, to staff all of these projects. And this project deserves a lot of attention and appropriate staff and oversight to get this done on time. And so we want a company who has the bandwidth to do it. Both companies, Martin Harris and Group West, have deep roots in Nevada. They both have local teams here. They both have permanent offices here. Martin Harris has done a ton of work for Clark County School District down in Vegas, including that they have constructed many new schools. So they are very familiar with the construction of new schools, the intricacies of those, and the timelines associated with them. I mean, schools are very unique in that if something happens, it could push the opening out a whole year. So they're very familiar with that. Group West has been in the office or in the area for many years, and we feel like together with their school district experience and their ties to the local subcontractor pool and their partnerships with them, that we have every reason to believe this project will be delivered on time and within the bid amount. And, you know, as Pete also said to you, 88% of the contract value is local subcontractors. That tells you something about the ties they have with the local subcontractors. There we go. So it was a slightly accelerated bidding schedule, as Pete explained, because of the market conditions. We wanted to give the awarded contractor as much time for both construction and for procurement of materials, especially with respect to those joists that Pete talked about. So we bid this maybe earlier than we would have bid it, and we bid it for a slightly shorter amount of time, maybe a week shorter than we would have normally bid it, because we felt like it was the most important to give them time after contract award to order all of the materials and get the construction underway. We expect substantial completion prior to August of 2023, and the school will be ready for the opening of school for the 2023-2024 school year. So good news is that when you've done this already 4 times, the construction is pretty straightforward. It is far more simple once you've done it 4 times than if it was a brand new design. Bad news on this was the extreme market conditions certainly put cost pressures on us and likely reduced the number of bidders on this project. We only did have 1 bid, but that bidder was anticipating competition. And the fact that they were anticipating competition requires then they put in a competitive solicitation. So we do believe that the price they submitted is what the market is bearing at this time. And it will relieve overcrowding in 2 schools in an area that is projected to see significant growth in the coming years. And as you guys already know, Nick Polakidis has already seen multiple mobiles put on their brand new property to accommodate the overcrowding. So it's a school that we feel is needed, and now's the time to do it. So with that, we are recommending that the board awards this bid for the construction of the Rio Wrangler Elementary School to Martin Harris Construction, Group West Construction, a joint venture, in the amount of $38,625,039. And we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Fantastic. I think I see you leaning in, Trustee Mayberry, so I'll go to you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you both. And Andrea, it's nice to see you again. It's been a while.
Good to see you too.
Question, I support this. I think it's fantastic. Was there anything that in the bidding process that you didn't do that you would normally do to capture the right amount of bids? I guess what I'm looking for is just something on the record saying, this is the way we bid all our projects, and it turned out we just had one responsible bidder.
Yes. So believe me, we armchair quarterback this to the nth degree, and I don't see anything that we would have done differently. We didn't do it any differently than we do any other bid. Every single contractor in this community was aware this bid was going out. We have an extensive database, and we send these bids out to every single one of them. All of the subs got it, all of the generals got it. It was properly advertised, and there was initially a lot of interest in it. While it was out on the street, we had contractors call and say, gee, I just inked a deal with, a big private company, and now I can't do yours and do this, plus all the other work we're doing right now. So, no, I think, I would have liked that contractor who was sitting in the parking lot very close to bid time to have made it in, right? It was one of those moments where it just breaks your heart that you have to tell them on a $36 million project, sorry, I can't take your bid. I wasn't in that vehicle. I don't know what was going on or what, but we were kind of watching it through the front window and just like, oh. So I cannot think of anything that we could have done any differently.
Sure. Yeah, that's all I'm asking. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I think that's a good question. Just see if anything different that could have done that would have enhanced. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Additional questions, comments? If not, we'll move towards a motion to build
I'm happy
a
to
school.
make a motion.
Oh, absolutely, Trustee Mayberry.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
So I move the board trustees award bid. Let me make sure I'm talking about the right one here. We're on 4.04, right?
Yes, 04. Yes, sir.
I move that the Board of Trustees award bid 2226B-10-DA, construction of Rio Wrangler Area Elementary School to Martin Harris Construction Group, West Construction, a joint venture for $38,625,039.
All right.
Did I say that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
I haven't read a number that big in a long time.
I know, yeah. At least since you did your taxes, right? All right. There is a motion on the floor from Trustee Mayberry. Is there a second? I see Trustee Rodriguez with a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. We are building schools. We'll give some relief out there to those families. Thank you so much to both of you. All right, this is what we will do if it is, okay, it looks like we need a quick little 10-minute break. We'll do that. And then when we come back, I would like to jump to the agenda item. Look, I think it's O. Is it O? What is it? No, it's not. Isn't O anything? It's O. It is. It's 09. It's 09. 4.09. Mr. Funk is here, and so because we want to go ahead, we have a guest here. We want to go ahead and get him done, and you know, we pay for that. So let's go ahead and get this done. All right, 10-minute break, and we'll come on back. Thank you. Our agenda, we'll jump back into our agenda. We'll go down to agenda item 4.09. It is a very long title, so I will not read all of it. But this is discussion and possible action to accept the findings of the Gunderson Law Firm independent factual investigation. There were two things. Regarding the furtherance of the prior internal investigation, right, that was the continuing allegations of who knew what and when. Regarding the residency status of former trustee Jacqueline Calvert. And then secondly, the legal analysis and research relating to serving as a Washoe County School District trustee, including whether it's votes, compensation, benefits, yada, 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 any kind of reimbursements. And there are a list of people who are listed that have been involved, who have given us permission to discuss their character, conduct, and or professional competence. And we will turn this over to, it says my name on here, but really it's just my name because it's something the board said, that these two things are important, and because it came from the board, that's president, means it comes from me, but it really goes over to Mr. Funk. So thank you so much, and I know the investigator is here. Thank you so much, and then we'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is John Funk. I'm an attorney at Gunderson Law Firm on November 9th.
Bob, let's get your mic on, sir. Okay, there we are. You're good. Your red light is on, so you're good.
Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Great. Let me start over. Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is John Funk. I'm an attorney at the Gunderson Law Firm. As President Taylor indicated, during your November 9th board meeting, you made a series of motions. As a result of those motions, my office performed 2 additional tasks. The first was to continue the investigation concerning who knew what and when within the district. The second was to perform a legal analysis of the consequences of former trustee Calvert apparently moving her residence. If it's okay with everybody, I'd like to start with the continuation of the factual investigation. I have provided the school district with written reports of both my findings concerning the factual investigation. I've also provided a report of my legal investigation as well. Those were provided yesterday afternoon, have been available on the school district's website. So this is really just to summarize what I've already put in writing, which you've all had an opportunity to review, hopefully. During your November 9th, 2021 board meeting, you asked that I complete this prior to the end of the year so you all could handle it now and not continue to discuss it next year. We have done that. You also asked that my office retain a licensed investigator to conduct the interviews. That also was done. We used Elite Investigations. Their resume, for lack of a better term, their CV is included as Exhibit 1 to the report that I provided to you all. Ms. Jenna Johnson is here in the audience. If for some reason you all have a question for her, she's the person who assisted me in conducting the interviews. Just as a reminder, what I did last time, we reviewed approximately 60 emails, more than 340 pages of documents. We interviewed President Angela Taylor, Trustee Jeffrey Church, Superintendent Kristen McNeil, Mr. Neil Rombardo, a Washoe County School District HR employee, and a member of the public, Mr. Bruce Parks. After you all asked me to go back and conduct an additional investigation, we then interviewed Trustee Elizabeth Smith, Trustee Ellen Minetto, Trustee Joseph Rodriguez, Trustee Diane Nicolette, the current Board Services Executive Assistant, the former Board Services Executive Assistant, the current Project Manager to the Office of the Superintendent and Support Staff, the current Board Services Coordinator, and the current Chief Human Resources Officer. Those all were accomplished around the Thanksgiving holiday. I'd like to note that everybody was very cooperative, helpful for us to find times to talk with them, which was very much appreciated given the tight time frame in which I had to prepare the report. You'll notice from that list is omitted is former trustee Calvert. We were not able to interview her. However, we made substantial repeated efforts to talk to her. I've included as an exhibit to my report the daily efforts we made to try to get in contact with her. Ultimately, I spoke with an attorney at one point who was considering representing her. As a result of our efforts, she did meet in person with our investigator. She did agree and cooperated and was very cordial and signed the waiver of the open meeting law requirement, but refused to speak to us about any of the facts or circumstances of her move. So I know that was an item at the last board meeting I was at. We have made every effort. We have engaged directly with her, and she refused to talk to us. Ultimately, the results of our investigation, factual investigation, I'll start with some of the items that were a little bit outside the scope of what I did last time. Those are the financial. She served, so former trustee Calvert served from January 2019 through September 13th, 2021. It's approximately 33 months. In total, she only sought reimbursement twice for expenses she incurred, both of those related to out-of-state trips that she took. One was in April of 2019, the other in October of 2019. The total amount of the reimbursements she sought was $627.60. Excuse me. She never sought reimbursement for any expenses in 2020 or 2021. The value of her base pay and paid benefits for the totality of the time she was there, even before she moved, was $58,769.29. I did not engage in a process of figuring out the 2.5 months of what she was making before she moved, primarily because I don't know when she moved. All I know is that she updated her information with the HR department in March of 2019. So when we talk about the $59,000 number in the report, that is a gross number. That is the totality of the amount she received, not the amount she received after she apparently moved. I also think it's important to caveat that we are making the assumption that she moved. All the indicators are that she did in fact do that, but without being able to interview her, I was not able to ascertain information to confirm one way or the other whether she did move or what her intentions were as part of her move. Finally, to circle back on the investigation and the report I provided you before, the timeline I provided you before, we stand behind. We think it remains accurate. We think that the additional interviews were enlightening, but at the end of the day did not change our ultimate opinions. Happy to go through those again if you'd like. They're outlined in the report that I provided to you all. With that, I know there's 2 separate motions. I don't know if you want to take questions on that report before I move on to the legal analysis, or if you'd like me to move directly to the legal analysis.
Well, I'll pause for a moment and look to my colleagues. Tell you, why don't we do this? I want to make sure I don't forget to do this. Why don't we take any public comment we may have on this item, and then we'll bring it to the dais and go from there.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Mr. Duran?
Good morning. So we know Tabitha have resigned because he did not live in our district. Now we got Adam Mayberry's here, so you probably went to West Room. Okay, that good. Okay, so I heard the news, our New England Gazette Journal said like the lawyer said that we could not recommend not to spend like $600 per legal action or refund her back to Watch County because of illegal activity where she did not live. So have a question. Does the Watch County School District should allow a chemical attempt for trustee Calvert? Maybe, but that's for example. For example, if we could maybe we should arrest her and send her to the state prison. Maybe, let's say 3 to 4 years, $60,000 restitution to Washington County School District, and then whatever what fine is based off a state law is. It's a question for maybe a lawyer. If she did break the law, should Washington County School District attempt a criminal charge? I guess former trustee Calvert. I'm not sure. So, good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's bring it back here to the dais. Trustee Church, your light was on, sir?
I just have one question. I didn't see that in there. I must have missed it. The $627 from 2019, do you know what address she used in her claim?
I do. Hold on. If memory serves, it did not include her address, but let me confirm that. The employee mailing address is exactly what the form asks for, and she provided a P.O. box.
Okay. Other questions, Trustee Church?
I guess that's a little troubling because obviously you got to know transportation from where to where, but that's 2019. I just think there's without discussing the next portion, I think that the investigation was adequate. I mean, as a former investigator, we could have, should have, would have, but I think there's a strong desire on the part of the community and perhaps the board to move forward without beating this to death, and so I'm satisfied with what I'm hearing.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Any other comments? So what it would be, I think, appropriate to do is to take each of these as two separate parts, if you will, as suggested by Mr. Funk. And so that being the case, we'd be looking for. I'm looking for a motion to accept the findings on the continual investigation as a place to start, and then we'll go on to part two. Trustee Smith?
Yes, I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the findings of the continued independent factual investigation by the Gunderson Law Firm.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Trustee Smith, Trustee Church? Oh, your light was on. Okay, nope. Seconded by Trustee Manello. Okay, Vice President Manello. Seeing no further discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Now we'll go on to the second part of the investigation. The legal review.
Thank you.
I should say.
Excuse me. Again, during your November 9th, 2021 board meeting, you passed a motion authorizing my retention to look into some legal issues associated with former trustee Calvert moving her residence. Again, you had the same time constraints. You wanted us to provide our report prior to the new year, which is why I'm here today, December 14th, your last board meeting prior to the new year. Provided you a written report that analyzes two issues, and it's broken into two items. The first question was, what's the legal effect of former trustee Calvert's actions at prior board meetings, including what vote she cast, whether we should use her presence towards a quorum, etc. And then the second part of that was, what claims would the Washington County School District potentially have to seek reimbursement for sums she may have received after she moved her residence? So I will provide you some brief answers and then explain to you how we got there. So with respect to the first, because former trustee Calvert's elected office was not rendered vacant until she withdrew on September 13th, 2021, all of her actions taken prior to her resignation were valid acts as a Washington County School District trustee, and her presence could be used for purposes of forming a quorum. I went through a fairly detailed legal analysis in the report that I provided you about how we got there. I think there's some highlights I'd like to flag for that. One is the Nevada Supreme Court in 2020 was analyzing a similar issue but different. So in Southern Nevada, there was a constable who did not receive the proper certifications to become a constable. And the Nevada Supreme Court was asked what the consequences of that was because he didn't receive his post certification. And in analyzing that issue, the Nevada Supreme Court en banc, meaning all of them, authored an opinion that specifically addressed NRS 283-040. That's the statute that talks about the necessity of an incumbent to remain residing within their district. The Nevada Supreme Court said, hey, listen, this constable statute is different than 283-040. And the reason it's different is because the constable statute is self-executing, meaning when you fail to receive your post certification, you are no longer eligible. There is no action to be taken. That is different than NRS 283-040, which requires some sort of action to declare the seat vacant. Because this seat was never declared vacant, she remained a trustee. That's confirmed in a couple of ways. One, 281-050, if you look at the discussion of that within the report, there is subsection 5 that talks about who may proceed in district court and ask for what relief with respect to somebody that may have moved districts. If the statute was self-executing, there would be no need to go to district court. To further confirm our opinions in this regard, we've also looked at a number of Attorney General opinions. If you noticed, if you looked at the report, they're fairly old, 1917, 1920, 1923, 1965, I think. What you notice in those is folks are moving, either continuing to serve or not continuing to serve, but the repeated item that comes up in those AGOs is that simply because somebody has moved is not good enough. The Attorney Generals wanted some sort of fact-finding on what the intent of the person moving was. Did they intend to come back? Did they intend to reside? I referenced, I think it's the 1923 Attorney General's opinion that talks about how the reason we have this requirement is so you know what the concerns are of your district. And in that particular case, it's fairly unique. The road bisected the state of Oregon and state of Nevada. Somebody moved out of Nevada to Oregon across the street, and the Attorney General said, nope, that's not enough to say that they have moved out of their district or to render them no longer present, and essentially kicked it back and said you all have to go make a determination of what that elected official's intent is with regard to their residency. So, based upon the analysis that I've put in the report, there is some sort of fact-finding, some sort of proceeding to be required in order to determine that Trustee Calvert, former Trustee Calvert, her seat was vacant. Because that did not occur prior to her withdrawal, our legal opinion is that all of the acts she committed as a trustee prior to September 13th remain valid, that her presence is accurate or can be counted for purposes of quorum. And that's how we arrived at our first opinion. Our second opinion then analyzed what claims would we have, or you have, Washington County School District, against former Trustee Calvert for moving and continuing to serve. And I think that there's some important things to remember here. One, her elected office, our legal opinion is that her elected office was not vacant until she withdrew. So as a matter of statute, she was statutorily entitled to the compensation and the reimbursement and the amounts that she received. Even if, for some reason, you wanted to continue the analysis, she did the work. From our interviews, it indicated that she worked hard, she worked diligently, she focused on the issues, she participated, she was here, and she did the work of a trustee. As you saw in the report, whether you pay former Trustee Calvert or her replacement, the school district would have been out the same amount of sums. Maybe there's a small period of time where you were trying to find her replacement, but the $60,000 figure that we're talking about, that number is substantially reduced when arguments start to be made by whomever is defending Trustee Calvert if you want to pursue claims. And they're no longer $60,000. Now they're, how long does it take to find a replacement trustee? And now we're talking about 2 months instead of 33 months. So for a variety of reasons, the recommendation we have was that it would not be a cost-effective endeavor for the Washington County School District to pursue former Trustee Calvert. We think she has strong claims. The amount of damages don't warrant that sort of action. And that was my opinion and our opinion that we provided to the Washington County School District. happy to take any questions that you all may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Funk. We've received public comment on this area. I'll bring it back here to the board. I will say just generally as a statement, I certainly understand Trustee Calvert not wanting to be further involved after all of the months of the public questions and scrutiny and attacks and all of those things for a mistake that you made, seemingly made, because as you said that we haven't. Is that she seemingly made. So I certainly don't slight her for that at all. And I do appreciate that she did end up responding saying I'm not going to answer questions, and here's why I don't think it's in my best interest. I will say that. I'll also say that this is something just as from our standpoint, this is something that is unique, and that's why it took all the digging and the work and so on to see what's the law. Say on something like this. It doesn't. I mean, he found a case with the constable in Southern California, but Southern Nevada. But it's just not one of those things that happens that often. So it's certainly unique as we look at this to go forward and make our decisions. And I would also say that I appreciate the work that you did and staying on this and pushing and driving and the same to Ms. Johnson, knowing that it was the pleasure of the board clearly to. Okay, let's take this next step, but we got to end this thing in 2021 and not take it with us into 2022. As conversations going back, it's just a matter of, hey, do we move this on the agenda? Do we put it someplace else? Like, no, hey, my colleagues have said they want this thing, so let's go keep going. And you did that, and so we thank both of you for continuing that work. I think it's important. I like to put that on the record, both of those things, on behalf of former Trustee Calvert, enduring those things that she has to, and then the work that the two of you did to just continue to dig to close the loop on something.
Thank you.
That most of us feel, I think, has been around for probably too long at this point. So I just appreciate that. Trustee Church?
Yes, I've read the analysis a couple times over. I think it's strong. I think it's extremely well written. I think it's to point, and including essentially the legal advice on not pursuing it because of the cost factors and the probability of success. I also think there's a strong desire from many in the community and the board potentially to move on, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
I'll take the motion, Trustee Church. See no other lights on, so please go ahead.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the findings and takes no further action on the independent investigation.
The legal analysis. Is what
yes.
Yes. This part wasn't the investigation. This part was the legal analysis.
Yes. I'm just reading word for word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
On the independent investigation regarding the legal effect of former trustee votes while she lived outside her district and possible claims that might be asserted against Trustee Calvert, said report being dated December 13th, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. I see you're reading the RE on this piece. I got you. Nope, I'm right there with you. There's a motion on the floor from Trustee Church. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Mr. Funk and Ms. Johnson, thank you both again for your work. I think we all feel like, yeah, let's turn the page and let's just get back to work. Yes. Now we will go back to agenda item, and I see you getting into place. Thanks to both of you again. Drive safely. I heard it's icy out there. 4.06. This is our GATE department, Gifted and Talented Education Programs. This is the update on proposed changes to our GT services, including the SWAS program, schools within the schools, the locations for the 2022-23 school year. And this, of course, is for possible action. We see our Director of GATE program, Dr. Westphal, as well as Dr. Parks, our Chief Academic Officer, before us. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor, and good evening, Superintendent McNeil and Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And yes, I have with me tonight our Dynamic Director of Gifted and Talented, Dr. Vicki Westphal. We thank you for this opportunity to bring you our next steps for our GATE department. And clicker. You want to operate it, JJ? It's not working. There we go. All right, so for our presentation tonight, we're going to do a quick recap of how the gate department impacts our response to recovery, quick overview of the NRS and policies that we follow, how we identify students for gifted and talented, and update on our current models. We want to spend a lot of our time on the good news of the great work that has happened in the gate department under Dr. Westfall's leadership. We've made tremendous progress since last year. If you were around last year, we had many presentations coming before you about proposed scaling back and cuts to the gate department. But I'm very proud of Vicki's leadership and the tremendous work she's done this year. So we'll go very in-depth into our Gate Institute at Hug High School, update you on our middle school magnet program, and then our action item tonight is going to be for our elementary SWAS program, and we are looking, based on previous board action, we are proposing a more regional approach, so we want to move one of our programs, and then we'll follow that up with some more really good news updates regarding our GEMS program and our GT endorsement program. So with that, take it away, Dr. Westfall.
Good evening, President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, and members of the board. For the record, Victoria Westfall, Director of Gifted and Talented Programs. I'm going to go through these first several slides fairly quickly because for many of you it's a review. But we did want to include it because we know we do have some new trustees. So please, if you have questions, feel free to let me know and ask. Very briefly, our department obviously impacts all areas of our response to recovery, but this presentation tonight really focuses on Goal 1, Goal 2, and Goal 5, as you see those objectives right there. Thank you. Related to state law, we do have some state NRS and NAC that dictate a lot of what we do in our department. We identify students who have on one of our mini screeners achieved a cognitive ability result in the 98th percentile or higher, or in using a state matrix, which I'll briefly discuss in a few minutes, a student might be identified as gifted if they don't quite hit that percentile. If they are identified at the 99.9th percentile or higher by state law, they are profoundly gifted. And our state laws mandate that we provide 150 minutes of differentiated instruction per week to our students that are identified as gifted. So go ahead. Also very impactful to our department and to our budget are our caseload and class size mandates by law. Our itinerant teachers can serve up to 65 students.
Dr. Westfall, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you just a moment, as you said, because we have some. Will you explain what itinerant means?
Yes,
just
I
for
will.
new trustees.
And we'll get into it a little bit more later. But our itinerant, yes, thank you. Our itinerant teachers are the teachers that will go from school to school and serve students where we don't have an endorsed teacher there. So, and I will explain. No, thank you very much. We do have some specialized programs in schools that we'll review in more detail. And in those programs, we have a class size mandate by state law of no more than 20 students per teacher. However, we can go up to 22 students without getting special approval from the state. And if we had a teacher's aide used, which we don't have in any of our programs, we could go up to 24 for those students. And then already in place is Board Policy 6525, which really just ties in all of those state mandates and really kind of addresses what our instruction does for students. All students, as we all know, deserve an opportunity to grow from where they are. And so that's really what our department really focuses on doing, this expansion of students' academic and intellectual skills, stimulating their intellectual curiosity. And a big part of what we do is really address social emotional needs, because gifted students often have some different needs and characteristics. They are identified as a vulnerable population, by the state. And so we work very hard on that as well and develop their originality and creativity and real world experiences through a lot of project-based learning models and units. So how do we identify a student who's gifted? And there's a lot to this. So again, I'm going to go through it fairly quickly, and please ask if you need clarification. We do offer a universal assessment in the second grade and in the fifth grade. So every second grader and every fifth grader takes this nonverbal assessment in our district so that we can work to identify students who might otherwise fall through the cracks if we didn't have that process in place. And that has really increased the equity and access for students in our department. We have, if a student scores at above or the 98th percentile, they're automatically identified for gifted services. If they score below, we have worked very closely with the state of Nevada and developed a state matrix over the last few years. So students can be awarded points for other factors. MAP scores are a major factor in that, which is an issue right now because we don't do MAPs anymore in our district. So we are working with the state at looking at what else we can use to make sure that we have those things in place so students can qualify that may not have on the universal screener. There are also points for if they are an English language learner, for example, or a twice exceptional student, which would be a student that might be receiving individualized education plan services as well. So there are other ways for a student to be identified beyond just that one test. And then we also offer some different tests that our department will go in and do if we feel like we need more data points on a student. We have some cognitive ability tests and some other tools at our disposal. We do offer out-of-district testing twice a year for students that might come into our district. So they come in and the families pay for the testing, but we conduct the testing for them as well. We offer referrals as well. So we work with schools on their MTSS processes. So if they identify a student that maybe didn't get picked up on other academic or assessment screeners, then they can bring them to our team and we can look at our students that way. And every single week, we have a review team that meets and does a blind review of any potential students who might be identified for gifted services and look at all the data. And there are times that we'll look at it and say we need more data, and so we'll go out and administer more tests, always with the lens of what's going to be the best for the student and making sure we're making decisions based on the data that we have and that we can get. We do have some state reciprocity options available as well. We usually reassess students if they come from out of state because every state kind of does it differently. So we want to make sure that we're identifying students appropriately. Proud of what we have in our department as well as a watch list. So if we have a student that almost makes it but doesn't quite, we actually watch them for 3 years and we track their data and kind of keep an eye on them and see what else, see if their scores start to go up. Traditionally, we use MAP scores, so we're looking at SBAC percentiles right now and other measures that are standardized and valid and reliable measures so that we can continue that because we don't want to lose that with the loss of the MAP data.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Do we grab kids? I mean, kids on the watch list. Have you noticed that? It's like, hey, there's some kids that get grabbed in and pulled into.
Every year we find some kids that way. Absolutely. And then on the next slide.
I'm sorry, we have just another statement. Trustee,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much, President Taylor. And that was my question with the watch list. So let's say you have a student that scores 97%. Misses it by just not even a full percentage. So do you work in partnership with the teachers? Do you look at, depending on the grade, the SBAC scores, but you do actively invite children into the program if they fall within some range, but just underneath that?
Yeah, so there are several possibilities. If they fall just underneath, they might, on the state matrix, go ahead and score and be qualified. If not, we do put them on our watch list. We do work closely with schools too, and have teachers do referrals. We have also been known many times to just go out and do another assessment ourselves. So any other way we can get data points, we'll do that, especially with those kiddos that are super close like that. Does that answer that question or not quite?
No, it totally answers it. Okay. I'm curious about other things, but that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll go to Dr. Nicolette for another question.
Yes. Thank you. As long as we're on assessment, so I'm aware of the loss of MAP. What did in this department? What are we losing in relation to identifying our students or helping our students?
So we're not 100% sure yet. When we went to the state with the fact that we're not doing MAPS anymore, they gave us, we usually only use MAP scores that would be about 6 months old. But we've been given permission to look further back. So we're still using existing scores this year. We're calling it our Band-Aid year, where we're just, using what we have as we figure it out. We're looking at SBAC percentiles, but we're not going to be able to have as much trend data with the SBAC because it is just one time a year. So we're researching. We went to the National Association for Gifted Children conference, really with a lens towards, all right, so what's happening nationally with identification? What are different districts using? What tools could we use? It may be that we end up with a plan where we get the student, like Trustee Smith mentioned, that's kind of close, and if we don't have enough data, then we're going to start going out and doing more from our department, going out and doing follow-up assessments as well. So we're kind of still figuring that out. I won't lie, it was a little bit of a blow to us, as a department, and as a former building principal, I get how much kids are tested, and so there's that whole balance. But it was a data point that we used frequently for the watch list and our talent search as well. So we're working on okay, so what can we do now? It needs to be something that's reliable and valid. The data, so whether we can use STAR tests or whatever other tools might be available to us as well.
And I'd like to add, we do still have MAP for our K through 3 in Reading Language Arts. That's part of the Read by Grade 3 that we still have. And we are having that question from our administrators as well, because it does afford what we call a percentile rank, which for argument's sake shows where a student would be if you lined them up. So kids in the 98th percentile, they would outrank 98 of the 100 students in a line. So we are looking at other options. Many of the ESSERS funds where we were able to buy some more online programs, and you've heard of Dreambox, you've heard of, what's the middle school one? I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, they have the same normed reference assessments, so it is characteristic of students in other districts and used across other districts. So we're looking at those as potential replacements for that norm reference testing, and we'll be talking with our administrators and the assessment department in second semester.
Please, you have a follow-up? Dr.
Yes,
Nicoletta?
thank you. You spurred my PLC, et cetera, on this. So I'm going to assume you participate in the professional learning communities.
Yes.
And you work on essential standards.
Yes.
Do you also incorporate the common assessments?
So most of our students do, yes, take the common assessments. We're not using that for identification purposes at this point because we are looking for the normed and referenced data. So at this point, we're not considering using the common assessment for the purposes of identifying for gifted services. We can use it for other, for tracking how our students are doing in our programs and what have you, but we won't use that at this point for identification, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
The other part that is on the next slide is our talent search. So we also just kind of go out and search for students that maybe didn't even, trigger our watch list. Our assessment director, Dr. Perrin, will just comb through data. And the really exciting part is we've been partnering with the Office of the Accountability Department, and we now have in the Business Intelligence Gateway our own dashboard so that we can track that data a lot more quickly in real time. So we also have that talent search, and again, that's where we're looking for other data points, and could be Dreambox data, it could be all kinds of things that we are able to use. So we go out searching for the kids as well, and then coach schools through the identification or referral process. Another piece of that that we're implementing is we've developed a just kind of a little 10-minute training that we'll be taking around, hopefully to schools, and having some of our teachers give just to general education teachers in terms of some characteristics of our students, of the gifted students, so that it might start triggering a little bit of a, oh, I wonder, kind of if this is a child that might be gifted, and maybe, use that as a tool as well to help get teachers to refer students. Just because there are some traits that some of our students have that once you're like, oh, okay, and get them referred to our department so we can take them through our process. So we also have a Title I target school search. We're always working on increasing equitable access for students. We know there are students out there that get missed through all the traditional measures. So any student that scored an 80th percentile or higher on the universal assessment, we kind of take them through the process again, and again, our psychologists will go out and do some other assessments. If it's a student that's an English language learner, for example, we'll go in and do a nonverbal test, or something that gives that student an opportunity to let us see what their abilities are. So we try to have a very robust process, and we're always refining it. So. Mm-hmm. We also have a very robust programming model, and many of you know this. Not everyone does. We've been nationally recognized for our programming and the different options that we have for our families. And as Dr. Park said last year, we did have some cuts that many of you know about. But we actually were able, in some ways, to expand our offerings and our access. And so we're really proud of that, and I'm proud of our staff that have really worked hard on that. So this graphic up here is just sort of color-coded. Those light blue ones at the elementary, middle, and high school are the programs that are allocated to our department that we are operating in schools. We have 3 SWAS programs, which is the school within a school. It's at the elementary level. That one has, and I'll go over a little bit more detail on separate slides. So that one has traditionally been for our highly gifted students, and we ran a little bit of an expansion this year that I'll talk about in a few minutes, and expanded access, and it's being very successful, so we're excited about that. In the middle school, we have our magnet programs and our magnet AAP, so us in education with our acronyms, that is the Advanced Academic Placement Model, and I'll describe that in more detail in a few minutes. And at the high school level, at Proctor Hug High School, we have our GATE Institute, which we have some exciting news about as well, but I'm going to save that and make you wonder. Then we also have what's called the Gifted Education Model of Support. This is a model in which that we don't allocate, but we've got teachers that are endorsed with their gifted and talented endorsement, and so they can serve students as well. So we have 4 elementary schools and 3 middle schools currently that have enough teachers endorsed that those students are scheduled into classes with teachers that have those strategies and skills. So we don't have to provide outside services to them. Being served in the building by your teacher that you see every single day obviously is an ideal situation.
If I may, on that, I love that, the gyms. Mm-hmm. So that's not at a SWAS school. Is that for a student that maybe they didn't quite hit that?
No, those are they're for students that are identified as gifted. For example, Milton is a GEM school, and so we have a teacher in 3rd grade that's endorsed. So all gifted students are clustered in with that teacher's class, so that they're grouped with their peers. So that really helps us address their social emotional needs, as well as helps the teacher differentiate. And then we'll have a 4th grade teacher. Those kids are placed in there, so they're not pulled out of class. They really receive services just by the teacher that's assigned to them in their classroom, providing that differentiating up where they need it, or sometimes they need differentiation in other directions as well, but providing those services that way.
So it allows it to almost operate as it's school within a school in a way, but it's really like a little classroom within the school, if you will.
Exactly. Yeah. It's classroom, and we have 3 middle schools as well, and so what we do is we're working with the administrators there on research-based ways to cluster the students. so that they're, again, receiving services, they're with like-minded students, and not negatively impacting the building by putting all high achievers necessarily in one classroom kind of thing too. And I can go over that a little bit more on that slide. That's a program model that we are expanding right now because it's the most cost-effective model because the teachers are already allocated into classrooms. And it's also gifted instruction is really just good teaching. It's good instruction. And it's good for all kids. So we're building capacity of teachers as well to deliver excellent instruction for all their kids. So with that model, so
awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
Dr. Parks, you
Yeah, I don't want to steal Dr. Westfall's thunder, but that's kind of what I was alluding to about her leadership. From last year, you might remember, if we don't service our kids with a GATE certified teacher, we don't get any extra
Doesn't count.
funding.
Doesn't-
Yes, we don't get any extra funding. So she's going to go into more detail about their focus on getting as many teachers that certification as possible so that it's much more efficient for us as a district because we actually get paid from the state when we service them with a GATE certified teacher.
Awesome. Great. Great.
Yep. And we serve kids better, which is what I care about.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
But it gives us the money to serve them better, so that's good. Yeah.
Exactly. So the itinerant services, as we discussed, is that's where we serve all the kids that are just at any of the other schools. So I might have 2 or 3 students at one school or half a dozen at another, et cetera. So our itinerants will either go in and co-teach with classroom teachers. That often happens at the middle school level, and provide differentiated instruction for gifted students, in addition to, just being that co-teacher in the classroom. So that's a model that we use where possible, or they'll pull kids out. I was in a classroom the other day where we had 3rd through 5th graders in there, all working on their collaborative projects and working together with their teachers. So they might, leave their gen ed classroom or what have you to receive services that way. Itinerants serve our kids an average of 150 minutes per week. That's based on the state law. And of course, in the other models, the kids are in with their teachers, so they're receiving services, pretty much all the time. So that's also funded and allocated through our department. And then we also at the high school partner with CTE with the internship program. So we've got one of our facilitators that leads some classes with the internship program and serves some of our gifted high school students that way. And then the advisory model really is just kind of counseling services or offering help to teachers. I will say that one of our focus points continues to be getting more high school teachers endorsed, because we don't have the funding or the resources to serve our high school students at the level that we would like to. So that's something that we're working on as a department very actively so that we can serve them by getting more teachers endorsed. So that's that slide. Go ahead. So last year, at just about this time, we came in front of the school board and we were talking about potentially phasing out our institute at Hug High School, and we were asked by this board to go back and do some more marketing and some more work on that, and to see if we could save the program. And in the meantime, very happy that Dr. McNeil and Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf came to us and said, we're not going to phase out the institute. So that is no longer being considered. We're full steam ahead, and we've been partnering with Christina over at Hug High School and really working on our marketing. Actually, my facilitator held another meeting tonight with parents, and I'm happy to say that we already have probably 75% more applicants right now than we normally would at this point in the year. We just usually have a handful at this point because high school students are considering signature academies and all their options. And we have 3 times that already, at this point. So,
you think that's because of the marketing?
I think it's a lot of things, honestly. I think word started to get around that we're not looking at phasing it out. We're going to be at a new school, and the marketing as well. I mean, we've been very active. What's been really helpful is Our facilitators been going into the middle schools and meeting with kids, and HUGS counselors are going in as well. They're going in together, and so the kids are learning about all the great things that are going to be available to them there. So we're working to fill that program as full as we can, and it's really based on responsible scheduling for our students. So we're partnering with the high school to make sure that our teachers that are allocated through our department, as well as I think Christina's got about 6 or 7 teachers that are going through our endorsement classes right now. And so they are, we'll be working closely with them to make sure that the students at the Institute are scheduled in with gifted endorsed teachers. And then again, they'll be clustered to the greatest extent possible. They are given accelerated pathways. We actually have an entire course matrix for those students so that they've got that accelerated pathway through high school. We will continue to work on their social emotional support through that. And students have the opportunity to be part of the AP capstone. And we were the first school in the district, not the only school anymore, but the first one to offer the AP capstone. So we have freshmen that are in AP English literature, and AP English language sophomore year, and then they get to do research and seminar junior and senior year. We have several math pathways for our students, as well as advanced sciences and social studies as well. So great opportunities for our students at Proctor Hug High School, and it's been a really great partnership with Hug, and we're very excited about expanding that program as well. So any questions on? I know I'm going kind of fast, so go ahead.
No, this is good information,
Yeah.
so thank you. Dr. Nicolette?
I just want you to know that I feel like singing some kind of Christmas song, because that was such great news. It was
It really
a gift.
is. It
That's
really
wonderful.
is. Yeah, I did a little dance when Dr. Parks called me and said, hey, we're not phasing out the Institute.
All right, good. And thank you for not blessing us with the
Yes.
song at this moment. Yes, we're going to table that. Legal counsel just left, so we'll just do something that's completely against. We'll just table it. Completely against
It's
the rules.
exciting because not many districts offer high school options to gifted students. So we continue to be cutting edge and leading the charge on that. So it's very exciting.
Great, thank you.
Magnet program. So last year we also came to the board because we were looking at potentially losing one of our magnet schools due to low enrollment. And that was Clayton Middle School. And with the board's blessing, we've actually expanded our program there. So right now we have 4 locations where we provide magnet services, and that's where students come in and they're clustered together and they take their 4 core classes at most of those schools with our teachers, with the gifted endorsed teachers, and then they do participate in electives and other classes, athletics, with that school. Pine Middle School, Sky Ranch Middle School, and Swope Middle School are magnet programs. And then Clayton is still a magnet, but we've expanded that one. So it is now the Advanced Academic Placement model. And what that means is we went through the data and we looked for those students that just didn't quite qualify for gifted, but were performing well. High achieving students not identified as gifted. And we invited them to apply to that program. And so we had, and I have some numbers here, 60% of the kids that we've added to that program as 6th graders this year are zoned for Clayton Middle School. So we were able to pick up a lot of zoned kids in that, and then 40% came from outside. So we were able to fill that program back up, and anecdotally, the students are doing very well. They're rising to the occasion. They're fitting in well with their peers. We've done responsible scheduling with them as well. So we looked at all their scores, and some of them might be doing all 4 core classes with the traditional magnet students. Some of them might be doing 2 or 3. We added some elective classes as well, some support classes to help make sure that they can access the content and curriculum. We added a design class that's project-based learning, and in that class we placed any identified GT student who did not choose to do the magnet, so we're providing services that way without having to bring in an itinerant teacher as well. And that's been very successful. And with our new, dashboard and business intelligence gateway and the tabs we're We've added an Infinite Campus. We'll be able to really look at the data as that starts to come in at the end of the semester and come back to the board with an update on how those students are doing. But they really are rising to the occasion, and so we've been very excited about that expansion of access of services to students that might not otherwise have gotten that. So thank you for allowing us to try this out and work with it. So that's been very exciting. And on here, it shows you kind of how the kids got identified to apply. We really did look at their data and their performance. But we did have a few, that sort of heard about it from a friend or a teacher and were like, hey, I think I can try it. And we looked at their data and reviewed their applications as well. That we did in partnership with the administrators at Clayton Middle School. So it was a collaborative process, but we did the same blind review process where we look at the data without looking at the names of the kids to make sure that we are identifying students appropriately. It's our goal to set them up for success, and we know that kids will rise to the challenge, but we also want to make sure that we're being really intentional. So we learned some things that we're applying this year. We looked primarily at math scores last year. This year we're looking also more at the reading as well, because it wasn't as much of a focus. But again, our students are performing very well. We call them our AAP students because they're the ones, again, that aren't actually identified as gifted students, but they're doing it. They're in the classrooms and they're doing it. So we've got great instruction going on, and kids are really accessing that. So that's another very exciting thing that we can celebrate.
Okay, we have a couple of comments here. Again,
Absolutely.
Trustee Smith and then Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you, Dr. Westphal. At what point in the 5th grade year do you extend these invitations to students as they are approaching middle school?
So we're doing it now. Actually, we started looking at our list today. We pulled that. So we usually wait until we get the traditional magnet applications out, which starts in, actually I think December 5th was the deadline for those, so that we see how many spots we have. And so now what we're doing, like right now at this point in the year, we're working on inviting the students that aren't identified as gifted into that program.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dr. Nicolette?
I thought I knew what responsible scheduling is, but I think I better ask.
It's a good question. So it's really scheduling students into classes that best meet their needs. So instead of a one-size-fits-all in the magnet in the past, we had, you're in the magnet, you're going to take the accelerated math, the magnet English, the magnet social studies, magnet science. So we're really looking at where are your strengths, and is there, there might be a student that's better served in a gen ed class for one of those subjects just because of where they are. So that's what I consider responsible scheduling. Just by the kid by kid. So,
thank you very much. Dr. Parks?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, this was done collaboratively with the staff and administration at Clayton. A lot of this came from their thinking and their buy-in to this possibility. Vicki and I have had the opportunity to meet with them. One of their non-negotiables is that we cannot and will not lower any standards. We're still going to have the very high expectations. And while we don't have achievement level data to bring to you, our initial meetings with the staff at Clayton, they are saying, no, we're exposing more kids to the Gifted and Talented program, and that they're succeeding, and it's very hopeful for the future. So I just wanted to add that.
Great.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, same curriculum. We didn't change any of that. Just invited more kids. And actually today we identified just from the 5th graders that will be attending Clayton next year as their zone school. We identified preliminarily at least 20 kids to reach out to and invite into that model. And then again we can expand beyond the school. But it's exciting that we're getting the zoned kids into the program. Mm-hmm. And again, we've got a few different electives, so some of them are accessing it through electives. What we did this year, because usually the kids are in the magnet through 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, rather than taking an incoming 8th grader this last year and saying, hey, why don't we just dump you into all of it and see how you do? We really looked at schedules there, and a lot of times we put them into our kind of the elective parts. The 6th graders, we really loaded into the full course so that they could go through all 3 years together. So.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And then another comment, we put the projection up there, but it is true that right now we are just getting our applications in for our magnet program, so that number is a very, very rough number for you. So that 435 is kind of historically kind of where we are, but if we were here in January, we would have been able to bring better numbers to you. But just so you know, those applications, even though the deadline passed, they're still coming in and we'll still take them. So we don't have to follow that, if you're out in the parking lot at 2 p.m., we can still take them, so we will.
Where's Andrea? I don't know.
We don't like turning
she
kids
might be
away.
twitching wherever she is. Andrea might be twitching.
So that's on the magnet. And then the next slide. So school within a school. So this is where our action item comes in tonight. So just as a recap, we have 3 school within a school programs that's traditionally been for students identified as highly or profoundly gifted. So 99.5 percentile on up have been the students traditionally in those classes. And so last year we came to to the board meeting, and we were looking at trying to make it a more regional model, and then realized that based on board action the previous year, we needed to hold for a year because the board had decided in January of 2020 not to make any changes to the SWAS model for 2 years. So we held off. We were funded and staffed at the same levels. But one of the things that we did do is, as a result of the pandemic last year, and as we all know, with physical distancing going on in the buildings, we had principals in our SWAS program that said, I've got a room with 6 kids, and I've got a need to have more kids in here because I don't physically have space for them elsewhere with distancing guidelines. So they actually had placed some of our other gifted kids into that program just as something that had to get done. And, at first we freaked out a little bit because we're like, whoa, because highly gifted kids have some different needs even than gifted students. However, many of those students rose to the occasion as well. So we looked at that, and this year this past summer really worked to be intentional, and we invited a few students in, again, based on their data, and so expanded our model a little bit. Again, no change in the rigor, no change in the curriculum, but invited high-achieving gifted students. These kids are gifted, but invited them in. So we were able to fill out our program a little bit and hold on to 3 schools. However, we were directed to come back with looking at a more regionalized model, and so that's what we're here today to do with you. So Dr. Parks and I met with our facilitators, also with the business office, plant facilities, transportation, OSL. We had our area superintendents there to really identify a site that might actually provide a little bit more equity in terms of location to our students. So I'll have you go ahead and go to the next slide, please. I thought we had the map on the next one. This is that was just the slide, about who we invited. So this map right here, and it doesn't have Collin Ranch on there, but there's a dot for it. You can see that Huntsberger Elementary is one of our SWAS programs. It's very deep south. And then if you were to take a drive up I-80 there and cross over McCarran, you would end up at Collin Ranch, which is that one that she's circling. Thank you. And then right kind of next to it is Roy Gom, and that's where our 3 current SWAS sites are. Collin Ranch is our fullest program, followed by Huntsberger, and then Gom Elementary School. So that's where things stand at the moment. Do you want to go ahead to the next one? Our proposal is to move the site from Gom over to Florence Drake, and I have a map in a minute. I'll show you about where that is. Florence Drake is located in Sparks, so it provides a school that is further to the north and to the east than what we currently have. Right now, GOM has we have our 2 classrooms at GOM. They ended up having to put us in a big kindergarten room this year because of the way space was running, and so we made it work. But it's not ideal, but they're going to have a larger population next year with the rezoning. So they simply don't have the capacity to offer us classrooms anymore to house our program. Add to that the fact that that's GOM is the furthest north and the furthest east we have a school right now. So that's not as regional as we'd like to be. We have students in Spanish Springs, Cold Springs, the North Valleys, that are riding the bus up to an hour each way right now to get to GOM Elementary School. Florence Drake, however, will actually have more capacity for us next year. They have some programs that are moving out of the school. They have a very small school population. And they actually are one of our GEM schools. They already have 7 teachers that are GT endorsed. So if this action is approved, our teachers will move with our SWAS program, so that would be maintained. But there are also more teachers at the site. So as students are integrating into the new site, there are many staff members that are already endorsed and trained and able to help kind of meet their needs. So that we felt was a really good fit. There's some really fabulous teachers over there. There are no anticipated budget implications with the move. So nothing negative or positive. It's more of an equity move and to help reduce some transportation ride time for our kiddos, which is the next slide, I think. So we do expect student ride time to decrease slightly overall. Some students might experience an increased ride time, but I don't think they found any that they could say for sure that was going to happen with. Transportation costs will remain neutral or could potentially decrease slightly, not significantly, but slightly. We would, and we've worked with transportation already to kind of mock up what it would look like. We do have students that live in Verdi that go to GOM, and we wouldn't want to put them then on a bus all the way over to Drake. So what we looked at was what's our capacity at Collin Ranch for schools that so the way the model works right now is if I attend Verdi Elementary School and I get accepted into SWAS, I go to Verdi and the bus picks me up there and takes me to the SWAS program. And every kid from Verdi goes to SWAS, where every kid from Spanish Springs Elementary right now goes to GOM, as well. I meant to GOM, sorry. And every kid maybe from, down south from Pleasant Valley would go to Huntsberger. So it's already regionally organized by transportation. So we looked at it, and we can absorb the students that would have increased ride time significantly. We can absorb them over at Collin Ranch. So if they live in the Northwest, for example, and it makes more sense to take them to Collin Ranch than across town to Drake, we do have the space at Collin Ranch program to absorb them there. So some of the students would move to Drake, and some would move to Collin Ranch, just depending on where their zone school is right now.
Some of the students from that currently go to GOM, they wouldn't all move because some are from Verdi.
Exactly.
And it just makes more sense for them to go to Collin Ranch than to go all the way to Drake.
And it's a handful of kids, 3 or 4, I think.
Verdi's a pretty small school anyway.
Exactly. And then with our expansion, that'll allow us hopefully to get more students from the Spanish Springs area, from the Cold Springs area, the North Valleys, that right now they don't want their kids on a bus for an hour every day to get to school or back. And so we're hoping and expecting. We haven't reached out with invitations yet because we wanted to await this board meeting and find out what the schools are, because it didn't make sense to tell parents to commit to something they didn't know what they're committing to. But we anticipate that there might be more interest from families that previously just didn't want their kids, having to go quite so far away to get to and from school. So
could be closer for some Sparks families as well.
Exactly, and East Sparks, all of those, so. And this is the map of what it would look like if this is approved. And Collin Ranch made it onto this one. I don't know what happened. But again, if you went from Huntsberger, then you go to Collin, and then you can see that we're much more regionally situated in this case. And again, Florence Drake was the school that had the capacity. The bonus has a lot of staff that are already endorsed. to be able to take our kiddos and help run with them. And again, our teachers, our 2 teachers at GOM would move with the program over there. So they would have the same teachers, same curriculum, they would just be in a different building at that point.
Awesome.
Yeah, so, and do we just continue this and then we get to that?
Oh,
Or do you have questions on that?
No, I
The
think
rest
we'll
is
go
update.
along the way. We're getting,
Okay.
we're getting moving in on the motion, which is a good thing.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, so this is just back to updates. Our itinerant model, we did, one of the proposals that was approved last year in the budget cuts was to reduce from 14 to 12 itinerant teachers, and then for this year would be another reduction of 2 more teachers. And the expectation is we're getting more teachers endorsed and serving kids by scheduling them in with endorsed teachers that are already allocated to their sites. There's not as much need for the itinerant teacher services to be able to meet that 65-to-1 ratio. So, provided that we're still under the 65-to-1, we would continue with what was approved last year and cut 2 more itinerant staff members from the ranks.
So would those teachers be assigned elsewhere? What would happen to, say, we have 12 now, what would happen? Two will do?
It would be whatever the overage process is. So they could accept a transfer somewhere. We may have an opening in our department they could transfer into. They could transfer to another school or site. And if they didn't, then they would go through the typical overage process of any teacher.
Okay.
Yes, and they're again, this was all decided on a year ago, so it's not, any surprise to them. So, not great news for them, but we do serve our kids again in a different capacity this way. So, so that's the update on that. And then we discussed already that gifted education model of support. And if you go do some research, you will not see that acronym anywhere else because it was coined by one of our facilitators because it's a shiny thing and we liked it. So our current GEM schools officially are Billinghurst, DePoley, and HERS at the middle school level. And then Drake, Incline, Melton, and Van Gorder at the elementary school level. And Incline, I'm going to give a shout out to Incline Elementary School. They are taking the work of gifted programming in terms of depth and complexity with lessons and training their whole staff on it. And that's kind of, the vision for the future as we build the capacity of teachers and it just expands out, exponentially. So their entire staff is getting a lot of these strategies that are great for all kids. They're just done at a different level of sophistication for our gifted students. So, so again, shout out to Incline for taking the initiative to do that. We work closely with these administrators. I meet with them at least once a quarter. We go out and do site visits, and their teachers are invited to our professional development as well, the ones that are endorsed. So we are expanding that model through our endorsement program, which I'll discuss in just a minute. And they are allocated as part of their regular allocations. It's just an allocation they have, so there's no extra cost to the district for this program. We do provide support to them, and they are also given access to all of our resources. We've got some cool robotic stuff and things that we've been able to get over the years, and they have access to that as well as technology from our department.
Okay.
So, and this brings us to my last thing, and something that we're very proud of in our department. We partnered with Northwest RPDP this last year and Carson City School District and have created our own Northern Nevada GT endorsement program. It's approved by the state. We were having teachers go through the University of Phoenix for their endorsement. It was costing our department about $2,500 a teacher. Teachers had to pay up front and get reimbursed. We're now working through Southern Utah University. We developed the classes, Carson City and our department developed these classes to be incredibly relevant, highly engaging, immediately applicable to impact instruction now. And our cost is about $700 a teacher.
Nice.
So, yeah, and we were able to cover the cost this year because we didn't have to buy as many universal assessments because we had stockpiled for years. So we repurposed the money this year, and currently we have 55 district teachers going through the program in our first 2 cohorts, and we have the next 2 cohorts scheduled. And it's facilitated by our teachers, our facilitators, Carson City's teachers and facilitators. And the feedback has been phenomenal from our teachers. So they're learning a lot, and they're turning around, and it's designed where you apply it in your classroom and then come back the next week and reflect on it. And because as a teacher myself, I don't know how many times I got great strategies and then I got to work and didn't use them and then forgot what they were and lost them. So we've designed these classes to where they'll go use them and actually start to retain them right away. So that means that at the end of cohort 2, which will finish next fall, 37% more of our teachers in district will be endorsed, and after the next cohort we'll be at a 50% increase, and still growing. And it's designed to where we can just add cohorts as long as we have money to fund them. So it's a very exciting process that we're going through right now. We're focusing on schools that might want to become GEM schools. So as teachers apply to this program, we look, and if we've got groups of teachers from a school, we're prioritizing them. I am working with the principal at Matthews Elementary School to get some of her folks endorsed to really look at what's called talent development. So endorse teachers in the primary grades so that they're really helping develop kids so that when they go to take the universal screener, they're more likely to score at a level that maybe matches their true abilities more. So we're working on that. And as we expand this and get more teachers endorsed, again, we're serving kids right there in the school instead of having somebody come in and have to pull them out of class. So we're working on expanding that, and we're also we've got high school teachers in there. So it's our way of really starting to provide services for students at the high school level as well, from a teacher that's endorsed. And once a teacher goes through our program or already has an endorsement, our next step is we are planning ongoing professional development that we will provide to teachers through a menu. We've got a nationally recognized trainer coming in the summer, et cetera. So we've got quite a few plans for really continuing to build the capacity of teachers. So it's not a, hey, you're endorsed, you're good, go teach, but it's ongoing professional development and support. So that's what our department's working on right now. And
all right,
I think
thank you
that's
very
my
much.
last slide, except
Yeah, it is, except for the recommendation.
our recommendation.
We'll go to Dr. Nicolette.
Just a quick question. It has to do with an overall culture, of course, of the district and an individual school. Do you find that principals are taking advantage of being endorsed?
You know, we do have some principals going through the endorsement program themselves. We have counselors, but what we've been doing is going out and meeting with them one-on-one with the principals and sharing this with them, and so they're very much promoting it with their staffs as well. We have actually talked to Rhonda over at Clayton about maybe in the future doing her whole staff and taking them through the program together, that kind of thing. So we're getting great response and feedback. We were shocked at in a year that's harder than any other, and we thought last year was that, but it's this year really. We still have so many people signing up for these classes. So that's, kudos to the administrators and the teachers out there that are really doing the promoting for us. So
Fantastic. Look, we have public comment on this, and we'll bring it back to the board and work toward a motion for the pleasure of the board.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Hello. So I think I do support the moving from program from.
Let's get your microphone on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I do support for moving for short program for award GUM to be moved to Craig Elementary School. That would be beneficial for families who live on the Spanish Green, Sun Valley, and North Valley area, including Spark area, to move up here north. So it makes Chirivocca makes sense to go Craig, since all Skywest Middle School all the way in the SWAT program there, and it did not make sense to have a Colin Wrench in GUM Elementary School have a SWAT program, same program, same area. Like Colin Wrench and GUM is it's a SWAT-free school, and also SWAT have a GT SWAT program also, so that makes sense. So we had keep it one or another. Does make sense. So that will be makes a lot of good sense. Reduce the transportation costs. We know we have bus shortage. So if you want to attract for bus shortage, I think recommended is move that program up to Drake. And then one more question is if a student who are a TT program who want to go to SWAT, either go to SWAT school for Smith Ridge, which Smith student should I take it? Drake, Coleman, or Huntsberger? Because we live in a central area of the schools. So, and also in Pine we also have a swap program as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Okay, we did get an opportunity to ask questions on the way. I see Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, President Taylor, and thank you, Dr. Parks, Dr. Westfall. It's an area that I would like to learn more about. You know, sometimes you don't know what you don't know, so I have a lot to learn in this area. Question for you, you probably touched it in the presentation, but if you're a student in Sparks and you're being bused to GOM, right, and now there's a new SWA school in Sparks, but you still like GOM. Can you go to GOM? I mean, I assume that you'll have to go to the new SWA school in Sparks.
Yeah, there won't be a SWAS program at GOM, so if a student wanted to stay at GOM, they would just apply for a variance there with the principal through the traditional process, and then we would serve them with our itinerant services instead. So they'd receive a different model of services from us because we won't, if this was approved, we would not have SWAS at GOM. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I heard what you said. What about the transportation component of that?
So then just like any other variance, transportation would not be provided.
Would not be provided. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Any other questions we didn't get to here? A great, very thorough presentation. It's great to see the progress and the success that's happening as we have the continual conversation about the quality of education and what's happening is good when we get a chance to see those things and see the quality of education happening and improving and even expanding to more people. So I think that's a good thing. Not a bad, we got to have that conversation, so not a bad thing to have. So looking if it's the pleasure of the board for a motion at this time for the recommendation. Trustee Church?
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the relocation of the SWAS program currently located at Roy Gom Elementary School to Florence Drake Elementary School.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Is there a second? Second. Moved by Trustee Church, second by Vice President Manetto. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Westfall, for your amazing work for you and your team. Keep it going. Thank you, Dr. Parks. Okay, as you may recall, we pulled agenda item 4.07 a little bit earlier in the meeting. So we're going to go right on to agenda item 4.08. This is discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to hire independent board counsel from a private law firm for retainer amount not to exceed $35,000 pursuant to Board Policy 9165 to represent the Washington County School District Board of Trustees for open meeting law purposes at meetings of the Board of Trustees and Board Policy Committee, as well as other advice requested by trustees, also pursuant to Board Policy 9165, and for the board president in consultation with the board vice president and clerk to select a law firm. This is for possible action, and this is being presented by the superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Taylor and members of the board. As you all know, you all have had small group briefings regarding this matter. You will find the board policy attached as far as that speaks to the board's ability to hire external counsel. And as you all know, that's 9165, and that governs the independent board counsel. And as the staff report went into great detail regarding the current model and what the new model would look like, we are recommending, myself as the superintendent, is recommending that the board hire outside general counsel for the board, and the board counsel would oversee all board matters, including the setting and the open meeting law review of your board agendas, and then they would also sit at board policy committee meetings. The Office of General Counsel would therefore continue in the responsibilities that they do now, but they would be able to spend more quality time. Mr. Rombardo and his team have been tasked with overseeing board matters, and I feel very strongly that their team is stretched very, very thin at this point in time. What I would also like to note is that it is imperative that if the board goes in this direction, that the board counsel work in collaboration with the Office of General Counsel. That's extremely important because of the matters that the board as well as the district takes under consideration for that. So, for example, independent board counsel would sit as counsel for the Board of Trustees and the Board Policy Committee meeting for open meeting law. The independent board counsel must work collaboratively, as I just stated. And this model is what's used at the Nevada System of Higher Education, NSHE, the Clark County School District, Clark County, and other public bodies. So this is not a new model. It is a model that has worked very well for other agencies. The Office of General Counsel will take more of a support role on issues such as student discipline, the Nevada Department of Education regulations, especially those related to attendance, FERPA, and student privacy matters. Open meeting law complaint responses and public records requests would still go through the Office of General Counsel, and those requests more than likely would be handled in a very expedient manner with this. Importantly, this also allows the board not to hire an additional FTE, so that you're actually using a little bit more fiscal restraint when you have a board counsel. And then I would also point out that the Office of General Counsel would then be able to spend time on legislative efforts when your session starts, and they would also be able to spend more time without going out for external counsel on litigation matters, so such as the Washoe County, which are the current pending issue with the county. And also, I think time demands that the board take a look at this recommendation very seriously because, as you all know, you're deliberating on hiring a new superintendent. And it puts your counsel, your Office of General Counsel, in a unique situation to be looking at a contract for the superintendent that is going to be their supervisor. And this way, with board counsel, the board counsel is going to be negotiating that contract. With me as your current superintendent, I did not hire an external attorney. I negotiated that contract on my own because I know the contract in and out. I've been here a few years. Your next superintendent most likely will be hiring their own attorney, and so they would be negotiating with your board counsel on what that contract is. So I think the time is ripe to give this serious consideration and to move to have a retainer set for the amount of $35,000. And Mr. Rombardo was kind enough to offer the board leadership team three very highly thought of law firms that have worked collaboratively with the Office of General Counsel as well as the school district. And those would be Gunderson Law, which you all know very well, McDonald Carano, and Simons Hall Johnson, which we have used before, as the Office of General Counsel has worked with them on different litigation matters. So again, those are the three. They have been forwarded to the board leadership team, and part of the recommendation is for the board leadership team to consider those names and to select one of those law firms as we move forward with this recommendation. So I will read my recommendation on the record that the Board of Trustees approves the hiring of an independent board counsel for a retainer not to exceed $35,000 to represent the Board of Trustees for open meeting law purposes at trustee meetings and board policy committee meetings, consistent with your Board Policy 9165, legal counsel, and for the board president in consultation with the leadership to select the law firm. And that is my recommendation, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Madam Superintendent. It's discussion time for each of us here. This is a recommendation. This is, just from a little background standpoint, I've lived in both worlds, so to speak, and Dr. Nicolette, I think you were around for a little bit of that, and one of the times you spent on the board as well. Living in both worlds, meaning a world when we have legal counsel that's an employee of the district, and then also legal counsel that was external counsel to represent the board in those, and that I think that was a world when it's a different world now in terms of the amount of work that legal counsel today. That the legal office, I should say today, and the legal office now even has more attorneys now than then. The legal office today has to deal with than then. And so I certainly understand the desire to not let the matters that are really important to the district go by the wayside, or at least get less attention than we'd like to, especially as those elevate in importance and the potential financial impacts of it as well, while we take care of the really important business of the board. And a lot of the really important business of the board, more and more so, involve the public records requests and those types of things that are also really important, and certainly of interest to the community, a way in terms of balancing both. I will, as much as I've enjoyed having our own legal counsel, because then they're around all the time, and that's one of the things that would be different, is that not being able to, hey, Neil, what do you think about this kind of thing? Because every time when we have outside counsel, whenever we call and chat, we're on clock. We're on the clock, and that's why there's some limitations built in. That's part of why we moved up that agenda item, because Mr. Funk was here and he was on the clock. I mean, not that we didn't want him to wait. We didn't want him to wait anyway, but he was on the clock. And so those are things we also have to recognize, that all of us have to have some sort of restraint. All of us, not the board leadership team is no different than that. So that we keep that in mind, and that we're good stewards of the public money, and that we realize the savings that the superintendent has shared, that this could save us because we don't hire another staff member full time in the legal office. So I'm going to support it, and just ask my colleagues to as well, and let's get this process a chance to work and move forward, and see if it does better serve the district and better serve the board. So those are my comments. I certainly welcome yours, anybody. Vice President Manetto, and then Trustee Church.
And I would concur with that. I think that this is probably a really wise step to take at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Manetto. Trustee Church, and then Trustee Rodriguez.
I concur. I did people read the agendas, and I actually received a few phone calls on this, and they were generally negative at the beginning, like this is a waste of money. The option might be to hire in-house, and that has all the problems that goes with hiring, firing, benefits, pay, et cetera. This is a contract that, depending on the contract, can be terminated if it doesn't work out. And so, yeah, I think it's a good idea. And again, if it doesn't work out, we can always go back to Plan B. I would like to point out, I don't see anything in the motion or the agenda item that requires those three firms. Now, the board leadership certainly can do that, but I just want to clarify, unless I miss it, if the board leadership wants to go to bid, if they want to reach out to a few other law firms, they're welcome to do that, but I didn't see that in there unless I missed it. But overall, the concept, I think, is definitely worth giving it a try.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I don't think there's anything that's restrictive in that says you have to use these three. That is the recommendation that's coming along with the agenda item, but there's nothing in there that says you absolutely the board leadership team have to pick one. I don't see that at all, so unless I've missed it, but it's right here. Okay. Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Rodriguez?
I'd kind of like to make a comment and then probably make a motion.
Okay.
I do see this being more fiscally conservative in the sense of not hiring on a full-time employee and well aware of the general counsel's caseload and his office and whatnot. So I do see this as an optimistic option. And with that, also with Gunderson Law Firm, they kind of, I would personally like to see them here. That's just my recommendation, just because they kind of have an understanding of our dynamic and they're well aware of our laundry. So,
our laundry.
So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion, and I move that the Board of Trustees approves the hiring of an independent board counsel for a retainer not to exceed $35,000 to represent the Board of Trustees for open meeting law purposes at trustees meetings and board policy committee meetings, consistent with the board policy 9165 legal counsel, and for the board president and consultation with the board leadership to select the law firm.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Is there a second? Before a second, then we'll have further discussion on that. Okay, second by Trustee Bonello. I would just ask in that we see for a retainer of $35,000 for the remainder of the fiscal year. It isn't $35,000 forever, right? I think it should. I think that's the intention. Yeah. This is your recommendation, Superintendent. That if you accept it friendly on that.
I agree.
Okay, second. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I support it. I do want to say I hope that at some point we can revert back to the Office of General Counsel. I'll miss his leadership and the council, and I do hope that this is a short-term issue and that we can get back to a sense of normalcy. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Other comments? Okay. Hearing none, anything you want to add on this, Council, since we're talking about your office?
Nope. Nothing to add.
Okay, nothing to add. You're reaching nothing to add. Well,
I support the superintendent, and if that's the way the vote goes, that's great. And don't forget to do public comment, or at least ask for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Yep. See, look at you, still working. Still working. Do we have public comment on this, JJ? We do not. We do not. Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. The board leadership team has a meeting on tomorrow, so we can begin to discuss moving forward on this. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
You're welcome, Madam President.
Okay. All right, we'll move down to, we've already done agenda item 4.09, so now we'll go to agenda item 4.10. This is a continuation item, 3.06 from our November 23rd meeting. Discussion and possible action on continued discussion as it relates to how the trustees can compromise to work better together as a team. And we have a couple of consultants that we've considered. The hiring of Deb Darby and/or Randy Manner to conduct professional development, board training, and ongoing coaching for the Board of Trustees. I'll continue to present this as this, but certainly Dr. Nicolette has been right there with me hand in hand as we go, if you will. Since our last meeting, just jump into where we were last. Since our last meeting, I've had opportunities, and I know several of us have as well, to speak with either or, I should say, either and, right? Both Deb Darby Dudley, in addition to Randy Manner. And again, thank you for those who took the time to either reach out or receive a call from either. Just for how this works. Is in considering Deb Darby, now I almost said Darcy, Deb Darby Dudley. She works through the state association, right, the Nevada Association of School Boards, NASB, and in conversations back and forth. So my conversation with Deb, initially the one that Diane and I had together initially, we spoke about some costs, and then we got a little bit more scope together as indicated in the agenda item from last time and this time as well. And then so you'll see in part of your packet the proposal from NASB. That's why it's with the state association, not directly with Ms. Darby Dudley, because she works through NASB. So this is what we have here. We have an hourly cost in terms of any ongoing coaching which will be identified as we work with Miss Dudley going forward. But at least we have hourly costs on there. A whole idea behind this has been, and Trustee Nicolette and I in our conversations, we don't want to have to come back every time. Oh, now we're going to have a coaching session. We're not. So this allows us to do that and to go forward, so that we can begin the work. We can begin the work and go into a new year in different places. You'll see in my conversations with both Mr. Manor as well as with Ms. Dudley, our recommendation, and then Vice President Manella was on a cruise and she got back, so we looped her in on this, is to really begin our work with Ms. Darby Dudley. She lives in Truckee, so that's pretty local, right? It's pretty local, and is willing and ready to work with us. And that's how we got the proposal. And then conversation being, should it be deemed necessary, and we get to make that decision as a board to do further work or to bring in some additional expertise. That's when we would look to bring in Mr. Manor. So that's why you have all the information in front of you for both professionals as well as some projected costs. So that is our recommendation. And looking for any comments, questions, or a motion. Trustee Smith?
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. A question about the recommendation. The way that it reads to me, it reads like we would do the individual interviews and then hold the day long in person. Could we slightly pull that back? Because, what if we wanted to do some additional work with her? Would we have to come back and have another motion in order to do that? Or could we massage this in the motion so that we also approve it as needed in the future? I just didn't know how specific this was.
Well, hopefully, I mean, her recommendation in speaking with Miss Dudley is that she begins individual, and then we have the about 6 hours. It says one day, but she reckons about 6 hour training session, and then the whole idea behind this, which is demonstrated on the what? Now I'm on the wrong agenda item, so I can pulling up the wrong attachment. Okay, there we go. That ongoing work would be at an hourly rate, so that we don't have to come back for that. It's we get to do that. That's the whole intention. It should be written that way. And if it isn't, let's certainly make the motion that way, because that's the intention.
Yeah, that would be my intention as well. I read this really specifically about approving the individual interviews and the day-long in-person session. I didn't read it as also opening it up for other things in the future, but that would be my intent and interest.
And I think then the motion, just to make that clear, if you look on the last page of the handout, it says individual coaching. That's a recommendation at that point. But I think the motion can make sure that's very, very clear if that's the desire of the board.
Okay. And then I have a second thing. Could we also add this, I don't know if there would be any interest in also signaling to the community that this is like a final resolution to the matter? Is there any interest in signaling to the community that this would complete this cycle with agreeing to do this with Deb Darby?
I think it certainly completes the continuation, because the continuation is doing this work. I mean, I think that's the desire of the board is the motion that the board passed back in October was this to continue and begin to do how can we work better together as a team. This is in response to that, and that's why the agenda item is written that way. So the agenda item speaks to this is a continuation of that. So if that answers your question. Okay, that was my intention. Trustee Church, and then I think, was it Dr. Nicolette had your light on? Or what? Yes, you did.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Trustee Church?
Yeah, and for the record, I did speak with Mr. Manor for probably a good hour, very informative. And as he even said, it seemed more logical to go with a local, and that Ms. Darby works with the Nevada Association of School Boards, not to be confused with the national one. And so she's basically local. There's no overnight lodging required. And the rate of $120 is far less than anything I've seen in my experience dealing with team builders or mediation or anything like that. So that's all awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm totally in favor of it. As we said earlier tonight on a different issue, turn the page, move on. And so I strongly support what my colleague Trustee Smith said, and I did read the wording. I don't think it's quite adequate, and this isn't a motion, but I want to put on what I would propose, is that we approve the hiring of Ms. Darby to hold interviews, et cetera, as needed. In other words, that opens it up as needed in order to be able to work together as a final resolution to this matter. So very slight change, but it just leaves it a little more open for, without having to come back to the board every time if something changes, you know, that she needs more time or whatever. And again, $120 an hour, you're not going to find that. I can't get a handyman for that. So yeah, it's a wonderful opportunity to move forward, to work together as a team. I'm just 100% in favor of that.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette?
Was that a motion?
It can be.
If it is, then I will wait for discussion. If it's not, then I will share something.
He said it wasn't, but it's whatever. It's a pleasure.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, please do. Go ahead.
I motion that the Board of Trustees approve the hiring of Deb Darby to hold individual interviews and training/coaching sessions for the board as needed in order to help us to work better together as a team as a final resolution to this matter.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have, did you catch all that, JJ? Okay, so is there a second? Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Discussion?
Yes. Did I don't think I heard ongoing training. I like the as needed. I would kind of like to add the ongoing. I added here an ongoing training/coaching, and then we could do as needed for the board.
I'm acceptable with that.
Friendly? Okay.
Okay, so set on the second. Okay. You capture that, JJ? Okay. Okay. Further discussion. Vice President Manello?
Thank you, Madam President. Could I hear the whole motion now?
Good idea.
The Board of Trustees approves the hiring of Deb Darby to conduct individual interviews with the trustees and hold training/coaching sessions as needed for the board in order to help us be able to work better together as a team as a final resolution to this matter.
Okay, if I may, I'm kind of just picking off of what the motion is here, because I think we didn't specifically say that a day-long training, and that there may be a way to work it in. And move that the Board of Trustees approves the hiring of Deb Darby Dudley, for this get her name right? Deb Darby Dudley, to conduct individual interviews with trustees and hold a day-long training and ongoing in-person training/coaching sessions for the board in order to help us work better together as a team. Yes. That kind of brings in what was said. It gets the day-long piece in it. It gets the ongoing piece of it. Yes. Okay, and what else? What?
I'm acceptable to that. Could I just hear it again and probably?
Let me say it again, just because it's all right, and then that way it's because I'm just reading it right off the paper, so it makes it easy, right? So the motion would be that the Board of Trustees approves the hiring of Deb Darby Dudley to conduct individual interviews with trustees and hold a day-long training and ongoing in-person training/coaching sessions for the board in order to help us work better together as a team. You're good with that as a friendly, or if you will, Trustee
Yes,
Church?
yeah. The original motion just said Deb Darby, but I think we.
Yeah. I just think since we're changing it, let's just get her full name in there.
Yeah, I think I'm good with it.
And it was Deb Darby when we first knew of her now, but
Yes.
we want to get her full name, and that came from NASB, and then the friendlies there. Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. Okay, there's been seconded. We've had discussion. Does any public comment on this one?
The board received an email from Christine McAvoy.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. All right. We will now go on to agenda item 5.01, board reports. Okay, we'll start with board reports. This time we'll start on my left over here, Trustee Church.
Thank you, and what a wonderful way to move forward. The only, I think I'm done. I don't really need to. I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith.
Thank you. Well, I took a moment to get set. I'd like to start by just recognizing the phenomenal work that's being done with the vaccine clinics between the Washoe County School District, the Health District, Community Health Alliance, and Immunize Nevada. My own family have used these sites, and they're just incredibly well done. So I would like to say thank you, not just as a trustee, but also as a parent using this, and really acknowledge Marissa McClish for the work that she's doing. I will say that when we came back for our second appointment, the people remembered my son, and that was just really so nice, and it actually meant something to him too. So great job. I toured the Children's Cabinet location in Midtown with Trustee Mayberry. Incredibly impressed with their Redfield Academy, which is an alternative high school that's supported in partnership with Washoe County School District and other partners. Absolutely amazing. I also toured the Children's Cabinet location on Rock Boulevard that focuses on early childhood education. It is just absolutely mind-blowing what this organization does for this community, and I am so incredibly grateful that our school district has a partner like the Children's Cabinet. And I'd like to give a special thanks to Dr. Paul Lamarca, who took time out of his days to tour me at both locations, and also Kim Young, their executive director. I participated in the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Governing Board meeting representing the interests of the district. I really enjoy that group, and I look forward to continuing with it. I also visited Wooster High School, Vaughn Middle School, Roger Corbett Elementary School, Veterans Memorial Elementary, Jesse Beck Elementary, and Roy Gom Elementary. And the superintendent joined me at Corbett, Veterans, and Beck. And I gotta say, anybody that ever wonders what good this district is doing, millions every day. We've got tens upon tens of thousands of students, 62,000 plus students. And every day those teachers are loving on these kids. They are supporting them. What you see in these classrooms absolutely is the North Star to why we do this work. And I was absolutely blown away. I would also like to point out something very fun. Trustees Minetto, Rodriguez, and I were a part of the Sparks Hometown Christmas Parade. Trustee Minetto was ahead of us with her family, and Trustee Rodriguez and I rode with our kids in his truck. We gave away thousands of pieces of candy and toys, and it was still not enough. So next year we will bring even more than 3,000 pieces of toys and candy. It was absolutely fantastic and super fun for our kids too. I met with many parents and teachers on the matters that we discussed here tonight and other things, and I always appreciate them reaching out. And I'd also like to give a special congratulations to Dr. Bryn LaPenta. She is our Senior Director of Student Accounting, and she was named Nevada's 2022 Women in School Leadership Honoree by the National School Superintendents Association, which is an incredible honor. And then I'd also like to congratulate Michelle Bem. She's a first grade teacher at Roy Gom Elementary School for being named the 2021 Girls on the Run Coach of the Year.
Okay, thank you. I think that you go longer because you were acknowledging our staff, and that's important. Okay. All right, Trustee Rodriguez.
So even though I was gone for a little while, I still managed to do something. So.
All right.
First, I want to thank Chief Legal Counsel Neil Roberto. I know he's going to be kind of taking a sidestep, handling other duties, and I will say I miss seeing his face here at the board meetings. And I want to thank you for everything that you do for us in the district. So even though I was absent for a while, but I was able to attend Bow Hatch and Sky Ranch with our new trustee, Adam Mayberry. So it was very nice that I got to break him in a little bit. And with that, we did have a one-on-one discussion, introduce each other, and find out we're actually pretty close neighbors within our districts. And I say that.
That's important.
And then with confused. So with Corp Nicolette, we were able to attend Lemon Valley Elementary School again. So it's always nice, and I love the passion that the principal has out there and the staff. And
Trustee Smith took my thunder with the Christmas and City Sparks, so that was awesome. Again, I just want to reiterate that. That was great to have that with Vice President Neto and Trustee Smith. And I'm not going to name any names, but I did meet with some Nevada legislators and city councilman for the city of Reno. So I did kind of just network out there and discuss some school matters and exchange ideas for our future. And I did attend an NIA meeting as well, and I had a great vacation, by the way. So.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. I first would like to say, since Michelle is sitting here, you may have a future communications expert. If you need someone, you might tap into her. That'd be Beth, her. Oh, I had the most wonderful time reading to the children at Westergaard. And I was in Teacher Bemis classes, and she turned me on to the most wonderful book that I purchased for my grandkids. And she's first grade, and then I read to Miss Williams, Teacher Williams, class in third grade. She also turned me on to a book that I also purchased for my grandchildren. They're coming via Amazon. I attended my first ECAC, Early Childhood Advisory Council meeting, and I will tell you that the work right now is very exciting, as it really surrounds looking at the 30,000-foot view and what early childhood education is trying to accomplish in Nevada, actually has accomplished and looking to accomplish. And along with that, I'm serving on what's called a Washoe County Kindergarten Transition Team, so that we can align children coming from private, public home, transitioning into kindergarten, especially Washoe County School District, so that we can align how we work with children before they get here, how we work with families, how we share information with directors and child care center teachers, and our programming in Washoe County with kindergarten. So it's just growing right now. I'll give you more information as it grows. And then I'm working on what's called a P3 leadership certification, which is really cool, because these three things that I'm doing that impact my work here and fill my soul as a professional, they all align. The Early Childhood Advisory Council and then the K-Transition, I kind of get to work again in child care and connect with my colleagues, because I really do miss that. I don't miss the paperwork, but I really do miss the people. And then the P3 leadership certification. It just kind of all is working together really nicely. And so I think a lot of these opportunities have come because of my role as a trustee. And it's really been an honor. I'm having fun.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Vice President Minetto?
I am going to pass on this very icy night.
Oh, thank you very much. Ooh, pressure. Trustee Mayberry. There we are. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. I had to leave early at the last November meeting to catch a flight, and it's prior to my appointment, so I thank everybody for allowing me to do that and understanding. I want to thank Trustee Joe the Rock Rodriguez over there.
The Rock.
For allowing me to spend all the time with him at Sky Ranch. Thank you, sir. And as well as Trustee Church invited me to DeMonte Ranch one Saturday morning for a regional ROTC competition. Enjoyed that. I had the privilege of touring the only two schools with the same name in our district on Friday, Spanish Springs High School, Spanish Springs Elementary.
Sparks.
Yes.
You got Sparks Middle and Sparks High.
I stand corrected.
That's okay. You're new. We'll give you a pass.
I thought I had this the hook there.
Almost.
Okay, thank you. So there's two. All right, well, anyways, I was impressed by how Principal Sean Hall, who's only been serving as principal for a few months, was fully in command, and I appreciate our discussion on the high school signature program. And by the way, Spanish Springs High School is the largest high school in our district.
Yes.
I also want to thank Principal Jim Burdeye, Spanish Springs Elementary, for his time as his seasoned veteran principal for sure, and has a lot of pride in his students and his staff. I also toured the Children's Cabinet one afternoon with Trustee Smith, as she pointed out, and sat in and observed an Education Alliance board meeting as well. The first school I toured solo as a trustee was Hidden Valley Elementary, and this school, as some of you may know, is our designated school for hard of hearing and the deaf students should they choose. And for me, the experience to visit Principal Amy Hicks and observe the students at all grade levels and the sign language interpreters was really nothing short of uplifting and inspiring for me. And I'm going to lose it, so. But I had a little student come up to me, and he held up his cochlear processor, which I have, and he pointed to it because he saw that I had one. And it was truly a moment I'll never forget.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I learned how difficult it is to get ASL, American Sign Language interpreters, namely because we don't have a program here locally to train them. Principal Hicks invited me to a Signing Santa event tomorrow from 11 to 1. So I wanted the board to be aware of that. I cannot attend because Trustee Minetto and I are going to be traveling to Gerlach for a high school graduation. So that's it. Thank you all, and happy holidays. Merry Christmas. God bless you. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Trustee Mayberry. Just quickly, because it is icy, but I'd be remiss if I didn't take a minute as well to thank council for all of your work, all of your guidance, all of your expertise. It's been quite a year, and many of us, certainly understand just how difficult it's been for you and your office, at least to the extent that we can, and just you're continuing to stand and to guide and to lead under some very difficult and many times, in my opinion, unfair scrutiny. You have been so solid for us, and I will absolutely. The bar is high for whomever we look for. I will tell you that right now. The bar is high because we're better. We have been better this year, and certainly as president, I don't know how I would have gotten through it without all that you add and that you bring. So I certainly appreciate that. The only thing I'll talk about is I had a town hall, first in-person town hall since COVID. Yes. It was actually very good to get back out there, and it was about as interesting as I thought it would be. Quite honestly, and that was okay. It was and thank you, Trustee Minetto, because you were there, and the superintendent was there as well. I think it's important as we have town halls, as we go, as trustees committee are still talking about having them and doing them. I actually think it's important to actually, this is going to sound weird, but actually not have district leadership there, because then it can easily turn into a conversation with them and not us. And this is our opportunity to speak to. I'm going to take your phrase, to speak to our neighbors. Right, and there people outside of our district will come, and that's okay. I mean, we didn't check IDs or anything like that, and that was okay. But it was great. I think it was great. Had some good conversations and met with some of the folks who come and give us such a hard time sometimes. Right, we came and they asked questions and I gave answers, and it was actually very respectful. To the very end, I almost went off the rails a little bit. But that was really just one person, and I think that we just dealt with it and moved forward, and we're going to have more. I told them, they thanked me. They were very, very appreciative for answering hard questions and all of that. We'll continue to do that, and they said we will continue. I will have more, and I said others of my colleagues are also speaking about having them as well. So I think feel free to go out. I mean, certainly, and we'll have. I thank Michelle Anderson and her staff for being there. And then Colleen was there and took some great notes. And if they're, certainly, I haven't forgotten them. Took some great notes and then followed up with them. And if there are questions that are asked that we don't have an answer to, because sometimes people think we know all the day-to-day stuff that we just don't know, right? But Colleen was there. She was great. She took notes, and we can follow up and get back to them. But I think it's important. I'm hearing more. We're all hearing. They want us to come. Let's talk. Let's share. Let's do all that. And it was a good experience. I appreciate school police certainly for being there. I think that was important as well. But so it was good. It was really good. So I encourage those of us thinking about it. Let's just coordinate, right? Even though they run our own districts, some of us, our districts overlap, and we can do something together, right? Because I know our district overlaps quite. I think we may overlap in 1 or 2 schools. Adam as well. So yeah. So that's it. That's it for me. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and I hope you enjoy whatever you celebrate, however you celebrate, with your family. Take some time, shut it down. Just so you know, I've shared with Colleen that the two week spring break There will be no board email, winter break. There'll be no board email responses. And it will be, this is a break.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm positive. During that time last year, we got 8 emails. You had 8 emails. And I think it's time. I think it's okay. We all need that time. I think now you're certainly, you can, if you want to do something, you go right ahead. I'll be back to responding on behalf of the board after the 2-week break. We need to do that. Okay, and then none will go unresponded. I may do some catching up because I'm still behind on some. I may do some catching up during that time, but I'm not responding to any new ones from there. Just so you know, so it's not anything other than it's time to shut it down. Okay, Superintendent.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So we had a great visit at Corbett Elementary School and Beck Elementary School, and we also visited Veterans Memorial. And we met a little friend there. His name is Dax, and Kathy Nevis, who is the kindergarten teacher there, who actually used to be one of my teachers over at Marvin Moss, was going into intricate detail on how to do paper mache. And as she was ripping her paper, Dax eloquently said, "That looks very satisfying." And so we kind of took that as our motto for the day, that looked very satisfying. I was able to judge and participate in one of my favorite competitions, which truly just gives you all the faith in where our nation is going with our youth, and that is the We the People competition this Saturday. And I am exceptionally pleased to announce that Reno High School was first place in District 2, and this is at the state level. At the regional level, and Reed High School second place for District 2. And then we also had McQueen High School took Unit 1 first place, Unit 2 and Unit 6 all went to McQueen High School, so congratulations to McQueen. Galena High School was a qualifying team, and Incline High School was also a qualifying team. So congratulations, and a huge shout out to the coaches and teachers that prepare these students. It takes an enormous amount of time to get these students ready to go, so congratulations to everyone for that. I love that, and even when I retire, I will be putting my name in the hat to do that again, because it is just exceptionally wonderful. And then my holiday gift to the board and to our leadership team was taking several bags of food to the GSR and donating that food. And so happy holidays on behalf of myself and my family, but that was really important for all of us to do. And then just real quickly, I also attended Incline Elementary School, and Principal Zimmerman and his staff did a phenomenal job on an open house and having students prepare art exhibits on what the pandemic meant to them. And just for our community, please be safe driving out there tonight, and then in the morning, please pay attention to our students. If we are, if we don't, if we go, whatever we're going to be doing tomorrow, but please watch for our students when they are out there. The sidewalks may be covered with snow, and the little one may be going out into the street. Please slow down in our school zones. And with that, happy holidays. Please be safe.
All right, everybody, thank you very much. This is going to sound weird to say, but I will say it. Our next meeting is January 11th, Oh, wait, public comment. Public comment. Sorry, public comment. I wonder who it is.
Richard Birmingham.
Oh, there's someone else here. Richard.
He might have left.
Oh, okay.
Pablo.
Right. I wonder who else it is. All right, Mr. Duran, come on up, sir. Your last time for 2021.
Oh, here we go. So this is my last public comment for 2021.
Yes,
yay! Okay. Time. Now we go. Okay. So, as you know, 2021 it did not expect it was too great, but I expected 2022 could be better than 2021. But I do have a present for Trustee Smith, but I cannot bring a present. So sorry about that. Okay, okay. As you know, so there was I heard the news about the bus label short on the presentation. The student will have to walk 3 miles to get to bus stop, and then go to school, and then come out and walk 3 miles to home. it seems like this is a little bit embarrassing for the student. It will have negative impact for students who live in a Watch County community, especially in New World community now, who live in 7 Mile to the Mine High School, which is their zone school. And then now the student will have missed their school to miss the school because of a bus vegetation, or you have to take the RTC to go walk to Medwood Mall, take the Route 56, and then go walk all the way to the Mine High School. And when they end it, go walk back, wait for the bus turn, take a Route 56, and then go back home, and then walk from Medwood Mall. So here are my options. So you should specify as a RTC bus ride to Washington County, so to pay more. Number 2 is you should ask for a state legislature to pay more, so to attract more bus drivers. And then number 3 is to, I send you an email, so I'm not going to say it again. So, and I know we have a zoning policy over here, but if a labor shortage was getting worse in the next few years, we could potentially have to rezone all the New World students from Damani to nearby schools such as Worcester. If Worcester community was rejected, as the last 2 years ago when Worcester rejected New World, you want this rezone to Hugo Sparks. Many students will take the RTC bus to school, so that will be great benefit for RTC economy or financial statement, and then for Washington County School, they don't have to spend the bus drive and solve for the bus vegetation.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Okay, any other public comment?
The board received emails from Joe Morabito, Will Harper, Russell Gray, Sarah Dawkins, and Hal Craddock.
All right, thank you very much. Now I will say our next meeting. We are adjourned, and our next meeting will be January 11th, 2022. 2022. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody. Again, however you celebrate, Happy New Year.